Okay, well, hi guys. Thank you so much for watching us. My name is Sophia and I'm the Business Development Manager at Plurdy. And today, together with my team, with Andrew and Elena, and of course, with our amazing speakers, we're here to share lots of different useful information about marketing, digital marketing, about CRO/UX analysis, and a lot of different information. So please be with us, follow our speakers, and let's start with Igor Sokolov. I'm giving you the floor.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Igor.
Hi. Okay, I will start now. So my presentation will be reflecting our experience over the past 7 years of doing this business of conversion rate optimization and increasing the lifetime value for our users for our clients. So let's start. So a few words about me. My name is Igor Sokolov. I am the co-founder of the Conversion Rate Store Optimization Agency. We are based in Kiev, Ukraine, but we have operations all over the world, including US, Australia, and Europe. We are focused primarily on conversion rate optimization and AOV optimization and the lifetime value optimization. However, we're different from everyone else in terms of the offer that we have. We charge our clients only for conversion rate and other business metrics uplift, the factual uplift. So it's a performance-based conversion rate optimization. The presentation today will be based on the case studies of CRO case studies, but I will start just very briefly about our journey in this. So when we started our business, we were primarily focused on identifying problems on our clients' websites and products, and using the user experience best practices as our solutions. Now, what we found is that we had significant resistance with our clients when we were presenting them the solutions that we want to implement in order to overcome the obstacles to conversion that their users have. Now, as you know, the best practices are common practices, and there's not much you can gain with a common practice on a competitive level. So there's not much you can have as a competitive advantage using best practices. So we took this as a lesson, and we took this as something to grow on. And we decided to not only present our clients with problems based on their data, the problems that they have on their website. So the user experience obstacles, the funnel performance obstacles, and others. We decided that every single solution, every single assertion that we'll make to our clients will be absolutely data-based, data-driven. So every time we say, this is what we want to do, we explain why we want to do it. We show the results of the previous A/B test. We show the data behind this solution that we wanted to show. And what we also found, so as a result of this approach, we got very little resistance in the end. So we got a lot of trust from our clients because of that. But we also found that our A/B test win rate has increased substantially. So we're not boasting about this, but it's something that we take pride in, is that our A/B test win rate is on average about 50%. So every second, one of two hypotheses that we generate and we A/B test win and show conversion rate and other performance metrics uplift. But there is a point where if you work on a particular client like we do for a year or two or so, you meet a point where the diminishing returns kick in, and you have to plow more resources, more time, and more of your energy into providing consistent and sustainable uplift for your clients or for your website if you work with one. Now, the problem with that is that the margin of the agency and the margin of the profitability of the business declines significantly if you continue doing that. So we found that if we create a specific framework that would relate to that flow of identifying high quality hypothesis, then there is a big chance that we will continue creating strong data-driven hypotheses and validating them, successfully validating them through A/B tests. The other approach, so the first one is the CRO framework. We created this within our agency. It consists of about 85 different steps, starting from data tracking setup, analysis, and validation. Every single step that a manager or a team takes is described in very much detail, so there's no ambiguity about this. Of course, there is an area for variability, an area for creativity that our team can take, but generally everything is on the paper, so in the file, on the screen. The other approach is called fragmentation of user intent. This is something that I will present to you today, and this is something that we created within our agency. This was a product of the pain we experienced when optimizing lead gen sites, where users, well, there's only one conversion. Submit a request for a call or submit a request for a demo of a product. And we worked on this. Just briefly touching upon this, I will explain. Imagine you are a dentist website, or you are a dentist and you have a website to generate leads. You need users to come to sign up to consultation or sign up to an appointment for a dentist. Now there is an appointment to a dentist. That's the only conversion. But users come there with one particular pain. They need to do something with their teeth. But there are different types of user intents why a user would come there. For example, one user will come because he has bad breath and he wants to get rid of that. He needs some help from dentist. Another user will come because he feels that, well, he can see that his teeth are of a bad state and he needs to do something about it. Caries is there. There is another user may feel that there is some social pressure or peer pressure for him to be for his teeth to be in a particular state, and he needs to help of a dentist to get him to that. For example, they are not they're positioned in a not very attractive way. Therefore, peer pressure with students or pupils will drive them to come to dentists and fix that. Or perhaps there is some social influencer that is as an inspiration for a user. He wants a smile like of Tom Hanks or whoever else you can think of as a role model, and he comes to a dentist and say, I want this is what I want to do. Now, the important part, not only you identify different user intents, you create specific dedicated flows based on each user intent. And in the end, they will all meet at a particular conversion, but you will get users to that conversion through a dedicated flow that relates to his specific pain. And that works. We tried it numerous times now, and I'll show you a few examples of this. It's a really good methodology that really works. Now, first, I want to speak about the framework, the CRO framework. And this framework is basically, it relates to the fact that if you follow a particular number of steps that would ensure high quality data sets, that will ensure high quality process of analysis and creation of hypotheses and alternative variation prototypes of these hypotheses, then there's a big chance you increase the probability of your success by a significant margin. Now, let me show you what we did for deposit photos. For those of you who don't know, deposit photos is one of the largest stocks of images, videos, and music online. Now, we found an insight that a significant, well, a particular number of users or proportion of users do not want to buy a plan of 10 images or more. And all the plans start, well, the minimum plan starts from downloading 10 images. You have to pay for each for that plan, and then you have 10 downloads to make. Or you buy a 50 plan. I'll show you the alternative variation. So here it is on the right. It starts from 10 on demand. There's a subscription purchase where users is charged every period, and there is on demand. We were optimizing this part on demand plan. So the plans start with the minimum amount of 10 images, $4.99 per image. And we found that users say, I don't want to buy 10 images, I want to buy 3. So our solution say, let's offer a plan for 3 images. But what is the risk? The risk is that plan will cannibalize the sales of the others and will significantly reduce the AOV, the average order value. However, it is likely to increase the conversion rate because more users will now buy. This is the control variation. As you can see on the right, there is 10 images, 25 images, and 100 images. And the per image, concentrate on this, 10 images. Each image is sold for $4.99. We created an alternative variation where we introduced 3 images. The difference between them, between the 10 and 3 images in price, is only $7. So it's what was $49. Now 3 images are $42 US. But the difference in per image value is significant. So it's almost 3 times as high per image value of $14 as opposed to $4.90 per image in the 10 image plan, 10 images plan. Now, we understand that a lot of users would go to buy 3 images, but with the contrast, we wanted to make the there are 2 goals here. One is to get those users who wouldn't buy otherwise if they're not offered a plan with lesser number of images, to convert them, and 2, to create contrast in pricing, to make the 10 images plan look significantly more attractive because the price difference is significant. So the result was the following. We got almost 6.5% increase in RPU, which is average revenue per user. AOV increased by over 3.5%, and conversion rate increased by almost 3%. Now, the conclusion is the following, is that the relatively inexpensive plan will convert the users who wouldn't convert otherwise. And the potential decline in the AOV because of that sale is likely to be compensated by the conversion rate if you do it right, if you make pricing, if the pricing and the contrast is calculated. Let's move on to another client of ours. This is Ukrainian International Airlines, the biggest air carrier in Ukraine. Now, I'm not going to run through this in detail. I'll tell you the problem. The problem that we identified is that users were reluctant to buy tickets because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And they knew that the prices of the tickets change. So if they buy today, or say they buy in a week's time, for flight in a week's time, and the flight is canceled, then they're not very sure that they'll be able to buy and reschedule that flight with the amount they paid, because the prices change. So if they buy for $150 a flight to France, to Paris next week, and it's canceled, they're not, and if they need to reschedule to a couple of weeks later, there is a chance they won't be able to do this because the price will change, the price will increase, and that happens. And we found this feedback with the users on the website. So this is the area where this problem was most evident. Users were reluctant to buy here on this ticket search result page, because they felt that perhaps it will be canceled, this flight. And what am I going to do then? Because I won't be able to cash this money back, because the money will be repaid in bonuses. But then I will have to pay more additional because the prices may go up. So we found this offer that Ukrainian International Airlines was doing. This offer here, it says Ukrainian International Airlines will credit the full ticket price plus 25% in case the flight is canceled due to COVID-19. And that's an unfolded version of it. That means that on the area where we found the problem of the uncertainty if the flight will take place, uncertainty if the user should continue with purchase, we found that if we insert this this message here, reinforcing the trust and certainty in users, it will give an uplift. Now, we were very surprised to see a huge uplift in mobile, a 28% average revenue per user increase, primarily because of the conversion rate uplift. It was one of the most successful A/B tests that we have done for such large e-commerce sites in our history over the last 7 years. Yeah, that just reinforces the conclusion is the fact that you may have some kind of offer of money back guarantee or any other offer reinforcing the trust and certainty, but however, you must use that message in a you must emphasize this offer at the right place at the right time, and that's what we did, and that's what happened, and the result we got. Somnifix is product is a strip for a mouse that allows to keep your mouse closed while you sleep, to reduce snoring, to reduce throat ache, and to improve the quality of sleep. It is a booming product, very, very successful product. Now, we found that some users were reluctant to buy because it is an innovative product that not many users had experienced any kind of experience with, and they haven't heard about such a treatment for snoring or such a treatment for improving the quality of sleep, to keep the mouth shut while asleep, to breathe through the nose. The notion of the product is to promote nasal breathing. That's it, while you sleep. So we said, okay, what if we offer a free trial to those users who are unsure? It is a limited free trial, so we'll send them a small box with a number of strips, so they try it and they see how it works. Of course, we said that there is a risk that we will cannibalize our one-time purchases and subscriptions purchased online. It's a risk, but we calculated this risk through. So we said, okay, we're anticipating a particular amount of users to go into free trial that would otherwise buy on the site. Out of those users, that many users will continue the subscription, and that many users will cancel. Does it work? Yeah, our calculation proved that it worked. Then we tried it on the site. So this is a control variation. You see, there's get Somnifix, buy Somnifix. That's the same CTA, leading to the conversion flow into buying this product. We added this button here, try for free. And this try for free generated a pop-up which explains how the free trial works, when the product will be delivered, and when the free trial will be charged. So user must then leave, after this pop-up, input the details of his credit card, and off he goes to a free trial. He gets the product delivered, tries it, and we're happy to say that so far more than a half, or around a half, is continuing the subscription. So we're 50%, over 50% subscription purchases after the free trial, which is a great result. I cannot disclose the LTV uplift, is down to our NDA. However, the conversion rate uplift and AOV decline in this case is the following. We have a 14.5% increase in conversion rate and 10% increase in AOV. All together, this has given a substantial increase to the to sites' performance and sites' revenue per user as a result of increased lifetime value from subscriptions. Okay, now let's speak about the fragmentation of user intent. As I explained before, you have a particular product, say an apple, and you want to sell it. Now, there are different types of things, different types of intents the user may have to buy an apple. One, his mother told him to go and buy one. B, he heard that apple is healthy for you. C, he heard that apple is great for your teeth. D, he heard that apple is just a great present to a girlfriend or whoever it is. And D, he wants to buy a bunch of apples to donate it to some great cause. All of these are user intents. If you identify them as substantial and identify them as the ones that have weight in user intent, among all the fragments of user intent, then you have to create dedicated flows, dedicated funnels for each one of these user intent. I'll explain how it works on this client. Papaya Global is a solution, online solution that offers HR tools like automation of payroll, like POE. For those of you who don't know, is an ability to hire employees all over the world without actually registering a company in that district or in that country that the employee is in. So you ask Papaya Global to use their affiliate companies to hire these employees, and then you pay. This is based on this framework, based on this infrastructure. You pay taxes, you pay all the other required payments for that employee. We identified a number of different user intents. And when I say user intents, you have to ask two questions. One is not what they buy, it's ask them why they buy your product, as I explained in the example of Apple or an example of with a dentist. And the other part is user intent fragmentation, is ask them what stage in the decision process are they in. Are they in discovery stage, consideration, purchase, or whichever is. Each one of these stages will have a different flow. So this is the existing, that was an existing conversion flow. Only get a demo, call to action, and contact us. We identified that there are users who are already not only a discovery stage, they're in consideration or purchase stage, so they want to know a price. So we created a request a demo flow. Request a get started flow, where we get users an opportunity, we give users an opportunity to get a quote in that flow. And users will understand how much they will need to pay for their company based on their employee requirements and employee base size. We also created this is a content page. You see this Austria payroll and benefits guide. So they have this guide for all the countries that they work with, which basically covers the overview, tax, minimum wage, and all the other aspects of hiring employees in that country. And we created we created various flows. We said, okay, there are some users who want to know how to use Papaya Global to comply with local labor laws. Okay, let's give them this flow. There are some users who want to segment by product functionality. So some users want to hire employees globally, some users want to pay employees globally, and some users want to manage contractors globally. Now that's a very different user intents, very different types of solutions that they need, and therefore each one of them would have a different direction, a different flow that relates to that specific user intent. And some users are already quite confident that they understand what the product is and the necessity of it and the methodology behind it. So we can go on and offer them a hard conversion, discover the best-in-class payroll solution, and they go to get a demo conversion funnel. This is a blog page. Again, we use the product segmentation technique, and we also offer them this soft conversion, learn how to comply with local labor laws, and discover the best in class. Imagine there are 6 different conversions on this page. There was only one, contact us before. All of this has significantly increased the conversion base and increased the marketing captured lead on site, then increased the marketing qualified leads, those who were qualified by the marketing department, and as a result, an increase in number of sales qualified leads that already are put in contact with the sales department. Now, I cannot disclose you the exact number of sales we generated or the conversion rate, because there are multiple different pages, multiple different conversion mechanisms that we implemented. What I can tell you is that our client has given us this testimonial that we are 88%, we've delivered 88% increase in total number of conversions for their site over the course of, I think it was 6 months. So, which is a very, very good result. This is another client. Hunter Galloway is a mortgage broker based in Brisbane. So they help their clients secure loans for new homes. Same as before, multiple user intents, identify them, and create a dedicated user flow. That was a task. Now, look at this. This is their homepage. Get free assessment, get free assessment. Same conversion mechanism, same conversion tool. Well, same conversion, really. There's nothing else. The only conversion on the side was get free assessment. We did this research. We found multiple different user intents that users have that we're not covering in our user experience and the UI. So we did this. Look at this. Get free assessment remains is a sticky one. Now, we found that some users want to know their borrowing power. They want to know how much they can borrow. Some users, I'm not even sure if they're eligible for a loan. And this is a tricky one where we say, find out if you're eligible. So this is like see if you comply with everything there needs to be in order to buy a new house or refinance your loan. And this segmentation is based on the product. Well, it's a product segmentation. What do you need a loan for? Buy a first home, refinance my loan, commercial, property loans. Now, as with Papaya Global, we ask how are you going to use this product, and which is a loan in this case. And a user checks, a user picks whatever flow he wants to be in, the one that is the one that is relevant to him, and he goes into that dedicated flow. Calculate, for example, calculate my borrowing capacity will lead him to a calculator here. He inputs all the data about himself or herself. He gets a result. You can get a loan of up to 180 US, or in that case, Australian dollars, and learn how to secure this loan. So after that flow, we continue grabbing his attention and explaining to him, now you know how much you can borrow. Now find out how to borrow this. So what methodology behind this, and we continue working with them. If a user says, I want to find out if I'm eligible for a loan, we send him to this. There's a quiz where we ask him questions, and then they say, you're eligible for a loan. Congratulations. Now, then we offer him calculate my borrowing power, and he's put it into the calculator. He finds out, okay, you can borrow, say, 150 Australian dollars. Now, learn how to secure that loan, and we continue working with the user until we bring him to the point. Okay, understand. I'm eligible. I understand how much I can borrow. I understand that these guys are great because they are providing great user experience. I understand what I need to do. What is the checklist and what is the process of applying for a loan and securing that loan. Now let us help you do that. Let us help you secure this loan. And the conversion rate, as I said, increased. This is his testimonial. The head of sales and marketing for Hunter Galloway, 26% increase. This testimonial was given a while ago, so it's significantly more now. But let's keep to the statement that the client has given us, the quote from his testimonial. You can find all these quotes on our website, conversionrate.store. And the last one, the last example I want to show you is Nebula Genomics. Is the product that decodes your DNA in order to give you everything you need to know, or everything that is technically and scientifically possible to find out from your DNA currently at the current stage of this science development. Now, this is their existing website. It's currently this is exactly what you will see if you go to their website now, because we just started working with them a couple of about a month ago or so, and we've done the research. We're there with the hypothesis now, and now we're developing the A/B test for that. I'm showing you the work in progress. There's no result for this yet, but I assure you there will be. So you see, did you know that most DNA tests decode only 0.02% of DNA? Get sequence will lead you straight into the checkout funnel. We said no, this is not exactly what you want to do. You want to explain why you are the best in the world, and they are. By the way, they are the best in the world. So you may know some other competitors like 23andMe and others, but they have the most profound and the most accurate test in the world. They decode 100% of your DNA, whereas others decode significantly less. Now, the important part is, look at these buttons here. We found that there are at least 9 different user intents of users who want to decode your DNA. So they say, okay, I want to decode DNA. We say, why do you want to decode your DNA? A lot of people say, I want to find out about my ancestry and find my relatives in different countries. Some users say, I want to know about my predispositions to various diseases and physical conditions, or medications compatibility. All of this together, we put this in this 9 different flows that would lead users to purchase, but through a different funnel, where we explain how the DNA test results can be used for that specific user intent. Guys, this is it from me today. I want to just give you one last shot on this. Is fragmentation of user intent sounds very straightforward, but the implementation could be tricky. And if you ask, how do I use the fragmentation of user intent? How do I fragment the user intents into multiple intents to create dedicated flows for each one of them? I will give you this. You have to ask just 2 questions. Why they buy your product? Remember the example was with Apple or dentist. And then what is the stage you are in making this decision of purchasing a product? You have to understand, remember the example of the Hunter Geller, the mortgage broker company, that you definitely have, and you need to have an understanding of where user is. If he's in the research stage, provide one flow where you explain the necessity of this product and how helpful it is. If he's in consideration stage, different product. If he's in purchase stage, different flow. If you do this, if you spend significant or sufficient amount of hours in this, you will understand how to segment this, and you will understand how to create an effective flow. And I guarantee you will see very, very good results on this. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your presentation. That was really interesting to listen to it. And Igor, we have questions, so are you ready to answer them?
Of course.
Let's start with the first one. So let's say the site has a very high bounce rate. How to get out of this situation?
Well, what is a bounce rate? Bounce rate is a condition where user enters your site, generates just one hit, which is a page view hit, and doesn't generate any other hits, so event hit or any other interactive hits. Now, we just had this problem with one of our clients, and what you have to do the following. You have to increase the engagement on this page, and you have to increase the scroll depth of this page, and you have to implement different elements, engagement elements on this page. So how would I do this? And this is something that we're just currently doing. We know that works well. Is dynamic navigation on the page to increase user scroll down the page. This is dynamic navigation that stands standalone is a sticky element that follows you on the screen, where you can click on various elements on that, like a content block. You click and you auto scroll to a particular element on the page. The other thing you should think about in the spectrum of fragmenting user intent. So you should speak about use different types of user intents to provide this engagement elements on the screen. I know it's too many words, but basically what you need to do, you need to motivate scroll and motivate users to engage with the content. In order to motivate users to engage with content, create some useful instruments like calculators, like we did for Mortgage Broker Brisbane, like different checklists. You can have call to action, discover if you're ready for this purchase, and provide a checklist. Create a call to action, discover the process, how to secure a loan, for example. And by clicking there, user has already generated additional interactive event, and that will reduce the bounce rate and increase engagement.
Okay, that's a very nice answer. Well, let's keep up with the others. So, does the background color affect the conversion of an online store if you change white to black?
That's a funny one. If you read blog posts of various different experts, various different freelancers and people who work in the field at some level, they will say yes, it does, but it doesn't really. Remember, the smaller the change, the smaller the effect. If you want for it to be useful, the color of the button, you should change the copy in the button, the unique value proposition, the different elements around this were secondary unique value proposition, and you have to explain what will happen, what value a user will get as a result of clicking on that call to action. If you will do all that you will increase the interaction with the CTR with this element, with this button. But there is no guarantee that the user won't fall off on the other stages of the funnel. So it has to be a very thought through funnel with a high motivation to click on that particular button.
Okay, accepted. Thank you. The next question is, what CRO tools do you usually use and you can recommend to our listeners?
Tools, you mean SaaS tools for analysis and tracking? For
CRO tools.
Well, number one is Google Tag Manager. Number two, I'll just walk through them. Google Tag Manager, Google Analytics, Amplitude, Mixpanel, very good for analysis of websites. Amplitude and Mixpanel, very good for analysis of apps, web apps and mobile apps. Now, Google Analytics has the GA4, which is very similar to what event-based analytics tools are offering. Therefore, they are cannibalizing. Well, they're eating out the share of these other tools. I would always focus on the following. So you need to have a tool for qualitative data analysis, which I just said, these three, and there are many others, but these three are most widely used by non-data scientists. If you need to be if you need to dive deep into the analytics, you need Tableau or R, but otherwise this will be sufficient. Hotjar is a good one for video session recordings and surveys. Quoralo is great for surveys. You need to have some kind of tools like Browser Stack or cross-browser testing for bug fixing and to QA of your site. Definitely one of the tools for A/B testing, which is, well, Google Optimize is great, but however, there are more sophisticated ones like Optimizely, Convert, and others, but their downfall is that they're quite expensive. Not the Convert or VWO, but Optimizely is very expensive. And they don't provide, there is no a default integration with Google Analytics. So there will have to be some kind of integration done, which sometimes is quite tricky. All of this, but and many more, but I'll stay on this.
Okay, cool, thank you. Then we have kind of like a case study question. So while putting our product on the website, what's the best way to put them in terms of pricing? Low to high, high to low, or a mix? Or an offer besides a high price product?
You see, it's a question, this is a question what I'm quite often asked. And the answer to this is whatever your data says. If you make any decision based on your gut feeling or based on a suggestion of your friend or relative or whoever else it is, then it's a guesswork. Or let's do that because someone else said this or because it's a best practice. Remember, what is a best practice is a common practice. What is a common practice? Everyone else does. If everyone else does this, you won't be any different or any better than anyone else. So you have to base this on your data. Whatever is clicked on more, whatever is giving you the highest margin, whatever is bringing you most customer base, this is where this is how you should sort your products on your product listings.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, please show us how to do the research for user intents. I assume you use surveys, or can you show examples?
Surveys is one, interviews is another. I can show an example. If you want to see an example, go to somnifix.com. In mobile, now desktop also has this survey now running. And go to product page, and in desktop use the exit intent. So move your mouse cursor outside of the browser, and you will see a survey. Go through this, and this is only a small part of the user intent research, but nonetheless, it's a very important one. Or if you're on mobile, wait for, I think it's 20 seconds, and you will see this pop-up appear, will ask you questions. So it's surveys, online service, it's interviews, user testing. So sometimes we hypothesize that this product may have this kind of user intents. Let's test it with a potential client. And we test it and we ask user, where would you click? Which flow would you follow? And if we see that users are going through all the flows that we precise, one will go through this flow, the other through this flow, the next through this flow. So say they are all interested in this flow. So this is how we pre-validate our hypothesis before the A/B test.
Okay, Igor, we have one more question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So if your conversion touch points are more than 10, what would be your advice for returning visitors? A completely different website experience?
Hold on, if your conversion touch point
are more than 10.
What is a conversion touch point? If you give me if you formulate this in
a different way, let's see whether the audience can help us with this.
In a term related to conversion rate, AOV, or other metrics. If your conversion touch point, I'm not sure what the person is asking.
Okay, so maybe we'll just give more time for our audience to make questions, and in case they really want to get the answer, we will be able to get in touch with you in the future, and maybe you will answer that in a written form.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you so much for joining.
Bye-bye.
Okay, dear audience, now there will be a short video, and then we will welcome another speaker. So, see you soon.
Increasing sales is a complicated process that involves many components. Undoubtedly, one of the key factors here is the user engagement of your site. The main problem points: increasing the average session duration, increasing the number of articles/page views, increasing the demand for a specific product or service, decreasing customer hesitation. Now I will show you how to do it with Plurdy. 1. To increase the average session duration, create a pop-up that recommends website users to check out related content or informs them about current special offers. To do this, choose Promotion Pop-up, type in Plurdy's admin dashboard. 2. To increase the number of articles/page views, create a banner pop-up with the main information about the article/page and clear call to action. For this, just choose Banner Pop-up type. 3. To increase demand for a specific product or service, create a pop-up with tailored information and display it on the corresponding page. For example, 10 people are viewing/has already bought this product. For this, choose Customer Activity Pop-up. 4. To the lower amounts of customers that hesitate to create a pop-up with a suggestion to proceed order in one click. To do this, choose Order in one-click pop-up type. Thanks to these and other pop-ups, you could keep a potential customer from leaving and help you to engage the customer that want to use your services. Then, in Plurity's admin dashboard, you should configure where, when, and in what part of the screen to display your pop-up. You can set the timer to get the most interested users or choose exit intent to catch the bouncing ones. Actually, you can add both at once, and it's just a small part of all functionality. Try Plurity for free today. Track, analyze, and make your visitors convert into buyers.
Okay, so here we are back, and our next speaker is Denis. Let me add you to the stream. Hi.
Hello, hello.
Okay, so we're here to give you the floor, share your presentation, and let's listen to your speech.
Okay. Share screen. Can you see my presentation?
Just a moment. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Denis, and I'm a head of UX/UI department at Turum. And today, topic of my report is you can see conversion rate optimization by ESR approach, and I want to share 3 e-commerce case on how to increase CR by 55%. But first of all, I want to explain you who we are and what we do. Our company has been development and design interface for 11 years, and I think in this year it will be 12. And what we actually do, we increase revenue of e-commerce project using UX/UI, our expertise and another. And 12 out of today top 30 Ukrainian e-commerce have been designed and launched by our team. And in our portfolio, we has over 300 design projects for worldwide, Ukraine, USA, UK, and etc. Okay, and first of all, we focused on figures since it's the best way to demonstrate the effectiveness of our team. And you can see our cases, and we're very glad that we has a huge numbers of result. Okay, let's start my speech from some statistic. According to the Turum recused statistic in 2020, the number of specific requests for improvement of the KPI through UX/UI enhancement increased 12 times. You can see this on my slide. In comparison with 2017, and on the next screen you can see screen from Google Trends, and you can see how the demand is increasing, and popularity of keyword conversion rate is increased every year. And that's why we do good ways, good things. And I can name you at least 3 reasons why you should optimize your website. You know, the website, it's like a link or funnel of traffic and product, because the website converts more visitors when you deal with website. And the another way, it's the way to improve your user loyalty if you have good product. And you can improve your effectiveness of attracting visitors if you optimize your traffic. And now let's see what business result you can see gets thanks to user interface and CR improvements. You can see this formula and the answer on the question, what is your website potential? You can see how to calculate the potential of your site. For example, if we increase your CR by 13%. Yes, example, an average online store. It's we deal with top of e-commerce of Ukraine, and it's traditional numbers for our customers. For example, we have traffic for 100,000 users per month. Conversion rate is 3.75%. Number of this conversion 15,000. Average order value it's $50, and monthly revenue at $750,000. And we increase conversion rate by 13%, and the traffic stayed the same. Conversion rate increase and stay 4 and 24%. Number of conversion is more than 17,000, and average order value stays the same, $50, but monthly revenue increase. And we have 97,500 thanks to the website redesign. It's I think huge result for this. And let's take a look for examples. On our data. But first of all, I want to share you our quotes. You know, we big fan of numbers, and that's why we like this quote. Without data, you're just another person with an opinion. You know, early we thought that it Don Norman said, but in general, it said Edward Demon is the father of data science, I think. Yeah, and I want to share you what is the ESR approach. It's our methodology. It's evolution of site redesign, and this is continuous step-by-step improvement of online store interface and correction of critical mistake. And you can see this this picture, and we it's our view to how every e-commerce project has to increase with using this evolutional approach. And we see this approach in the middle of our UX UI expertise and CRO tactics. And I want to share you some process of this picture of this process of ESR, and you can see this idea. I want to share some text about it. Yeah, it's first of all, it's preparation phase. It's deal with requirements, analysis of goals, and etc. etc. We need research. After this information, we analyze UX using the equipment of Google Analytics, Tag Manager, and other tools. For example, Plerdy. Why not? Because it is a good tool for searching and checking behavior of our visitors. Getting feedback and another. After this analyze fast, we go through further to development of hypothesis. We make hypothesis, set priority. After that, implement, checking this information, and back on track to development on the hypothesis. Yes, and this approach, I want to share some approach on real cases. The first case is optimization conversion for Intertop. Intertop is omni-channel fashion retailer #1 in Ukraine, and they have a lot of offline shops in 25 city of Ukraine, and 3.5 million online visitors per month. Okay, first of all, we started from search, because search is important design element, because it's used by warm leads who know for sure what they want and what they are looking for. And according with this information, we realize that it's only 3% of website users use the search tool, but in numbers and figures, it's 60,000 visitors per month. And another side of this information, when search is used, conversion is 6 times higher than traditional, than another person. And we look through the interface, and it was terrible. Yeah, and when for example, when I type Nike, I can see the relevant result. It's a lot of problem. We had a lot of problem with this, and our UX audit confirmed it, and we throughout. We studied top search of the website users. It's a brand, it's a name of category, it's a mixed request. And after that, we elaborate the search operation algorithm based on the user search queries and make some recommendation for development. Yeah, and after that, we have this result. Transaction rate from the search increased by 74.6%, and bounce rate decreased by 3 times. And this is, I think it's amazing result for search and for real revenue for this company. Okay, let's take a look for another example. This is evolution of the product cart. We have 3 iterations, 3 stages of this improving of figures of these pages. Okay, the first took place in 2008, and we analyzed the product page and identified a number of mistakes based on the collection data, its user behaviors, clicks, and web visitors. The main issues was its unclickable logo of the brands, but it was very popular behavior. Click to the brands, and the users wanted to see all product list of this brand. And after that, product description was the huge, and the users didn't want to read this information. The decision-making area didn't fit on the first screen, and CTA on the second screen. The detail section was not obvious and got lost in the interface, and little and pure quality product photos that wouldn't zoom in one clicked upon. And after that, we have a result of the first optimization. During the first phase of product cart redesign, we eliminated this problem and increase conversion, micro conversion from the product cart by 31%. After that, we have a number of new issues. First of all, it's the company wanted to minimize the green color. Yeah, but it's very funny because we have another result about colors. Yeah, after that, it's another problem. It's a mobile pattern started to prevail since the target audience had become younger. It's TikTok generation. Users try to swipe and type like a mobile app, and the design didn't meet those modern requirements. And of course, its Scalenhof online store resulted in the emergence of the new beauty section, and the product cart didn't take into account specific features of these products. Moreover, the website content policy had to be updated, and you can see the example of this problem. Yeah, this labels and colors crash our photo. Yeah, and the number of product returns because of wrong sites and had to be minimized because of increased conversion, and users started to add more goods on the cart. After we conducted an analysis and development hypothesis, the following change were introduction. For this, for example, for the desktop version, we designed 2 product images from different angles for illustration purposes. The brand logo was moved to the product photo near the add to favorite, and breadcrumbs were hidden in this way. And we have this result helped this changes. We increase CR from the product cart to the cart. It's a macro conversion increase plus 12%. And our main star is the mobile product cart. Now we change a lot of on this page, and now it looks like a mobile app. I think it's amazing look. You can see it all on the real site in intertop.com.ua. Yeah, and from mobile version, we hide breadcrumbs. We added bottom sheet on like this, navigation for showing the additional information, like in a mobile app, and we moved labels to the decision making area. Under photo, so that they didn't cover important parts of the image, and introduced expanding bottom sheet to minimize product returns. For example, when you click not on this button, on the button middle, the product page, and the interface asked you, are you sure about your size? And help this, we increase conversion rate, macro conversion, plus 38%. Okay, and the next micro case of this in the Intertop is the evolution of pop-up cart. Having analyzed the pop-up cart at the outset of the project, we identified the main mistakes: duplication of add to cart, unstructured information on this page, and effective cross-sell blocks. Yeah, and you can see this unnecessary for this page. And in the first phase of the optimization, we solved these issues, and we had this product cart like this. According to A/B testing results, the conversion rate increased by 54, more than 54%. This change also influence the user interaction and behavior beside the average order value, increased with lead to further optimization. Here are some new tasks you can see on my screen. Average order value increased, and pop-up cart couldn't accommodate all the items because of the long scroll for this. Bonus program change, and the accent of the bonuses was needed. And the third one is a problem with the selection of the product size and quantity approach. For example, when I click on this, nothing changed. After the second optimization phase, the following changes were introduced in these numbers, and now it looks like this very huge but convenient pop-up. And the left side you can see goods, and the right side some information, the price, bonus program, and another. On the mobile version you can see this bottom with this goods also buy, and when you click you can scroll to the goods, and this amazing result of the optimization of conversion. One more example of the ESR is navigation improvement. Earlier I said about TikTok generation, younger users, and we analyze this and make convenient patterns for this target audience. It's bottom navigation, and for example, we got some icon of account, and now this icon situated on the bottom, not on the on this menu. And for now we have increasing of, first of all, ARPU, average revenue per user, is plus 51%, more than 51%. Another figures you can see on my slide. Okay. And the result of the Turumburum and Intertop cooperation after 1 year, we had this one. It's increasing of checkout conversion rate, is ARPU, increasing full CR. But after this year, in year of COVID, we have new result. Yeah, it's CR plus 10 and 6%. I think it's amazing because of Intertop has a lot of offline store, but we try to keep in mind the online and increase. Okay. The second case, it's conversion optimization user ESR for Infoshina. Infoshina has been one of the leader Ukrainian retailers of the car tires and rims since 2013. Their online store gets over 600,000 visitors per month, and the company is an official dealer of Michelin, Goodyear, and another brands of tires. And first of all, we began the project with the optimization of the product card, since it is a major decision-making spot. And during the analysis, we identified the number of mistakes. To key one was the sticky button buy was situated on the top of the screen. It's not convenient for users because it's better. It was a bad idea, and we made A/B testing, and we did one thing. We replaced this button on the bottom. And now we had increasing of conversion the 85%. And this slide is a proof that the statistical significance of the A/B testing is correct. Yeah, we have a good result of this. And after that, we eliminated extra blocks. According the A/B test, we increase conversion by 13% more. We make no structure for product page and have this result. And you can see this on my screen. And this slide is a proof of statistical significance of this A/B testing. This signification is 99%. Everything is okay. And we conduct the optimization further down the sales funnel. And during the analysis, we identified several issues on the checkout page. Here are some of them. For example, the two similar looking buttons, place order and continue shopping. And main CTO button was blue, not green. But on the whole project, we have a green button. It's unnecessary in this range. And after cutting this inconvenient button, we have result increasing the conversion, micro conversion, by 14%. Yeah, and this, I think it's amazing for this company, and in season of the winter of before summer, they have a lot of money thanks that. Okay, and the third case is conversion optimization user ESR for Argo. Argo is a huge Ukrainian clothing company that respond such brands in Ukraine as Benetton, Penti, Orsay, Veromoda, Mango, Lee Cooper, and another. And we started working on the Argo project with the product card, and we analyzed this and solved a lot of problems. For example, it's unstructured information right here, duplicator of headers, yeah, on this one, and the main call to action buy button was black, but the all accent on the site was red. It was something strange. Having solved this issue and recolored the buy button to the red, we managed to double the conversion rate. This we changed only color of this button, and we have a result that's the conversion rate doubled. It's amazing, I think. And besides, we know the unusual card icon on the back. And having done some research, we discovered that it could have a negative impact on the site conversion. The attitude that users have towards back and cards are different. You can see the same information on the link, and maybe after this presentation I can share you. And the idea that when users see this card, they think, okay, it's okay. After some looking for the goods, I can manage with this card. But back, it's a finished buying process. And we changed the icon to a shopping cart. As a result of this change, only the icon to standard cart image, we boost conversion rate by 55 and 8%. This was the last example of ESR approach for this, and in the end of my presentation, I want to share some information, like strategy tips for 2021. What should be taken into account? First of all, is experiment. Even the slightest change produce tangible results. You should make more experiment with your store, with your site, with your product. You have a chance. You have a chance to make some troubles and mistake, but it's uncontrolled. No, I'm sorry. It's control. You can control it. Yeah, the second one is focused only on the KPI of your interface, not on how beautiful it looks like. Don't be guided by anyone's opinion. Effectiveness is the main criteria, and our cases is proved it. And don't rest on your accomplishment. Aim high and reach of the stars. And I still Denis, and I still working in Tirumbarum. And you can visit our website, add me to the friends on the Facebook, and please subscribe to our YouTube channel, Instagram, Behance, subscribe onto our blog, and keep up with the e-commerce trend. Yes, thank you for attention. I think that is all.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. That was really interesting to listen to it, and now we can see you. So, Denis, we have some questions, and let's start with the first ones.
Okay.
So, can you share about the non-standard cases of the conversion analysis?
It's good questions. Non-standard cases of conversion analysis. It's a hard question to realize it, yeah, and share. If we don't talk about colors of the, for example, over a background of some non-traditional case, I don't know. I think we saw some extra cases when the users see the price, and the product has a high bounce rate, and we try to understand what the problem, because price was so low, and we didn't understand why. And we realized that the problem was the price didn't have currency. Yeah, yeah, and we thought that it's obvious, it's a hryvnia, Ukrainian hryvnia, but they thought that it was a box.
Okay, that's why it first the item was cheap, but who knows what the currency is, so maybe it's not that cheap.
Yeah, and we made some poll and realized it.
That's a good experiment. Yeah. Well, if you already mentioned something about the colors, we had the previous question about the colors, and that would be interesting to listen to your answer. So we had a question about, does the background color affect the conversion of an online store? If you change white to black, for example.
Yes, because when, for example, when you have some online media for very big articles, you should use only white background. But if you talk about e-commerce, it depends on tasks and aims of this project. maybe for some promotion, some maybe some stocks, I don't know, promotion, and this not long page, you can use black because it's like luxury color, and this color can emphasize and highlight this your product, one of three products. But if you talk about traditional e-commerce or hypermarket like Amazon or Rozyetka in Ukraine, it's a bad idea to make background black because it gonna be unreadable.
Okay, cool. Then we see there is quite an interesting question. I think you might even use a presentation. So the question is, I do not understand what was changed in the search functionality. Could you explain what is fixed to improve search conversion rates?
Okay. The search is a area that a lot of e-commerce projects can't deal with because they think, oh, okay, it's only search. And it was the first problem, and we have this problem on our market, not only Ukrainian market and worldwide market, and that's why we have some extra products for deal with this problem. And in our case, we have bad search. They work like you type only one word, and in this case, maybe the search could show you your relevant result. In another case, when you want to type, for example, sneakers Nike, the search didn't get you your information. And we analyze this titles, this text, this request, and make a huge task for developers, and they make new engine of the search. And our works was that we emphasize some problem, they make list of this request, and make algorithm how does they work. And it was our increasing point, I think.
Okay, cool. I believe the person who had this question is satisfied with the answer. And then we want to ask you which tools you use for A/B testing.
First of all, it's Google Optimize. I think it's traditional Google tool. It's if we talk about web, and I think that's all. Maybe, but for application, we use, if I'm not mistaken, UXCam, and they make some recording of behavior of users, and also we can make A/B test on mobile application.
Okay, nice. And the last question is about, okay, so people want to learn how you brainstorm to create the design for the landing page.
Oh.
Or how you come up with the ideas for that.
First of all, it's analysis of behaviors, it's not figures, and we realize what is the problem, what should we do. It's the base. After that, we I don't know. We stay in the office after work, bring some beer, and brainstorming. But say the truth, I don't know. It's we have some process of communication in the team, and based on data and our experience, we generate this idea. I don't know. I think it's traditional conversation, traditional chatting with each other and generation. We don't have, we didn't invent something new.
So just communication with the right people.
Yeah. It's communication, and because whole decision based on our experience and our synergy of our team.
Wow, that sounds so good.
Yeah.
Okay, Denis, there is one more question about the app testing name. Could you repeat that? The app testing name.
UXCam. UXCam.
Okay, and maybe let's have one more question, because so we have some questions that we would ask the same to the speakers to listen to your various opinions. So let's repeat the question about imagine that the website has a very high bounce rate. How to solve the situation?
I want to know context of this problem, because for example, some cases we have a good bounce rate, 20% for direct or organic traffic on this website. It's okay, but on paid traffic we had bounce rate like 80%. It's huge. And we dealt with it and realized that first of all the advertisement was bad, with bad messages, with bad quality on the picture, and the link was unusual. For example, I googled I want to buy sneakers, click on this banner, and I see, for example, hats, and that's why it's not convenient and unusual. I want to see my sneakers, and this is first problem. You should check and optimize your traffic and the links on your paid traffic. For example, if you talk about some I don't know, product page, you should analyze behaviors of your users, why they exit. For example, if you see that a user entered to your website, started from product page, move cursor to the some titles and exit. Maybe the problem that the users can see or didn't see some I don't know, important information or price or another. But I think it's obvious for us. But in some cases, it's not obvious. And after that, you have to make some hypothesis about this and make a B test. For example, replace some blocks on this page in the first recommendation of this case. And the second, make some polls on email, on some messengers, on the website. And for example, previous speaker, our friend, said that you can make this poll in Hotjar, maybe on Plergy, when you move out from the website, and the site ask what's the problem, why why are you running, why do you want to exit of the site? And ask, I think about everything you can ask your users.
Exactly. Thank you so much for your answers, and thank you so much for your time and the presentation. It was really nice to host you here. So we are entering again a short video, and then we will welcome a new speaker.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
A conversion is a completed action of your website visitors that are considered profitable. Each website has its own strategies and goals based on its niche and its purpose, but everyone wants to achieve them as fast as possible with minimum effort. Now I will show you how to increase your conversions with Plurdy. Conversion is all about user behavior. With Plurdy Heatmap tool, you can understand it. Analyzing user behavior with Plurdy Heatmap, you should start with investigating all important blocks and elements on the pages. Determine which page elements gets the majority of the first clicks. This means that user right after entering the page find it most interesting or noticeable. After that, take a look at the scroll depth to determine which section is viewed the most often to use it for CTA banner or pop-up. Conversion is all about user engagement. With Plurdy Pop-up Builder, you can increase it. To increase user engagement, you can build a pop-up that recommends website users to check out related content or informs them about current special offers. You can even create an NPS feedback form that can be used to ask visitors a question or encourage them to evaluate their user experience and website performance. Conversion is all about your website SEO performance. With Plurdy SEO alerts, you can analyze it. Every day in the administration panel, you can view and analyze all the SEO metrics of your website pages with any user activity. You can also use advanced filters to choose the necessary groups of pages, divided according to certain mistakes with title, description, H1, and other. SEO alerts will send you daily and weekly emails with the previous day's metrics reports to keep you updated on any critical flaws. And all of this is just a smart part of CRO and UX online marketing platform Plurity, which currently possesses more than 100 features. Set it up in just a few minutes by inserting a single script in your website before closing tag or with Google Tag Manager. Try Plurity for free today. Track, analyze, and make your visitors convert into buyers.
Okay, welcome back. And our next speaker is Grant. Hi, Grant. How are you doing?
Hello there. I'm actually not doing too bad this morning. So you can see the mess behind me. One of the functions
okay.
of working at home, you know?
You know what could be an advice? You know what I did? I just changed my table. So now you can see the wall. But if I change it back, you will see the mess.
Oh, you don't want to see anything. Everything in this room is a mess. It's okay. No.
Okay. That's good. So I'll give you the floor, share your presentation, and it's your time.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. We'll get this going. Hopefully you can see that presentation now. I'm going to launch it. Great. All right. Let's start the slideshow and let's get going. It wants to start. There you go. All right. Welcome, everyone. My name is Grant Simmons. I'm the VP of Performance Marketing at Homes.com. In case you hear some slight accent, I live in America. I'm an expat Brit, and I've been here for about 30 years. So today, I'm going to teach you some stuff that we learned. It's all about learning from the past to be better in the future, or as we say, not just better, smarter in the future. Quick public service announcement, be smart, wear a mask. There you go. All right, enough of that, no politics. So let's just get back. Homes.com. We are really smart people. All right. I'm not joking about that. This is not a diss at the company. What I'm telling you today is exactly what happened. We made some big mistakes, and please learn from us. And that's me, only relatively smart. A little bit about Homes.com. We're a large real estate portal. 110 million pages, millions of visits a month, hundreds of millions of page views a month. This is when I joined the company in 2014. We were under a Google penalty at the time, managed to get them out of a Google penalty. Everything was great. It was a team effort. Like I said, smart people. We just made some mistakes in the past. So in 2018, we decided to launch a new design, not just a new design, new platform, new features on one of the largest real estate portals in the US. There were some big lessons learned. You can see some of those lessons in that diagram of traffic. Obviously not great. The good news is we've been smart enough not to do it again. You might notice there's a little theme of prehistoric things here. And I'm going to go through a few of the things that we learned to hopefully help you guys with the CRO, UX, some SEO, a lot of knowledge, thought, and process. So the first things we learned: targeting, defining and UX aligning with audience. Testing, UX, opinion versus data versus what I call shiny objects. Timing, our preparation of production and push. And trust, how we lost it and how we got it back. Now, they're the most obvious lessons learned. There was lots. And when I say lots, I mean a lot. So let's step through this, okay? Let's go. Targeting. Do you know your audience? And do you think you know your audience? So we started off, we knew our audience. I mean, you know, who were our audience? Well, our website showed that we had an older demographic, 54 plus female, and on-site polling, we used Hotjar, just to give an idea of how old people were, what they were looking for and everything else. So that was great. These were the known knowns. What we decided to do was, hey, maybe we don't want to go for the old people. Maybe we want to go for the young people. You know, expand our audience. So we decided to target young home buyers. Why did we do that? Because it was known as the largest demographic, Gen X, millennials. They're the folks that have grown up, you know, with people like me telling them what to do. And essentially, our agency recommended we go after this target. The industry buzz was all about millennials and Gen X being the biggest home buy market. And so, first mistake, we didn't trust our own data. And that sounds funky. Why should you always go after your own audience? But, you know, New audiences, sure, you can go after new audiences, but it's really more of an incremental improvement to UX. It's sometimes better, as opposed to assuming that older people or different demographic of people are going to like what you introduce for younger people. So I call that targeting UX to users. This was very much pitched by the agency and very much taken by us. It was, we don't want to be in the sea of sameness. What did that mean? It meant that a lot of our competitors and us looked very, very much alike. You could swap out a logo, and it's pretty much the same site. I think the key thing here is not to make assumptions on UX. And don't make assumptions just because everyone else is doing something. You should try something different. This was that UX sea of sameness. Yeah, different pictures behind, but basically there's a search box. And people, when you go to a real estate site, have a search box. So that competitive analysis was everyone looks the same. So really we said, let's not be the same, let's stand out. So we came out with some new interfaces, new UX, and we tried it. And our target audience, when I say our target audience, that millennial guy, that Gen X, young Gen X, said it was amazing. And this you can see is a different kind of interface for search. It was a pull down, a drop down type interface. And we did some testing, and the results were everyone understood the difference and everyone chose the sentence-based search. All right, so we're really happy about this. Revolutionary, amazing. So was it really our target audience though? Because our demo targeting was wrong, no one ended up using it. The comments we got is, where's the search box? And this is confusing. This was one lesson in UX targeting to the right audience. So our thing was, we rolled it back, lesson learned, targeted UX matters, targeted UX to the right audience, and obviously not making assumptions about that audience. And now we have a search box. Now, does that seem obvious? Yes, but remember, we were trying to go for a different targeting, a different audience. We thought we could not ignore our current audience, but we could certainly, help bring them along, bring them into the 20th century. It was obvious in retrospect. So that targeting UX to users, that innovation of UX from a sea of sameness, we didn't realize was actually the sea of familiarity. So sometimes it's not good changing something to hope you get another audience. You've got to bring them along slowly, and you attract other audiences as well. Now, nothing is an absolute in CRO, UX, SEO, performance marketing. So obviously your mileage may vary, but don't just change everything for the sake of changing it to attract new audiences. Really, the targeting should be well defined by who you have, and incremental improvements to UX can help. So how did we find out this didn't work very well? Well, we did a lot of testing. Now, we did a lot of testing. Yes, because testing is about the user, stupid. It's not about the stupid user. Unfortunately, we decided on our wrong target audience. Don't judge us. It really was a challenge, but we wanted to go for what we considered to be a larger audience, a new larger audience. We asked the agencies to conduct some user testing for some new features they pitched. So we wanted innovation and we wanted differentiation. Remember, we wanted to break out the sea of sameness. We wanted to do something really cool, something that was for this mobile generation, this millennial / Gen X who brought up with mobile devices. We wanted a mobile first experience. At the end of the day, fire is good, right? Something new. Well, what we learned is that fire also burns. I want to introduce something that you guys should all be aware of, and if you're not, it's a great refresher. Statistical significance. We're smart people, right? We know what that means. Testing is the key to understanding, and our agency presented the methodology to get statistical significance. Pre-screening. This was our guys, our target, very spot on, likely homeowners, familiar with websites. It was all cool. This was the testing regime. We had mobile and desktop. We had homepage, SERP. We had different flows. It was really well planned. The challenge is, and hope someone noticed, 16 total tests. 16 total tests with lots of different scenarios. Now, we're smart, all right, but we trusted our agency, and this isn't an agency diss, but there was only 16 total tests. All right, so just to get an idea of what statistical significance is, it's whether we can get enough results, which is likely beyond chance. So it shows some factor of interest. And most statisticians agree that the meaningful result is 100 to 1,000. Even with a population like the US, even with a home buying population like in the US, which is around 15 to 20 million kind of interested parties a year, 1,000 can generally get a good result. Now, I just want to take a quick brain break here. This story isn't about a bad agency, and it's not necessarily about us not being smart, because everyone in this scenario, everyone in this story is smart. But it was about implicit bias. We loved the ideas. We loved it. It being the new design, the ideas, the concept, the innovations. We really were bought into this. The challenge was we based our assumptions and decisions on emotion, not necessarily real valuable data. And when I say we loved it, we really loved it all. The design was brilliant. The ideas, the concepts were brilliant. The idea of breaking out of a traditional mold, of having different features and functions that we thought millennials, Gen Xers would love, our target audience would love. And we loved the feedback we got, even from the one of 16 users. It's exceptional. It's more refined and sophisticated. It's brilliant. Now, just remember that there's implicit bias in how people review as well if you get a small sample set. So really, we got everything we wanted. We're like the emperor with no clothes. Everyone says how nice our jackets are. We really didn't do enough and didn't get significance in our testing. And so, burn baby burn. I'm not trying to get back to the disco inferno. The key findings were laid out, and it was pretty cool. And then when you look back in retrospect, you read between the lines, implied functionality, unsure, nuanced differences, often confusing. Some remain confused. Implied function. Now, we incrementally improved on this, but with such a small sample set, our UX was kind of doomed to failure. I just know how it implied. This is a really nice way of saying suggested but not directly expressed. That's like having buttons in an elevator, in a lift, that have no numbers on, and it's suggested or implied that the buttons at the bottom go to the ground floor. That is not great UX. That is letting people think too much. That is let people make too many decisions. We really want to keep it simple. And we really, lesson learned, let the data decide. Not only that, don't let emotion rule it, be objective. And what we also find is simplicity is better than shiny. Meaning great, fantastic designs doesn't mean great UX. You really have to run it by your users. You really have to make sure they understand it simply. And I'll come back to simply. So let's do a quick recap. Bad targeting and bad testing, potentially bad outcomes. Well, probably guessed it wasn't the great outcomes. I showed the diagram at the beginning. So let's talk about timing. We had a lot of pressure. I say that nicely. We were running behind because we were trying to get this right. There was a new platform, everything else. And really the question kept being asked is, are you ready to launch? Are you really ready to launch? And I want to underscore those challenges that we had. There's lots of smarts involved in this, a lot of very smart people working day and night, lots of great work happening, and a lot of buy-in to those ideas and concepts, a lot. So we are the emperors with no clothes, wondering why everyone might be looking at us, and everyone in the end goes, no, it's really great ideas. There's lots of cost involved that we didn't want to keep compiling cost, and lots of pressure from competition to business agency. We really wanted to get it done. So just to get an idea of where this whole load of smart people were, and I myself included, we were 100% focused on go-to-market. What would we do? We understood it wouldn't be perfect, and we had a launch and test and iterate mentality. From an SEO standpoint, we were changing technology, we're changing platforms, we're changing all the URLs, essentially getting it exactly where we wanted. There was lots of moving parts, like redirects and everything else, and lots of sleepless nights. But at the end of the day, because we had this buy-in, because we all agreed this was fundamentally different, never been seen before in the industry, we knew it wasn't going to be perfect, but we were excited, we were hungry, everyone wanted to launch. So we launched. And this is kind of what happened. And let me leave that there just for a moment, because there were the first week or 2 weeks, we had platform failures. We had a lot of challenges. We saw traffic drop. We saw engagement drop. We saw conversions drop. It was not a happy time. Now, why was that in retrospect? Incorrect user targeting, UX targeting, a completely new user experience that people didn't have any familiarity with. Pervasive platform failures. It was challenging, JavaScript framework, lots and lots of SEO issues, and our launch day was not a good day. In fact, it wasn't a good month, and it wasn't a good year. So the real big lessons learned from this when you're making UX changes, ideally incremental is always better. And it's tough when you're launching not a new brand, but you're launching a brand new website. You want to be innovative, and you can't actually build on what you have. Timing is all about these following things. It's basically everything. So the lesson learned is, and this is a big lesson learned, there are no deadlines. Yeah, you might be told there's deadlines, but there shouldn't be any deadlines. There is only the time to get it right. So that's the big thing about timing, is you make sure it's right. You make sure you're testing the testing. You make sure that everyone in the organization is doing the testing, and you make sure you have the time to get it right. And there is always time to get it right, because getting it wrong, as I am hopefully teaching you, is not a great experience, not a great place to wake up in the morning. So a lot of hard conversations ensued. Like I said, we're smart people. We realized that this was a challenge. And so, we had a lot of sit down conversations, and actions happened immediately, a lot of urgency. A lot of these conversations weren't pleasant, but they're definitely necessary. And there was a certain mantra that rang through my head, which is, life is not about how many times you fall down, it's about how many times you get back up. That was a famous teacher in Los Angeles that said that. But really it was about, okay, we screwed up. We made a mistake. Now, how do we fix it? There wasn't much in the way of, let's have some kind of look back and see how we could have done it better. No, our immediacy was we had to get it fixed. And why did we have to get it fixed? Really quickly. And how can you get things fixed really quickly? The reason we had to get it quickly is we actually, our number 4 is trust. We lost user trust and we lost Google trust. It might seem like user trust is the most important thing, but really the Google trust is people couldn't find us. So that was a big challenge. So, I'm going to tell you how we got it back, and you can get it back or avoid losing it in the first place, obviously. So what was the challenges again? I'll keep repeating some of this stuff just to make sure you understand. We tried to change user behavior. Now, you can change user behavior, but it's not an overnight thing, and it's not cheap. And you have to really have something that is simpler. And what we tried to do was not easy. It wasn't a great idea, and it's not a great idea to try and change user behavior most of the time. Like I said, we've got to find a way of changing it, but introducing it so that it's simpler. More innovation does not mean it's more complex. It's got to be simpler and more intuitive. We thought it was. We learned. There's so many more hard conversations, and still not pleasant, but still necessary. And we basically went back to the drawing board. Now, we had a platform, we had a website, we had something out there. We couldn't roll it back. That was one of the challenges from a platform standpoint, and from changing the URLs. We couldn't just roll it back. They're established. It took a while for us to get all the ducks in a row. But we had a strategy, a central theme, and that was put the user in the center of everything. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing we did is fix everything for Google. Even with the user first, Google is just a really picky user. And if users can't find you, then it didn't really matter. And we dropped a lot of keywords. We dropped a lot of rankings. We couldn't be found as easy. So we had to fix some of the key core platform issues so that Google would actually find us, start to like us a little bit more, and send us the traffic. Doesn't matter how good your CRO is, if you don't have traffic, it's not going to work as well. Then we removed everything that wasn't used. Obviously, we could see what was being used of our new shiny functions. There was a lot of really, really cool stuff, but it wasn't being used because obviously it wasn't useful. It wasn't useful in the process. Now, like I said, we introduced some really cool stuff. It was a new map experience. It was, you can see in this center image, we did programmatic descriptions, you know, charming and spacious 4-bedroom bungalow, Colonial Place, as opposed to just an address, which our folks, our competitors were doing. We had a different filtering system whereby you can do nice to haves and must haves. It was really, really cool. I'm not joking. It was innovative. It was brilliant. We even had something where you could scan a picture of the house you liked and we would bring up similar homes. Now, snap and search, brilliant. Once again, really, really cool with a good UX. All right. So it wasn't just about having something that was not used. It wasn't useful. And so that was the big miss that we have. And it doesn't matter how good your UX is. And other people thought we had a really good UX as well. Like Forbes said it was brilliant, you know, but users didn't. So it's great if you get the coverage. It's just someone else saying the emperor's clothes are really cute. But really, if you're a user, you ended up not using some of this functionality. People were looking for a search box, didn't find it. Something simple like that. So innovation was a challenge. UX was a challenge that followed on from that. So remember, users didn't like our stuff. We did. Forbes did. Lots of other publications did. The industry did. But users didn't. So ouch. Users are everything. For us, user first meant targeting to the aligned users. So follow the data that we have, the data that who was coming to our site. Thorough testing, which was listening to the data, actually not letting emotion drive it, but actually listening to the data and satisfying the user. I heard the gentleman just before talking about satisfying the user. That was the key thing. It wasn't about ourselves. It wasn't about whether we liked it. Although, you know, most of the people in the company have bought homes. It wasn't about that. It was about making sure the user was satisfied. And when I say about everyone in the company bought a home, we actually had what we call eat your own dog food, which was all our product people, all our developers, all our salespeople, everyone else was inspired to use the new site and basically give their feedback. Now that increased the number from 16 to hundreds. And so we made it a goal that everyone is really a tester in the company. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't have people from outside. In fact, we did do user testing at usertesting.com. We did get other feedback, but it ended up that everyone should be a tester of your own product. Because if you don't like it, no one else is. And you should be able to give free, honest opinions based on what you see in your own site. So the user first was also about finding the points of friction. You know, they didn't understand a lot of what was happening. So we removed the point of frictions. And there was lots of them. It wasn't just about the new features and functions and brilliant innovation. Sometimes it was simple as a button. You know, it was in the wrong place or it didn't say the right thing. So although we thought we had made all the right decisions, we really focused on removing all the points of frictions. And step 4 is we give the users what they want. So users wanted to just get to a home search and find homes that match their criteria. And that was really our guiding principle, was to do something simply smarter with an emphasis on simply, because it's good to do things smarter. We thought we were really smart, and we are smart people. I want to keep underscoring there was no lack of desire, passion, understanding and intelligence to do the right thing. And we thought we were. There was a lot of mistakes made because we weren't as smart as our users, or maybe we thought we were smarter than our users. But at the end of the day, we focus now on simply smart, and it drives everything we do. And simply smarter means about satisfying your users, and Google is just a very picky user. I'm flying through this, and I hope we got time for questions at the end. At the end of the day, this story is really simplified and can be simplified. Good UX can build engagement, and we certainly hoped and planned that a better UX would build engagement and so help us in this site. But great UX builds companies, and great UX is UX that aligns with what your users understand in a simple way and gets them really quickly to what they need, what they want, that aligns with your business goals. Now that is UX. CRO is about making sure that your business goals are met, and SEO is and paid search and any other traffic source is about driving folks to the site so they can have that experience, and driving the right folks to the site so they can have that experience. And we hope that if we build great UX, and we certainly improved so much by simplifying what we had, getting rid of what wasn't useful, and really focusing on what the user needs were, that you can win back some Google trust. So you can see here, 2018, we saw that massive decline. Got around to February 2020, this number of keywords that we're ranking for, we're almost back to previous heights, and certainly from a standpoint of number of keywords we rank, we are back. We're just still improving incrementally, where we rank 1 to 3 and where we rank 4 to 10. So it's an ongoing journey. Winning back Google's trust, as you can see, took us almost 2 years. That is a lot of hard work, a lot of smarts, a lot of focus, and like I said, something simply smarter. So let's go back to the things we learned on all this. Apart from cavemen and the women can be fun. Put the user at the center of everything. Really key. And it should have been how we started, and we should have really understood our user better, and we should have targeted the user that we already had, as opposed to expanding too much, too fast, too quickly, and make the assumption that everyone else would come along with the ride. Know who your users are, not who you think they are. That really comes down to beyond polling, beyond the analytics you have, really talking to people, and really finding out if they use you, why. If they don't, why not? What would convince them to use you guys? It comes down to intent. It comes down to familiarity. It comes down to the bottom line of who they are, what they know, what their friends know, who their circle of friends are, how they're influenced by, in our case, agents, to really know the users, and not rely on who you think they are or might be. Test your UX with 100 to 1,000 of your user cohort, or the tool's statistical significance. We obviously always try and test poll with 1,000 to 2,000 just to make sure we have great data that's representative with a margin of error plus or minus 3 to 6%. We really focus that now. This is lessons learned, but never do anything without 100 people taking a look at it and giving feedback and opinion. And that can be 100 internal people. Trust the data, not your emotional gut. We are very smart people. We trusted our gut. We trust our emotions. We ignored somewhat the data, or we didn't dig enough deep into the data. So really trust the data. Take the time to get it right. I say there is no other timing. There is only the timing to get it right. And I say least imperfect. It doesn't have to be perfect. Least imperfect is the enemy of good enough. So that's not right. Perfect is the enemy of good enough. Sometimes it takes 95% of the time to get the last 5% right. You can launch and iterate. You can launch and fix. You can launch and get insights. But least imperfect is a way to actually launch so you can get those insights. Perfection is an almost unattainable goal. So take the time to get it right. Eat your own dog food. We talked about testing. Everyone should be using your product if you have a product. Everyone should be using your website if you have a website. And by that, everyone within your company. So if you're not using your website, why not? Because if I'm searching for a home, the first place I go to is homes.com. And why? Because I think it offers a simply smarter search experience. And that's not just me saying the company line. That's our goal, and that's what we've tried to do. So at the end of the day, eat your own dog food. And if you end up, your staff, don't use your product, then obviously that's a flaw. You have to fix it. Google is just a picky user. That's really interesting. Now, a lot of people say you should optimize to Google. Google's just a user. It's a picky user because they see a little bit more than some users do. But satisfy your users, generally you will satisfy Google, as long as you have a great platform, as long as you're serving up pages, as long as they can see the pages. And a simple UX is a smarter UX. Remove friction. Friction points are where you see people dropping off in your funnel. Removing that friction is often the best advice, and eating your own dog food is normally the best way to find it. And satisfy your users simply. I like to say intent to content is how we connect search users to websites. We have to match their intent, and having a great user experience and satisfaction is about the speed of that intent to content. So can we get people to be satisfied as quick as possible and as easy and as simple as possible? That's really the lessons we learned. And I'll leave that up there for a sec and just repeat them. User first, know who your users are, test with the right amount, trust your data, take the time to get it right. Internal testing is key. Google is just a picky user. Simple UX is normally smarter UX, and satisfy users simply. And that's simply smarter. And with that, I'd like to say thank you. Hopefully you've learned a lot from us. As we've recovered, it's been quite a fun ride, and it's good to see us back on top with some smarts and some good lessons learned. So thank you. And I'm going to stop sharing and back to Sophia.
Okay, yeah, Grant, thank you so much for sharing and for such a cool storytelling presentation. I really felt there were a couple of things that really inspired me, because all of these cartoon-like figures that you used, they reminded me of, I think there is a movie or a cartoon that I used to watch when I was a kid, like people living in caves and they are trying to solve some real stuff, life questions. So yeah, that was really nice. And Grant, I believe we have questions, lots of questions. So are you ready for that?
You know what? I'm almost ready for anything.
Okay, with this experience that you have, you can be ready for everything.
Sure.
So there's one question about in the beginning, you spoke about C of familiarity. Can you please elaborate more? Because some listeners would like to listen to see this idea better. C of familiarity.
Sure. So when you look out, and I don't know if the mix is this is agencies or this is in-house folks, but look, competition. If you're an agency, you're doing a competitive analysis, or you're an in-house and you're looking at your competition, we looked out and we saw everyone looked the same. So we said we should be different, because we want to stand out. We want to be different. We want to be innovative. And what we didn't realize is that people, the general population of home searchers, were really familiar with having a search bar. They were really familiar with just typing in an address and getting back the information on a home, or typing in a city and getting back search results. And so we had actually changed something that made the search experience unfamiliar. So it was a point of friction for users to first off have to relearn something that was really familiar to them. And secondly, it was something that they then had to learn a new interface to get what they wanted. So it was one more step. Now, once again, our very limited testing showed that people really liked it, but in real world usage, people were lost. We had people, as soon as we launched, people saying to us, what happened to your search box? Because they didn't realize this was a new way of searching. So a sea of familiarity is something that makes users comfortable. And so you shouldn't try and break them out of it and confuse them on the first instance of when they reach your site. So that sea of similarity is really about just understanding where a status query is that works.
Okay. I believe it's sometimes hard to leave this comfort zone. As we always say, you have to leave this comfort zone. Yeah, but maybe not for the users because it's not comfortable on the website, which is not familiar to you.
That's true. Well, you ask for users' trust, and if you confuse them on the first arrival on the page, or you make it more complex, it can be a challenge. And that's what we found.
Trust important. Okay, thank you. The next question is, what tools did you use for testing?
So we used user testing and in-person questions, but as you can see, the original testing was not robust enough. But we used usertesting.com, which allows you to do panel-based and individual testing and scenario-based testing, so you can step people through things and find out where those sticking points are in real time. And then, like I said, we did in-person stuff where we presented it not just to a group that the agency identified, but also to some internal folks. But the challenge was this implicit bias. When the leadership team really loves something, so the leadership team really loved the innovation, you ask someone that works for you, how is it? And they go, it's really good, because they don't want to, as we can say, piss off the boss. So there was an implicit bias. And I don't know if you know the story, The Emperor Has No Clothes, that I mentioned. The famous story, he's wearing an invisible suit and everyone is saying how wonderful it is because they want to, it's an implicit bias. They want to make sure he feels special. And that's what we found happened. And, since then we asked for transparency and honesty, and there is no consequence if you don't agree what the leadership team says. So I think that was the challenge with the testing tools we used. We just didn't do enough testing.
Okay, thank you. The next question, sure. So the next question would be about Google Structured Data tool. What do you think about that? And should you check pages if they pass the test tool? Thank you.
Well, as an SEO guy, 100% structured data is not just the future, it's the current status quo. So that's one of the other things that when you do competitive analysis, you can see in our space, a lot of people are using structured data such as offers, property, address. They're using structured data. So I would say 100% structured data is key. Now, Google won't always show a structured result in search results, but for listings of homes for a while they did. And so you could see 8 to 10 listings of homes as a featured snippet in Google search results. So to answer the question really simply, structured data is really key to any kind of website today, even if it's as simple as the company and information on the company. I think you should have structured data 100%. And for Google, at some point, they're just going to suck your site in through structured data. So why not make it easy for them so they can present you in their search results? So 100% structured data, schema, brilliant.
Okay, cool. 2 more questions to go. These are the questions that we ask to each of our speakers, just to see how different the opinions are. So the first question is, if there is, okay, so let's say the background color, does it affect the conversion of an online store? Yes or no, to your opinion?
Say that one more time, please, Sophia.
Sure. Does the background color affect the conversion of an online store?
Does the background color affect the conversion? Everything affects the conversion in an online store. So I would say it can, yes.
Okay, so simple as it is, yes. Okay, and the last question. Imagine that your website has a high bounce rate. What do you do to solve the situation?
So depending on the page, as an SEO guy, I have to say it depends. But depending on the page, so is it a path to conversion? Number one. Is it just a content page? Number two. Is it something that's a key money page for me? So something that a conversion actually happens on. So in the homes.com case, most people land on an internal page, normally a search result. So a search result, if we see a high bounce rate, for us, it's an indicator of either the intent was not met by the content, which means our listings aren't relevant for that particular region or location. There isn't enough inventory, or they're there might not be the right style or anything else for a particular user. So the first thing we do, we see if we're missing out on inventory, if there's an error or an issue on the page. So we try and, by inventory, I mean content. We try and improve the content on a page, number one, to try and match the user intent to the content we have, number one. Number two, if it's just a content page like a blog post, we tend to see, can we improve the copy to answer the intent better? So obviously we can see in Google Search Console what keywords are hitting what page. And so we look at certain pages, we look at the queries that are hitting that page, and we go, are we truly satisfying the user? Are we answering the question? Are we living the intent to content mantra? And we try and improve it from that standpoint. So that being said, bounce rate is not a brilliant metric. I don't love bounce rate as a metric. So I'd say for us, it's more like engagement. So does someone stick around on the page, and do they click through to other pages is more for us now. You can call it bounce rate, but for us, is do people engage, and do people engage with multiple pages?
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of your ideas and for this wonderful presentation and for answering the questions. Grant, that was really nice to meet you here. And hopefully there will be more opportunities for us to invite you to the conferences.
Sounds good. Thanks again. Thanks everyone for attending. Appreciate it. And you can reach out for me. Actually, if anyone wants to connect with me on Twitter, it's at Simonet, and that's SIMMONET. I had a last slide that had it on, but I only out of it. So anyway, SIMMONET. See you guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Visitors of your website keep leaving your landing or blog pages. Your customers are adding products to the cart but didn't start placing the order, or start placing the order but aren't finishing it. Now I will show you how to fix it with Plurdy. Start with opening the Plurdy heatmap report on the relevant page. View which elements users are clicking in this page, besides the main fields and buttons. Find out which elements are the most popular among users and which are ignored. Then check the scroll map report. It will help you understand at which section of the pages users are the most active. If this screen doesn't have all the necessary information or includes too many fields to fill, users may exit the website. During analysis, you should also check the mouse hovering map and text selection analysis. Remember to conduct such analysis for both desktop and mobile website versions separately. For more illustrative analysis, you can also track your visitors' behavior with Plurdy session recordings. After conducting analysis, you should also change or delete pages elements with uncertain efficiency and fix all your UX design bugs that were found. To engage visitors and boost your conversion even more, you can also create pop-up forms on one of such popular places. Create a pop-up that recommends visitors to read a related article, informs them about a current special offer or discount, allows website visitors to order the product or service in one click, or to request expert advice. To do this, pick one of the pop-up templates in Plurdy's administration dashboard and configure where, when, and in what part of the screen to display it. For the best efficiency, you can set it up to be shown in the case of users' exit intent. And all of this is just a smart part of CRO&UX online marketing platform Plurdy, which currently possesses more than 100 features. Set it up in just a few minutes by inserting a single script in your website before closing tag or with Google Tag Manager. Try Plurdy for free today. Track, analyze, and make your visitors convert into buyers. Understand your website visitors better. Increase conversions on your website. Collect and analyze relevant SEO data. Now I will show you how to do it easily with Plurdy. Plurdy is the ultimate online marketing platform that consists of various tools for increasing conversions and improving the usability of the website. So, back to your site. Plurdy Heatmap. With Plurdy Heatmap tools, you can truly understand your website's visitors' behavior. Figure out why they are leaving your pages without any actions, or why they keep ignoring your banners and buttons. In the administration panel of Plurdy Heatmap, you can see general statistics concerning each page and compare various pages regarding the efficiency. For conducting a more detailed analysis, you should choose page interesting to you. To start analyzing, you should open the heatmap report on a specific page by pressing Ctrl-Alt-H. All clicks are being recorded in real time and displayed directly directly on the website. We are not creating any screenshots. Firstly, it's worth to check elements on which users interact the most and which elements are currently out of their interest. Plurity also shows clicks on the dynamic elements, any hidden content, or menus. Thus, you will see at what step the potential buyers are bouncing or why they are ignoring. Also, keep in mind that such an analysis should be carried out separately on PC and mobile versions of the site. Only relevant and informative clicks are collected, which makes the aggregated data really valuable and 99% accurate. We don't show out-of-date clicks. Moving to the next tool, Plurity Pop-Up Builder. It's a solution for quick and easy creating multi-purpose forms for displaying on your web pages. Thanks to the service, you won't need to hire developers and designers to build the pop-up. Just choose on one of the available and easily customizable templates to notify your visitors about anything, including special offers or promotions. You can choose from various options and when and how your message will be displayed. For example, depending on the type of traffic, device, after a certain click, or exit intent. Thus, quality pop-ups will inevitably increase your subscription and conversion rates, general sales, and decrease shopping cart abandonment. With Plurity, you are also able to conduct surveys or capturing your Net Promoter Score. In the administration panel, you can analyze the efficiency of each of your pop-ups, including certain pages where it gets the most clicks. Plurity SEO Alerts. Starting using Plurity, you will also get an SEO checker tool, which will keep you aware of your website's SEO technical and semantic keywords issues. Plurity SEO Alerts is a tool that continuously analyzes your website's SEO factors to provide regular notifications on how everything is going. This solution is collecting the most important SEO data from pages every day. Plurity is checking keywords, titles, tags, headers, and attributes to define what can be optimized. It provides both aggregated and on-page statistics, which is extremely useful to evaluate the website's compliance with the search engine's requirements. No need to worry that you missed something. All collected data is gathered in separate tools individually for every page with traffic, so you can exactly see what could be improved. Thanks to the API integration with Google Search Console, you're able to see a complete picture of your website's SEO health. As a result, you will increase your website's efficiency, improve its ranking, and get more potential customers. And all of this is just a smart part of CRO&UX online marketing platform Plurity, which currently possesses more than 100 features. Set it up in just a few minutes by inserting a single script in your website before closing tag or with Google Tag Manager. Try Plurity for free today. Track, analyze, and make your visitors convert into buyers.
Okay, well, guys, there will be some slight changes in our agenda, and we will start with the usability testing. My name is Sophia, and I'm the Business Development Manager at Plurity. So let's start with this presentation. Usability testing. Let's talk about website tips and examples. So over here at Plurity, as you have already heard, we help to track, analyze, and convert your visitors into buyers. How do we do that? So actually, we have more than 100 opportunities and 8 different products, such as heat maps and events, pop-up forms and NPS, SEO checker, video sessions, sales performance, and conversion funnels tools. Okay, so let's speak what has changed and what are the reasons behind it in terms of the usability testing. We decided to take into consideration the data for 2018 and 2019 years. And what have we noticed? So first of all, we see that there is an increase of the percentage of the bounce rate. We also see that the conversion rate is lowering and the amount of viewed pages is also lowering. At the same time, the mobile traffic is growing, and actually there is almost no desktop traffic increase. And plus, we see that people are getting lazy to spend more time on the website. Well, this was the data for 2018-19, and of course, we're looking forward to analyzing more data for the 2020 and 2021, but actually we believe that these trends will be remaining. So over here, you can see on the graphic generally that the mobile traffic is growing, right? So for the users, for the bounce rate, for the pages and sessions, the mobile, desktop, and tablet are lowering, and for other features as well. And you might be asking, so why there are few sales, right? We understand that there are some changes But what's the reason behind that? So according to our analysis, we see that, of course, the amount of competitors is growing, which means that you have to be better and better every day if you want to sell your products. The same thing, for example, if you believe that the design that you had 2 years ago and it was working well, it doesn't mean that it will work right now, right? Why? Competitors are growing, people are changing, everything is changing. So you also have to keep up your design with these new tendencies. At the same time, the mobile traffic is growing. So for sure, if you emphasize mostly on the desktop, now you have to move or to make changes for your mobile to make sure that mobile traffic is growing. Small details. Small details is something that we usually do not want to pay attention to because we think, well, okay, small details are small. But this is where it comes to, because small details on your website usually are the crucial ones. So by eliminating some important small details, you might provoke that the visitors won't come back to your website. So small details are important, but of course, it's up to you to understand and to learn what are these small details for your business are. Laziness and time. Of course, we are lazy and we do not want to spend too much time on the website. This is not big news for us, but this is something that we, the businesses, we have to take into consideration, because you have to attract your customer at this moment when he or she enters the website, and he or she has to understand that this is the right platform I want to spend my time at. And of course, you have to eliminate the usability and conversion funnels errors. That's something we're going to show you a little bit later on the websites, examples. Well, and now let's talk about Z generation. What's that, and why do we have to think about this digital man or digital woman, right? So this digital generation is born between 2000 and 2005. It means that by now, they are adults who are actively using new technology and who are your potential clients. So they are real, right? You can't already say that, oh, they're still kids. No, they are real, which means that they have completely new habits that we have to understand, analyze to make changes on our websites. What do we know about Z generation? First of all, is that their device number one is mobile phone, right? I can't imagine a day without a phone, and I believe for lots of people that's the same problem. Or maybe not a problem, but for me, it's a challenge. Well, and also what we have been noticing is that this digital generation is actively transitioning to video format. Of course, it's easier. So right now, instead of reading a long article, you can watch a video and you can get the information you need. So that could be a nice hint for the businesses to maybe switch the information that earlier would be put in the article in the words in a video format. So let's talk about how the users see the website, because the businesses, we sometimes forget that we are users as well, and we are kind of like behind the scene. But let's learn the behavior of the user to understand what we, in our case, what we can do to make our business better. So, web page examples. And for that, I would like to show you the results that we collected from our tools. Just a moment. So you can see, right, you can see this demo presentation correctly? I hope so. Okay, yeah. So over here, we decided to check what was happening or what was the user behavior on some of the pages of these conferences. So you remember when you were registering for this conference, you had to fill in the, first you had to visit the page and fill in the information. So let's see what okay, just a moment. You see the presentation over here. My team is letting me know that, okay, just a moment. Yep. Okay, right? You recognize this page, the one that you had to visit before entering the information to participate in this conference. So what do we see here? the clicks, right? So the heat maps gives us the understanding of where the users, the visitors of the website were clicking mostly. And if you see here the register form, that might be a little bit annoying for some people who were trying to close it, right? But they couldn't close it because there were a couple of copies of this form. So some people were trying to close it. What is the sign for us? So we can understand that maybe we should change the format of this form, or maybe there should be another repositioning of this form to make it more attractive for the users. Next, what we see that some people try to register here, okay, doesn't work, but a lot of clicks are here. So name and all of the personal data was input correctly. And okay, we see lots of clicks over here. Good. What's next? Some people were trying to understand, can I, maybe there's a link, right? Because when you move your cursor here, it shows that there is something you can do with this title, but actually you can't. So this was tricky for some visitors, which might be a sign for us as well. Maybe we should input some link here for some article to our blog. Let's move on. And it seems like some people were still trying to close this page, right? 64 clicks over here, but this item is not working. It's just a picture. Maybe if we, for now that we analyze this information, maybe we could input something interesting here. So the one who click, they could find some articles, or they would be re-invited to the same page. So lots of ideas to brainstorm on. Okay, let's go down, and now we see that people were actually reading. They were reading what this event is about, which is a good sign, right? Because we want to make sure that we have the targeted audience at our conference. But what's happening here with the speakers? So, okay, not that many clicks, which is strange because usually you would like to learn more about who your speakers are. We will also use another tools to check whether our hypothesis is true, that this part of this website lacks something. Let's move on with the agenda. Okay, so here might be an insight. Exactly. Have a look at the agenda. So what we have noticed is that, you see, here's this small pop-up form, which works if you click on it, but no one used it. Why? Because people found out that it's a lot easier to click here and see the same information. Well, in this case, it doesn't matter a lot for us whether the visitors clicked here or here, but if we sell something on this website, this is a good insight for us to learn that, okay, even if logically it seems that the information will be shown to you, it's not convenient, it's not attracting, let's say, the visitor to click on it. Yep, the same tendency you see, so no one clicked on this form here. Let's see what's next. So with the partners part, which is a pity, we see that not very people, let's say, survived till this part of the website, and the become a partner form was not that popular. And actually we have some insights that some people input their information here as they wanted to attend the event. So they they took this form as the form for registering as the attendee, not as the partner, which means that maybe there's something bad in the title, right? Maybe we should make it brighter, bigger. We don't know yet, but we can figure it out. Okay, for the partners, it's nice to see that people wanted to learn more about the partners, and have a look here. So conversion rate, I'm not quite sure, but it might be some trick from our side that we just decided to put some information on the conversion rate, and the partners were here. So this was kind of like a game for attentiveness. Who pays attention to what they click on? Okay, and I hope there are some of you who played the game. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so we have 65 clicks on the game, which I will show you a little bit later, the results of this game, which is nice that people still drop down here. But if you consider the amount of clicks in this part, which was, I believe, around 200 or even more. Yeah, more than 200. So we just only have 60 clicks over here. So maybe people do not want to play, or they just do not scroll down. Well, except for the heat maps, let's see the clicks in percentage. clicks in percentage on how our visitors were moving on this page. Okay, right. So basically, as we thought, this first part of the website, which brought us the biggest amount of clicks, actually has the biggest amount of visitors, right, in the percentages. And as long as we go down, so then we see that for the speakers part, only 14.7% of the whole amount of visitors was interested to learn about the speakers, which is strange, right? Because when you go to the conference, you really want to know who your speakers are. So maybe for us, for the next time when we consider to redesign the page, what if we put the speakers in the upper part, right? And what if we do this not in the terms of the slides, but what if we put them all in one line so that you don't have to scroll to the left or to the right, but you will be able to see all of the speakers at once. And as long as we go down, you see only 8% went to this part to learn about the agenda, which is understandable for me because I'm the one who is always looking for surprises. That's why I'm not reading the agenda when I go to the conference, because I want to be amazed every time I meet a new speaker. But I don't think that's very professional from my side. So maybe this would be a nice idea for us to put agenda maybe in the upper part, or even to send the agenda to our registered visitors, which is a nice thing to do. Okay, and for the partners, exactly. So one of the lowest percentages is here. Let's check one more time with the scroll depth. So with the clicks in percentage tool, we realized that the first part of our website was the most fruitful, let's say so, was the scroll depth. Does it agree with our hypothesis? So yeah, for the first region, we call those regions. The first region of our website has the biggest amount of visits. Okay, very nice. But now I believe that in this first part, we took lots of space just to put the name of the conference and the data. Okay, registering form is also important. What if we put some information about the speakers here and the agenda here in some links? Might be useful as well. Okay, so if we want to learn more about the visitors' behavior, we can also check the staying a mouse. So where would people spend most time with their mouse, right? Same, the first region brings us the biggest amount of visits, and you can simply see that when you, oh no, look. So this is something interesting. I would say that according to heat maps, to clicks in percentage, to scroll depth, the first region of our website is the most fruitful. But that's why it's important to check, and have lots of different tools to check your hypothesis. Because with staying a mouse tool, we see that our second region brings us the biggest amount of visits. Why? Maybe people really want to know more about the event because they would see the post on LinkedIn, they would see the post on other social media, but still, what is this event about? Do I really need to take my time to visit it, to attend it, right? So that's good to know that people do read what events they attend. Okay, let's have a look at the text selection. With the text selection, in case we had some visitors, some users that would select something on our page, we would see that text selection results. But for now, I can't see any. Still, this is a very nice tool because it helps to understand what words attracted the customer's attention. Okay, the sales performance and quantity of sales are not relevant in this case because we're not selling anything on our page. But in case you would use this tool, this is something that could really help you understand the insights of the sales performance on your web page. Oh, by the way, over here, so I decided to check for February because our event is in February, but in case we would have this, we launched the campaign, let's say in January, I could check the information starting from January to February, which would give me more information. And plus, notice, I check the information on the desktop. For tablet, we don't have any information, and for mobile, we only have 6%, sorry, so not that much. Desktop would be the best variant for us right now to analyze the data that we collected. And I also decided to take all the traffics, but in your case, you could take different traffics, and when we analyze this page in details after the conference for sure, we will take everything separately to understand better the user's behavior. Okay, now what I want to show you, I will have to go back. You will see me again, I believe. Okay, just a moment. And so you have to see this. Okay, so we saw the event, and sorry, I'm trying to open one more page. The game. So this is the game I was telling you about, which actually, what we heard from some players of this game, it was really naughty, and this is why we decided to make this game naughty, just to check how much you can play with your users, right? So what are the limits that you should not exceed when you want to keep your user? And as Kron said, you want to put your user in the center. So over here, when people were playing this game, you could see that there was always this pop-up window saying hurry up, which was actually very annoying. A lot of people tried to close it, but here is the problem. So we, or the creators of this game, who were creating the button to close this form, they decided to hide the close button somewhere here. Imagine your customer is getting angry because he or she is having all of these pop-up forms, and he's trying to find the button to close it, to continue his navigation through the website. And he's trying, of course, he doesn't want to read everything on the web page. Exactly. So he just clicks on this big button, which seems to be the most inviting, but no, this is a different button which has completely different functions. So he or she has to spend more time to find this button, and finally they find. But can you imagine how much stress and pain we brought to the gamers, right? While before they found the correct button. And plus we can see that some people were clicking on some random parts of this form, which means that hurry up was making them not to think, but just quickly find the solution for this problem. And a lot of people were actually trying to close it here, right? Because usually you would have this cross up in the corner, but no, we decided to change the familiar ways of thinking, the familiar design thinking for our users, and challenge them a little bit. So let me close it. And what do we see next? So for those who is not familiar with this game page, just small introduction. First, you would have to input the password. Oh, you see, again, hurry up. Input your personal data, then you would have to spend lots of time to input your phone number, and you see a lot of people were trying to close this form again. They wanted to cancel it. Well, it doesn't work either. They wanted to move to another step, and only with that they would find this next button. So you might be thinking, why would you make this game so complicated? Exactly, why? Well, just to understand what's the behavior of our users. So from here we see, first of all, if you want your users to feel comfortable, to relax while being at your website, you either have to educate them a lot before that you are changing the general design thinking of all the websites, right? Or you just have to comply with the general norms that cross will be here if you want to close the form, that moving to the next form would be here, right? Because this is the biggest button on all of this form, and not somewhere to the left or to the right, especially if we take into consideration that most people use their right hand for writing. So it's not very smart of us to put this next button to the left side. Okay, well, if you have patience more, you can try to play this game after the conference, but this was a really hard one, but it gave us really cool insights. Well, and now let me show you let me show you the video of some of the users who are playing this game. Okay. Okay. So before the game, let's see what the customers, what the visitors thought about when they found themselves on this first page of the conference. Okay, so someone is reading. Okay, someone is reading. Not registering. Okay. Learning about the event. That's smart, right? Learning about the event before registering. Interesting. Will they go okay to the speakers? They think, is this really worth attending? Well, but they didn't spend too much. They didn't spend too much time on neither on the speakers nor on the agenda. Okay, game. Seems like game was something that attracted the attention. Okay, cool. One of these examples for now that we see that the game was important. So maybe we even bring it to the top next time. And one more video, which was really, we could really see that the visitor was suffering a little bit. It's a little bit longer, but I'm sure you will enjoy it. Just a moment. Okay, you already can see how many clicks were done. So are you ready? Let's see. This was the first page when the visitor came, got redirected to the game page. Okay, the information is being input. By the way, you can see that despite the fact that this video is recorded, we can't see any data that the visitor is inputting. Okay, let me make it a little bit faster. Oh, this was tricky, right? Okay, you see, this was really fast. For closing, your password is not, well. Okay, I have to stop here because for this game. So after inputting all of the personal data, now you find yourself on this page where you have to add a picture of yourself. And here is what we did. You see on this screen, download image. Well, you don't have to download image, but this button is so inviting that you would click to download image, and lots of people downloaded some image that was hidden here. But actually, a button for uploading your personal image was somewhere hidden back here. Okay, let's see next what happens. And here was actually fun as well. You see, we gave lots of different interests, and it takes time to click each square. But here you could choose unselect all. But how is it possible to find this unselect all if everything, the words, like this part of this text is not different from any other part of this text, right? So not smart from our side, but we were checking whether we as the users, do we read everything, or how do we let's say cooperate, how do we engage with the items on the web page? And now we see that it's not only about reading, it's about colors, right? And of course everybody knows that about colors, about the forms, but this is the bright example of how our brain is suffering when we do not find the items that would attract our attention. Well, let's see next what the user is doing. This was really smart. Well, smart user, it sounds, well, the user logically understood that this game is not going to be easy. So as you have just seen, he or she chose the correct button to close this popping up form, right? Which was down to the left. Okay, at this moment, I'm stopping it right here because the visitor is thinking. So he's having his cursor here and he's thinking, download image is not something that I need to do. So what should I do? Thinking, and having some hard times. Okay. So right, this video we could let's go a little bit further to learn more about this visitor behavior, but you see the idea. So first of all, it's really cool to understand how your visitors communicate with your web page. And how can you do that? Of course, with pop-up forms, of course, you can run surveys, you can run different polls, but I believe one of the best tools is that you can see the recorded version of how your users are behaving on the web page. And that was really a cool insight for us to understand that this game is fun, but there is a lot that we need to work on, not to make our visitors angry. Yeah. Okay. And I really want to show you one thing which might make you laugh a little bit. So we want to share the rating of all participants. Of course, it's nothing to hide. This information is it doesn't have anything personal, but this was really fun to see how much patience your customers, or in this case, the visitors, have. So most people would just spend 2-4 minutes on this web page playing this game, which was really hard because not understanding what to put and where. But some visitors were really persistent, and you can see that some of them spent up to half an hour or even more while playing this game. What does this mean? It means that we have different customers, right? Before we told you that laziness and lack of time, right? These are the factors that describe us because we do not want to spend too much time on the website, which is not attractive to us. But still, there are some customers that are accepting this challenge, right? They're accepting this game, and they want to make sure that despite all of the uncomfortable items on your website, they still can achieve their goal. Let's say they want to buy something on your web page. Well, just interesting to learn about user behavior. And with this in mind, I'm going to go back to the presentation. Okay. Right, so the web page examples. And I'm smiling because I really feel bad for the people who are playing the game, but this was really, it gave us really cool insights. Okay, cool. So over here, we just decided to put that on a chart to show you that the first clicks in percentage of a screen, where do you find them mostly? Mostly you would find them, the first click would be on the first part of your website. So if you remember when I was showing you the example, when your website was divided into 5 equal parts, where we would have the biggest amount of views, right? And the first and might be second part. Over here, that's the chart that shows you the first click in terms of mobile, tablet, or desktop. So on the devices, where is the first click mostly done? We see that if again our web page is divided into 5 equal parts, for the first click would be in the first part and on a mobile. Well, sorry, not on the mobile, on the desktop. But there is not such a big difference, right? Though the mobile is growing, the usage of mobile is growing, still desktop in this case is bigger. And then when you see on this second part of your website, that's interesting to see that in comparison to the first part, the first click percentage for the desktop, it's not that well. Okay, it's half less. But if you compare that to the mobile on the second part is almost 3 times less. Right? That's good information for us to analyze. But of course, we can't just already take any decisions. We need to break the data into small parts, analyze, and I'm sure that we will have really cool insights from this chart. Why the cursor hover? That was also interesting. So in this case, first of all, your website is divided, when you use the Plurdy tool. So your website is divided into 10 equal parts, and that's what we see. So that most people would stay with the mouse on the second part of the website. So you remember when I was showing you the web page, I thought, okay, so the heat maps show that we have the biggest amount of clicks on the first part of the website. The scroll depth also shows us the same information, but Cursor Hover is showing us something different, despite the fact that the first part of the website is important and is giving us one of the biggest amount of visitors. In this case, the second part of the website is also important. Okay, well, lots of information being said. And what should we focus on when we think about improving our UX and CRO? So, first of all, if you have the website, if you are running a business, ask yourself questions. And it's really nice to talk to yourself sometimes, right? So ask yourself questions. Is your traffic targeted, right? And the previous speakers also told us that you may make an assumption that you have this targeted traffic, but do you really have it? So try to figure out, is your traffic targeted? Then, despite the fact that you might love your website because you were creating it, you were making the design for it, you still have to ask yourself, are there any errors? And of course there are, because no one is perfect. So ask yourself already, are there many errors on my website? And try to find them. Okay, then of course ask yourself, is my website easy to navigate? But at this moment, it's really important to put yourself in the shoes of the user, because you might have been on this website millions of times, right? Because you're working on this website. But for a user, for a new person who's just coming to this website, is it really easy to navigate? So maybe you could ask some of your friends or relatives, right, to try to navigate this website and give you a strong feedback, but which might be hard, right? Because with friends and relatives, having this true feedback is a hard task. So use pop-up forums, use surveys, ask your visitors. And it's really nice to pay attention to your visitors, because then they will pay attention to your web page. Okay, then ask yourself, do all elements function properly on my web page? So how do you do that? Try to use each element on your website, right? You might have your common path that you do when you enter the web page, and that's why you might not notice that some elements are not functioning correctly. So this is a task for you to create a new route for yourself on your website and check all of the elements. Then ask yourself, why are there no clicks there on your web page? Right? So you shouldn't take it as if, okay, maybe today is the bad weather, or maybe someone is not in a mood for buying. No, if there are no clicks, there is some reason behind that. So find out why there are no clicks. Then, if there are no clicks, you might be thinking, why is the bounce rate growing, right? So those are the logic questions that you would be asking yourself, feeling as the Sherlock Holmes, right? And of course, then you ask yourself, do I achieve my goals? And this is the moment when you might feel a little bit sad. But no worries, because as long as you ask yourself these important questions, it means that you are on the correct way to improving yourself, right? And making your business better. So ask yourself, how are my sales doing? And with that, you can start the usability analysis. So you have all of your questions, and now run tests to answer those questions. Okay. Well, bounce rate, right? It's kind of like a painful topic for lots of people. And I feel that pain because bounce rate is bad, right? Or maybe not, depending on how big it is, right? So here we give the statistical information about the bounce rate on target pages and channel traffics. So this is kind of like the general idea, the general information that we summed up from our previous studies. And we can say that the bounce rate on the main pages is up to 40%. On the category, it's up to 50%. Products face with up to 70% of bounce rate. Articles as well, up to 70%, but it's not in use because we know that reading is hard, right? Or just people do not read articles that much, which is a sad thing because there are so many cool articles. And landing pages actually, let's say, suffer the biggest from the bounce rate. Okay, and channel traffics for sure. Check your traffic channels. Sorry, channel traffics. Okay, over here, multi-channel funnels. So I really like this image because it shows how complicated the user behavior can be before they get what they wanted on your web page. So for example, let's take this second one. So you see we have the user who came to our website with the organic search. Then he or she left it. Okay, then they had 8 attempts with a direct while coming to our web page. Okay, then they left it, then referral, then direct, 40 times direct. Then they decided to find our website from the social network. Okay, then again direct 17 times, social network, direct. Well, really lots of information to analyze, but this is so useful. It shows all of these ways the user passed through before they achieve the goal on your website. User behavior, right? So just to sum it all up, how to understand the user behavior. Might be hard, but might be really fun because it's kind of like a game. You are playing with your user in terms of understanding your user better, right? Which tools can you use? Dynamic heat maps, really nice idea. And especially that it's dynamic, which means that you will be able to see all of the data at the same time as it is collected. Then with this, you will be able to learn the behavior on the mobile and on the desktop, because right now we're living in times when you can't say just check the user behavior. No, you have to segment or divide into mobile, desktop, and other devices. Also, divide by channel traffic. Understand where the first click was done. First click is really important. Then you can actually check the group of clicks. And check the text selection. The words are important. Even despite the fact that now we're transitioning to the video formats, the words are important. Okay. Then also with the scroll mobile and desktop, that's what I showed you on the conference page, right? So you can really learn a lot from understanding how deep the visitors, the customers scroll down on your page. Then you can also check where the cursor hover, where does it spend most of the time while the customer is on the web page. And of course, video sessions and user groups. So video sessions is a really cool tool that gives you insights on how your user is behaving on your web page. And really fast, what are the facts of user behavior? I really like this example because this is something that we see in our office, right? So no need to go far. On this first page, you see there's a rubbish bin. There are 2 rubbish bins. Why? Why the one is closed, the one is open, and why do we see the rubbish only in one of them? Well, actually, this is a bright example of how lazy we are. I remember when I came to office and there were these 2 bins. The first one, I would have to open myself to put the rubbish in. Too hard, isn't it? So my brain decided to choose the easy option. Why not to use this rubbish bin, which is open? So this was a really cool example of how lazy we are, and we even took this idea while creating the game, while helping our customers to make them understand that actually there is no difference, almost no difference, between how we act in normal life and how we act on the web page, because this is it's all about our habits. And another example is just about how sometimes it's hard to understand whether you have to push or pull this door, and you know this feeling when you're like in this store trying to understand whether to push or to pull because you don't want to look like a fool. So sometimes just write with big words what your customer has to do on your website and make it easier for them. Okay. So also, what does not function on your website? This is the ideas that we came up with while analyzing different pages, while listening to the pains of our customers. First of all, banners on the main page. I will show you more example later. Articles, right? Understanding they do not always bring conversion. Then non-obvious icons. This is something about that might happen when designers create the web page and they think it's really beautiful. And of course, it might be really beautiful, but if there is some non-obvious icon, the customer, the user might think, why do I have to use this icon? What is it for? And unfortunately, this spirit for adventures doesn't always stay with us while we're on the web page, right? It's not about investigating every corner on the web page. Mostly it's about finding the most comfortable way. So I wouldn't try to open this non-obvious icon if I don't know what it means for me. Another thing, long pages. With long pages might be tricky because sometimes they can be functioning, sometimes they can be not functioning. Everything depends on how you sort the items on your web page, where you put those attractive forms on your web page. But in most cases, the longer the page is, the less attractive it is. Also, obscure calls to action. If you want me to act on your page, make it easier for me to act on your page. And if there are identical elements, it doesn't function either. So try not to repeat the information on your web page, because why would you repeat it, right? Okay, so here, these are just a couple of examples which might be easier, which might show what steps you need to do or what changes you have to do on your website to make it easier for your customer to navigate. So for example, on this web page, you see the error shows that there's those icons that might pop up, but at the same time, I, as a user, I think, which should I click on? So simply add the words by saying, so this is the menu, this is the filter, and it will be easier for me to navigate. Over here, actually, this is, I believe everybody has noticed that enter your email to stay in touch doesn't work. We have social media to stay in touch. We have so many different connections every day to stay in touch with lots of people that we do not want to put our email here. But different example, get 10% off your order. Subscribe and get this coupon now. Okay, this works for me. I'm eager to put my name and put my email address because there will be some benefit for me as well. Okay, this is about the banners on this main page, on this landing page. Of course, landing page is not something that most visitors would come to, right? Which means that if you as the business, you put some banners there showing the information about your sales, about some discounts, no one will see it. So why would you put it here? Think about that. Maybe there's a better page to put all of this information on. Oh yeah, so here's just the data that we want to show you that actually not more than like up to 2%, the biggest is the amount of views that would come to the landing page in comparison to the whole amount of views that your website receives. So this is an idea, right, to take into consideration. Okay, in this case, what we wanted to show is that everything looks perfect. The design is beautiful. This girl is beautiful. New arrivals. Everything is nice. But what do we do next? So just simply put something here, like subscribe or some link, and you will already see the engagement between this form, this banner, and the user. Same example with the bad banners. Well, not bad banners. We can't say it like that, right? Not bad, not worse, just different. So I want this sale and I want this sale. I'm clicking and nothing happens. So why would I click here, right? Or better, I'm not even spending any time on this landing page. So put this information in another space for me and I will be so grateful for it. Okay, just quickly here. So here we decided to see which form. So we decided to run this A/B testing and see which form is easier for our customers to use. And actually, they are kind of similar. And we see that we get much more clicks over here, which means that this pop-up form is easier for our customers than this slide version. So, okay, we'll just take this form out for the next time, and we'll just leave this one. So not to distract our customers between this and this forms. And over here, so this is really important when we speak about the mobile version, the mobile version of the website. When you are on the desktop, which happens mostly, meaning that when you click here, or like you scroll a little bit down, and on the desktop versions, mostly you will receive more information about the product here. So the price and the characteristics and so on. But if the same page is not adapted, let's say, so to the mobile version, we would just simply see this image and nothing else. So the one who would come to the mobile version of this website will just see the image and that's it. There would be no interaction. So check, and check. Is your mobile version functioning the same as the desktop one? And quickly, examples of bad usability. So we decided there was an experience that we lived through it, which was really not that let's say comfortable, or like pleasant for us. So there was this big website that we decided to enter, and when you enter, there is a pop-up form which asks you which language you want to talk, or like which area you're from. So we decided to check to take United States. Okay, what happens next? If I want to enter the same page but from a different browser, I would be redirected to the same question, which is strange. Why do I need to input the same information? So we decided to find an article where there would be a link to this website. So we decided to get to this website from the article, and the first page we would meet would be the same one. And the third attempt from our side, we decided to find the product itself on the internet, and by clicking on the product to appear to visit this website. And again, the website asked us the same question. So this is a bright example of the bad conversion funnel, because too many steps are taken and I'm wasting my time while inputting the same information. Okay, and over here, by the way, this is an example of sometimes, when the website has different languages, and let's say you choose, so here we show the example on one page, we decided to take English, okay, and we had to look for the word keyboard. And then we have lots of different examples here, different items with the keyboard, okay. Then we do the same, but for the German version. So the language is German, and I input keyboard, and I don't have the same information. Why? That's strange, because actually this item, despite the fact that I changed the language of the whole website, this item would not be changing its name. So this is a bad example of the usability. So again, check once, check twice, and check as many times as you need to before you are sure that everything works properly on your web page. But of course, don't take too long before launching, because there will be all the time some new errors, or like some new points of pain that you would be able to fix. And how you can do that? By using good tools to analyze your data, and by listening to your customers, because they are the one who you are depending on. So thank you so much for your attention, guys. We will be happy to send you this presentation, and plus there are some case studies that we made on the SEO mistakes and on the usability of website testing. And in case you are thinking about getting the Plurdy tool, we are really happy to offer you the discount of 30%. Just address us and we'll tell you more about this. And thank you so much. Here's my email address, or you can just simply find us by looking for Plurdy online. Thank you so much. And I believe we're running out of time before the next speaker comes. That's why we won't have time for questions this time, but we will be sure to answer them in some other way. And now we have Dan. Dan Taylor is here. Just a moment. Let me add him to the stream. Hi, Dan.
Hi, how are you doing, Sophia?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
Okay, so are you ready? I'm giving you the floor, and it's your audience.
Thank you. Do I just share the screen and good to go?
Yep. Just share the screen, and I will help you to share it with the audience.
Thank you. I should be sharing now.
Okay. Yep. Here it is.
How do I make this go full screen?
There should be present. You see, there is present button in the right corner. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really don't need slides enough.
Okay, cool. Good luck.
So hi everyone, thank you for having me as well. Just thank you to Plurdy and the team for inviting me along to this at the end of February. I think we're all in need of a distraction from the world, so hopefully this is proving to be a good evening or afternoon, depending on what time zone you're in. So as Sophia said, my name is Dan Taylor. I'm head of research and development at Salt Agency. We're a UK-based technical SEO house, mainly predominantly based in Leeds, but with offices down in London and also in Boston in the US as well. A little bit of background about me. 2018, I won the inaugural Tech SEO Boost Innovation Award backed by Moz for working at Edge SEO. I write for Search Engine Journal across a lot of their international and technical SEO guides. I'm in their top 140 list. I've also written quite a lot for SEMrush and SEMrush Academy in the past. I've included just a few kind of sites so you can check out some of the free tools and articles I've written, and also all these slides are available right now on a blog on my site at dantaylor.online/Plurdy, as well as via SlideShare, and obviously via this rewatch link afterwards. So what I'm going to talk about today is Google's relationship with user experience, and not so much user experience in terms of trying to increase conversions, increase user clicks, increase navigations, but actually how Google over the past decade has really started to factor user experience mechanisms as both hard and soft ranking factors, which ultimately help create performance and go through to ranking in that sense. So I'm going to go over an analysis of anything that Google's kind of said directly in patents and any kind of documentation around UX elements, but also mainly how the algorithms introduced have moved Google more towards that single objective of user intent satisfaction, which comes from positive user web experiences and not just the web experience and user experience of a specific landing page or page itself. I've also done some deep dives into a lot of stuff that Messrs. Mueller and Ilias have said, and more recently Mr. Split, as well as just summaries of tests, but also how the new Core Web Vitals ties in to user experience and a concept which I'm going to cover a lot, which I've called user happiness and user happiness ratings. So why would UX matter to Google? And the simple answer behind that is like these are an advancement beyond the traditional keywords and links that 15, 16 years ago we'd be able to fire up X rumor, point a few hundred links at something, use unique article wizard, spin an article on jeans 500 times, wait for the Google dance at the end of a month, and see where we landed. Unfortunately, since caffeine and the indexing process sped up, it's become a lot more enhanced, and the user expectations and journeys have enhanced with that. So for me, and this one's quote from me kind of self-satisfyingly, is that user experience isn't just about how well presented the page is. It's how easy it is to navigate, how easy it is to filter, how easy it is to find content. That isn't just what UX matters to Google. It's about how it makes the user feel in terms of the satisfaction, and also a concept I'm going to talk about, page enthusiasm, but also the experiences of how that actual experience manifests itself within the behavior of a user, returning to search query pages, stacking queries, refining queries, or just clicking on other results. Because Google's main goal around search is the happiness element, because we all know that search as a product does not make Google any money at all. What makes Google money is the ads element, and people will only return and perform consistent searches if the search product provides happiness, so they can provide ads and ad impressions and gain revenue that way. So before I go into actual UX, it's important to understand where UX falls into the spectrum of how Google actually works. So Google's process up until the dawn of JavaScript was relatively simple. It crawled a website, indexed a website, and then eventually ranked a website. Now with JavaScript, it has a render process in it in which it will crawl the site, it will discover as much as it can through plain HTML, then it will discover there's elements hidden by JavaScript, so it will bring in the web rendering service as a secondary crawl mechanism, recrawl the page, render everything, and then essentially pass the data back to the initial crawler and move through to indexing. And once everything's indexed, they score it, weight it, and tag it in the various shard system they have. So that way, when someone performs a query, it can rank them based on the previous scoring mechanisms already done, and also any augmented queries it already has. So with the web rendering process, it also has to take into account the page layout, content visibility, the pop-up adverts, any intrusive or interstitials, and anything like that also factors into things. We know that Google introduced an algorithm in around 2016 which tackled intrusive and obtrusive adverts and pop-ups that covered high percentages of the screen. And essentially, it kind of boils down to what I call design time versus time to query satisfaction. It's okay having a page which is very well optimized with really good content, but frustrates the users. A good example of this at the moment potentially is anytime you try to Google a recipe where you will land on a page for how to boil an egg, but you first have to read 500 words of how the egg made the author feel and how the egg has some sympathetic tie to their dear grandma before you actually get to the answer itself. Similarly, news websites have taken this approach, and it's understandable when you're just looking for short information that they want to increase time on site through some thought process that time on site recording Google Analytics will impact their rankings, but also they want to increase scroll and therefore impressions on adverts. So this for me is also why in modern times Google has started passage indexing websites and bringing users to that information more quickly, because we've ultimately just made it harder to find the answer on the page. So Google's combating it in that way. So with regards to metrics, and I've already kind of poo-pooed on the average session duration thing, I'm not going to be talking about things like bounce rate, pages per session, or average session duration. We know that Google does not use metrics out of Google Analytics. Google Analytics, for the most part, is a highly adaptable and amenable solution. In fact, that if you want to reduce your bounce rate, you can introduce a scroll trigger goal, which will ping the server a second time, therefore reduce the bounce rate by analytics definition. Google does, however, use Chrome user experience data, so CRO&UX. It uses real-time user monitoring RUM, and also monitors SERP interactions over billions of user touch points and actively runs experiments around that. If you want to read or listen to more about the user experiment stuff, I recommend Paul Haar's Google Engineer story from SMX 2016, which is a highly plausible video on the matter and explains how their testing process works. But essentially, once we can use analytics to optimize campaigns, is a very, very small window into the data that Google will be processing around this. And unfortunately, we can't mimic that, just use the sheer computing power and velocity of data that they have. So given that I'm not going to be talking about those metrics, how do we actually quantitate this then? Because we know that getting investment for development, investment for anything in terms of SEO often has the question around ROI attached to it. So we know from patent analysis that Google has its own methods of trying to score how successful elements of a page are. Paul Haar goes into this in his SMX 2016 talk as well, where essentially they score and rank featured snippets based on clicks, based on impressions, based on various other criteria that judges how or whether or not there's a failure within the search itself. But also how they try to supplement search as well. So this is a quote from Bill Slavsky's SEO by the Sea site, and I'm not going to read all of it, but essentially the key takeaways I've highlighted are that Google may compare individual search results pages for highly similar queries, which is judged as similar based on the entity the query searches for versus the subsequent queries that people search for. For example, if you're searching for what is the soap opera effect, the query before that might be why are the funny lines on my TV. So it's how it does the association with a knowledge base. So what it starts to do is it starts to bring in augmented query results. So you could be doing a search for what came first, the chicken before the egg, and it will give you a main SERP about chickens because that's the first entity within the result. However, it may think you're talking more about the egg. So it'll actually start to blend search results pages together and augment them based on the data it has behind it. So when we start looking at search results pages for intent bases, we also need to, and try and at the same point, try to work out how the web pages can create positive user experiences. We also then need to start thinking about how those search results pages might be a manufactured combination of different searches, well, different SERPs themselves combined, based around highly similar topics and queries and not just linear on that single keyword. And the main objective of this, what they say, then highlighted, is they do this to try and improve the overall quality score. Now, in the quality rated guidelines, this is the needs met rating and the needs met guidelines. whether or not a search results page strongly meets or doesn't meet a user query intent. So they will do this experiment rather than just do a straight linear, here's the SERP, let's move around the top 100, they will blend. So this concept of user happiness, which Google looks at in terms of user experience and user experimentation, is the fact it has just evolved beyond matching up keywords, the old adages of keyword frequencies, number of links, which Google have now come out and said that the total number of links doesn't actually matter too much in the grand scheme of things. And we talk about strategies with link building, the new phase of digital PR, meticulously planning out content hubs and using topic analysis, but ultimately we're working towards two things for a business, and that's the initial user happiness, which Google is also working towards, and that's the part that it cares about in terms of positive user experiences and positive search experiences. But also the secondary objective that we have is we need to create positive user experience forecasting. So this is the ability for our content and our web experience to not only make it easier for the user to convert, for them to find the right size shoe or the right size shirt, but for more complex products, travel, SaaS, even automobile parts, it's their ability from the content and the variables we both can and can't control for them to be able to forecast their experience with our product, with our service, and with our company. Now, a positive user experience forecast will oftentimes lead in a conversion. An extremely positive experience forecast means the user can accurately forecast their experience, meaning over time, they will become repeat customers, increasing their LTV, their lifetime value. Their churn rate will be a lot less because they accurately forecast their experience initially, and the service delivery has met up to that. And that also means that overall, their actual cost per acquisition over a longer period of time will decrease. So the actual ROI from individual users and conversions will become higher. The other thing we need to think about with how Google treats user experience is the concept around user enthusiasm. And that essentially is creating the enthusiasm around the brand, where we start to have brand search come into things. And the best example of this that I've ever come across is the fact that when you go to most restaurants and they'll turn around and go, oh, can I have a Coke? And they go, is Pepsi okay? That instantly sets the standard for the user enthusiasm. The enthusiasm was around the Coke, but now associated with the Pepsi side. Pepsi's basically fighting for the secondary experience gap. So one note on data I've seen over the past year in relation to this, now with a lot of organic search data, COVID has obliterated any kind of data analysis just because of the increase. However, Rob Tannen wrote a really good piece, which I agree on. And in terms of user experience data, if anything, the data we've had over the past year will be better than any of the data we've had previously. And that's because more users have had their offline journeys forced online, but also because of the standards being set by websites like Amazon, Wildberries, Ozon, etc., and how their experiences are and processes are, the expectations of the general internet have increased. And unfortunately, we have to almost compete with those benchmarks of expectation when it comes to both user happiness and experience forecasting in terms of products and services themselves. So let's go through the patents and algorithms in a more tangible way as to how Google's trying to achieve this. So with patents, and being honest, in a single patent format, Google has never directly created a binary metric or system for determining what is or isn't a negative or positive user experience. They have, however, over the years, introduced multiple scoring patents and ways of judging and scoring different search elements through, and also taking data through tests with various models of data modification they have to try and better understand what is a positive website in terms of what people want to see versus the click-through data from search results pages and the various data they receive from there. Now, over the years when algorithm updates come out, we've oftentimes been heavily siloed and focused on the tangible element of what that update has done in there and then. And that's rational. because we've had clients, we've had websites, and ultimately we live in the here and now. So if a wind is blowing left, we have to adjust the sail. However, looking back with hindsight, being wonderful, we can see that the changes in wind direction being made by Google have been to try and get our websites from A to B in a specific way. And that's how they've been trying to improve websites through their own data analysis and understanding of creating positive web experiences. Because back to point one, Google only makes money from people searching. Search is a free product that they don't make any money from, but they still have to have positive search results. If the entire internet was bad and websites were bad, people would search less, their bottom line would go down. If they can help increase the overall quality of the internet and increase the satisfaction levels of websites, ultimately it's self-serving and it makes them more money. So the first one I'm going to look at was Panda back in 2011. Now, when Panda first came out, I know Panda has oftentimes just been associated with just being about content. However, it was the first real update that started to tangibly move websites as a document, web page itself, I'm not just thinking about backlink manipulation, towards a better standard of user experience. So we took this away and started looking at things like minimum word counts. We also brought up ideas from the 80s again, like TF, ITF, and LSI, neither of which are used by Google, haven't been used by Google for decades. But we got Panda coming out at the same time as the knowledge graph came out in 2012. And we started to map things together, cross wires, and ultimately we started calling things by incorrect names. But essentially with Panda, we all started going 500 words on the page, let's do 300 words. And we created a system of minimum word counts. So then from there we worked that way. But in reality, Panda was there to try and demote low value, spammy, spun, copied, stolen, bad content, which generally made the internet bad. The good content, no matter how long or short, did survive. But again, as a tangible method of trying to do this, we try to increase content length because it's something we could measure. 2012, like I said, was the implementation of a knowledge graph. And in 2013 came Hummingbird, which was essentially, as it says, designed to help Google better understand intent and context behind searches, which was one of the first steps in semantic search. So with semantics not just being around colloquialisms and word phrases, but the actual starting to form relationships between entities, both of high class and subclass, as well as different contexts. As the internet was growing, as people were introducing more and more ambiguous queries and more like really weird, strange things into Google for the first time, this was really a mechanism of trying to actually serve results, because Google still today receives queries it's never seen before. Now, if that's your first experience of really using Google, or your limited experience, that's a negative experience. And again, Google makes money from repeat searches or increased repeat searches, so it can show more ads. The more people search for something, the more likely people are going to bid on it. Again, it's that cycle of money making. So Hummingbird, also to note, was the first indication of Google using natural language processing to start identifying black hat techniques, but also to start moving towards a more personalized search result based on user history, cookie drop, and other data points. Now, the personal search bubble does exist, but its impact, being honest, isn't as whole scale as what I've seen in experience. But around a lot of specific niches, and especially around Google Discover, it is quite powerful. Not much further on from there, the concept of EAT was actually introduced in 2014. Jennifer Slegg of Search Engine, SE Post even, was one of the first people to start writing about this. And essentially, we all know EAT kind of then rose to popularity in 2018, but it was around for a number of years before then. And Google's original guidelines around it haven't changed too much. But again, this was Google trying to make a step in that direction again of improving experience. And improving experience comes from having content showing expertise and knowledge, but focused and written by credible and authorities within that sector. So you won't come to me for medical advice, but you go to a doctor. quite rightly, Google's had to try and make that step as well. Also around the overall quality of a site, so that's the structure, so there encompasses your navigation ability, content discoverability, internal linking, how users can navigate between associated topics, but also the security of the site as well. And then also, he started talking about the actual offsite in here as well. And this is where I've said about enthusiasm generation, because we oftentimes start looking at link building, digital PR, and everything as oh great, we've had placements in X, Y, Z, or we've had opportunity to see, which is perfect at OTS of 1.3 million eyes, or we've had links on 90 websites. But what we actually want to start doing is creating enthusiasm within the user base, which Google can tangibly see through things like the Twitter Fire Hose deal, through people writing about you on the internet, and it can start to actually build up this basis of, well, maybe this is a brand I should take seriously, and then through the knowledge graph, combine with the entities and context vectors around it. Similarly as well, we have the mobile changes, some mobile Geddon that came around, and then also further advancements in artificial intelligence and machine learning, just to basically help improve the experience of the web, handle queries that haven't previously been seen before, but also to better match user behavior, user devices. So it drives the best experience, because we know that a lot of people mainly search, well, Google's imagination was that people started searching more on mobile for everything. So it'll use heavily, it'll heavily use the mobile user agent versus desktop user agent for basically all queries. And we've made that movement over. And then advancements, like I said, in machine learning around BERT, Ernie, Yati within Yandex as well. Just basically our search engines in Google to serve better content that matches the ambiguous queries, but also help to match better answers to queries where people don't really know what the questions they're asking. But again, it's search experience, it's user experience, and how we can cater for it. So touching on that with Core Web Vitals, then we know that in May this year, it's going to become a ranking factor. They effectively are a statement, like I said, on rewarding websites that generate positive user experiences, and Google are quantitatively measuring that in those three methods of being the FCP, FID, and CLS. From what I've seen and discussions I've had, I believe it's going to need evolution, not a revolution, because it's unlikely that a large percentage of search results pages will see changes. However, as Google works, we know that search results pages for queries that have a much higher search volume than others get more eyes, because Google focuses again on the majority where searchers go and not the overall or the minority. So they'll likely see the biggest impact, which means in third-party tools that use either a Markov model or some sort of chain to estimate traffic or visibility, you'll see lots of fluctuations and percentage changes in there. But in reality, to the actual overall bottom line that these sites may see, might not be that much, because it's done by query and SERP level. And this is one thing I think a lot of people have missed out on. Because it's done by query and SERP level, we should be paying attention to who ranks, or basically the SERPs, and who else ranks for the queries that we hold dear and have the most commercial value on, but then also see if they're making improvements and modifying it. Because at the end of the day, if you've got a brand and you've become known or you've ranked for a long period of time for specific queries, Google's going to have an association between you and those queries. Now, it's not going to just remove the top 10, because it's got loads of other data points which have previously helped tell Google these are the top 10 to show. Now, if number 9 has massively improved their website experience, they could see some improvements. But if the top 3 have relatively stayed the same, they're not great, but at the same point, they're not taking eons to load, and it's not overly that bad, will we see much change? And the answer is potentially not. We're only as fast or as slow as the slowest competitor, and as long as you can be faster than them, show better experience, and plus the factor in all the other factors, there might not be that much disruption. Now, it's in sectors which have just been neglected or ignored in terms of this, they'll see the biggest turnover, but generally being prepared should be okay. So again, I've just included some more information on how the actual overall update will be, because it's not just about the LCP, FID, and CLS, but again, Google's factoring the experience into the page experience update, as you'd imagine, but it's for mobile friendliness, it's safe browsing, it's for HTTPS, it's the institutionals, it's everything that Google's spoken about for the past 7-8 years. For already known factors, for already known everything else, it's just maybe a slight reevaluation that will change for a new web standard, and it's a new web standard that will be set by the fastest out there and by the data out there. Google won't set an obnoxiously high target when no one else on the internet is meeting that target, because they still have to return results and they still have to satisfy user intent. So just some resources on Corbo Vitals there. Again, all these slides are on my site live at the moment, so no need to rush and run down. So when we come to the actual Google statements, I'll actually look at what they've said, and I've kept the exact same like text in there because I forgot to change that. So let's just move on from there. So Google do have UX playbooks. They've publicly stated that they have them internally, but they're used by the Google Ads team, and they're more or less a chronicle of best practices, which they'll hold landing pages and other data points too. Now, we know that landing pages go for evaluation with the paid search teams. However, in 2018, they were leaked, and we got to have a glimpse of essentially what makes an e-commerce page good for conversion, or Google for XYZ from certain data points was. But again, Mueller, then in direct response to these, kind of started talking about the concept of soft ranking factors and indirect ranking factors versus just because it's a tick box, it's verbatim, because not all tick boxes are made equal when it comes to Google evaluation. That's backwards. So the way he kind of phrased it was, obviously, if you make a good website works well for users, and indirectly you can see the effect on ranking. So he basically wanted people to not just look at the UX playbooks, I think in the same way that people looked at the quality rating guidelines and started treating them like gospel, and started thinking, well, this is what the quality rating guideline says, so therefore it must be true, because they're just a guideline for a strategic playbook on how to work. And similarly, from what we've seen with these playbooks as well, generally we were trying to get e-commerce websites to do this anyway, or we were getting other websites to do this, because it's just basics of good design, good UX, and anyone who's run a Hotjar account can tell you half the stuff they said. So this is where, again, we talk about the soft ranking factors. So this is what a lot of user experience factors have been classed as by Google. For example, speed and HTTPS are soft factors, but they're less impactful than other regular ones. So we know with speed, that's subjective. In extreme examples, we know that speed can make or break a website, and a very, very slow site will struggle to rank for very high competitive queries when the competitive cohort is faster. Similarly with HTTPS, it doesn't directly affect rankings. However, in a modern world, it's being used as a tiebreaker. Now, with a page experience update, I kind of feel we've probably reached that stage where Google's been probably banging on the HTTPS and security drum now for a good 5, 6, 7 years, maybe. I think with a page experience update, it's going to come to a point where they actually turn around and go, do you know what, you've had 5, 6 years to move on to HTTPS. SSL certificates aren't expensive. It's part of the modern web. Here's the boat. You're either on it or you're not. And I think that's going to be a more impactful factor that we're going to see. Similarly with things like the mobile experience update, I think it's 5 years since Mobilegeddon, and it's been 3 years since mobile first indexing started rolling out. Again, I think this is going to be a more harsh, like, if your name's not down, you're not coming in terms of mobile responsiveness and competitiveness and ranking. So, looking again, UX being this. So during 2019 in a Webmaster Hangout, someone asked a question around a website just being as you'd expect. It loads very fast. It's got high levels of keyword optimization, but didn't actually match the user intent or query adequately. It was just one of these very high spun sites just to try and get the traffic in or get a conversion. And this is again just Google responding again with direct, the user will be happy. So again, they're not so much talking about performance of the site, they're talking about the user satisfaction of the site. Now, it is worth noting as well that soft factors can outweigh the more rigid factors if the satisfaction isn't high overall. So you can have a very perfectly fast, technically 100% website. You can have keywords in your title tags, your H1s, you can have content written by high authority, but if you don't answer the fundamental questions of the queries and intents, it's just not going to rank over time. You might see it rank, and then it'll probably drop like a stone as Google collects more user data and actually starts to get the judgment of actually this isn't something I should be promoting high as prominently as we are. So just touching on brand, I mentioned earlier, and obviously there's a lot about brand search and brand SEO at the moment. So two key quotes from me are from earlier days of Google. And first one from Eric Schmidt, being that brands are a solution, not a problem, and they're how you support, and brands are how you sort out the cesspool. So again, this kind of comes down to an adage I've always had, like genuine businesses and genuine companies do some form of marketing, do some form of public relations, or just ultimately make some sort of noise to do customer acquisition, not just through organic search, but just survival and just genuinely making noise out there as a business. Now, fake websites don't. So trying to get that understanding that marketing isn't just, or activity shouldn't just be in a silo for certain channels, Google started looking at that. And then when Matt Cutts reaffirmed this, I think a year later, they have the classifier where they look at things like IRS, Wikipedia, or New York Times, and they start to judge quality and low quality based on almost brand gravitas, an intangible element that you can't really do. We can see it in brand search and brand search volumes, but it's an intangible element that we can't really do through SEO, but we can through noise and enthusiasm generation. So just conscious of time around these, and I've got no idea how many slides I've got left. So on page design itself and effects on speed, essentially speed has a very strong play within user experience, and there's always a study. There's always going to be a study that shows that improving page speed by X actually increases to an increase in sales of Y, an increase of leads in Z, but we focus too much on that in silo. We oftentimes focus too much on tools like Lighthouse, and we don't actually get out our phones or go on we probably do it more now, but we're all working from home, but we don't just go on our website and do the journey and use it and see how things load. I work with a OTA, and they actually found that when people refined or refreshed search results, it happened within less than a second, and it updated the page. However, the human brain wasn't computing that, so they just kept hitting refresh because they weren't convinced it was actually refreshing. So they did a forced loading screen for 3 seconds every single time, and then afterwards it just said it. There was nothing changed, just a 3-second little spinny circle. Users converted more because they actually saw something happening. So it's also a combination of speed being too fast sometimes actually leads to negative because users can't perceive that their action has been recognized. Because what we also have to remember is that a lot of people who go on our websites aren't likely going to be as tech savvy as us, who analyze it and make use of it. One of my beta tests is I get my dad to try and use websites, and my general consensus is if my dad can use it, then usually it's a half decent website, because just getting him to turn the laptop on is often a struggle. And again, similarly, it's just about loading times, everything else. The old adage is obviously a restaurant. Now, the restaurant could be very well optimized, you could have great seats, great food, but if the service is slow, it's a negative experience. And again, it's that speed, not only for loading, but speed to intent satisfaction. Again, Google 11 years ago now, back when Meili Oye, I'm never going to be able to say that name, apologies Meili, but they actually had a benchmark within Google that even though at the time Akamai were leading in terms of studies in this area, Google wanted a loading threshold of under half a second, and that was the figure they were trying to go for 11 years ago. Again, now we typically say 3, and we know that a lot of Google tools now start benchmarking versus other sites for more realism. But again, this goes back to Google's not going to set an unrealistic benchmark versus what the internet can actually do. So again, with crawling and how it goes down to technical, just from a general SEO perspective, if you genuinely takes over 2 seconds for Google to fetch your URL, it could limit the amount of crawls your site gets. And we know that crawling isn't directly affected to ranking, but ultimately the process is crawl, index, rank. Without the crawl or sufficient crawling, you're not going to get enough content updates in there, and you're not going to be able to be indexed fast enough to potentially rank as quickly as you can. So there's opportunity costs in that process. So the final section I want to cover over, so it's great understanding this, understanding how criteria has changed, but generally speaking, you need to go away from this conference and the question that someone might ask is, right, what can we do? What can we take away from it? Your C-suite will be grateful that you gain knowledge, but ultimately, what can you do to implement it? So one thing I want you to take away from this mainly is this concept of user happiness. And again, it's like I've said previously, it's the initial user happiness versus the user experience forecasting. Yep, this is a duplicate slide from earlier, but again, I wanted to reiterate. And the focus around that is to stop focusing on the funnel. Now, the funnel, well, as we talk about sales, we'll talk about top of the funnel keywords, bottom of the funnel keywords, and how intent will change from someone just researching to a ready to convert intent and all the joys that go with that. And that's great because we can start showing clients how we're actually trying to focus at different stages for both brand awareness all the way through to conversion. But I hate the funnel. For me, the funnel's too rigid. The funnel suggests that once the user's converted, it's job done. That's it. Marketing's done. We've got the money in the back pocket. Let's applaud ourselves. Let's go. And we don't ask the question, what next? We focus too much on the ROI, not only of SEO, but other activities, and not the user happiness element. And the user happiness element can help expand things out. So that's why rather than the funnel, I look at the bow tie. Now, it's basically the funnel on the left side, which is exactly the same funnel we have now. And we look at things like the ROI and cost per acquisition of users, and they get through to conversion. And we achieve this through creating better experience forecasts. In focus groups I do with clients, I turn around to them and say, right, I want you to imagine you are in a hotel in a sunny country. Most of the time, people will come back to me in these focus groups and say they've just imagined a large building, often white-coloured or light-coloured. There'll be balconies, and there'll probably be a pool or some form of bar. That's because variables of the internet and the world have told us that that's what to expect. Now, we have to deal with those variables on that side of the funnel and also compete. Now, the right side of the funnel, after someone's converted, we always see this in marketing textbooks and in marketing things, and it's great, but ultimately this comes down to user happiness. And this is the lifetime value and churn rate. Now, churn does go back to the experience forecasting, like I've said previously, but it's how we can better address existing customer needs and prevent the competition from essentially ranking for stuff which we could answer and prevent the customer getting a foot in the door. This is protectionism, a prevention and protection of revenue and the hard work you've already done. You don't herd all the sheep to leave the gate open at night, kind of analogy. So with that as well, on the right-hand side of the funnel post-conversion, we can control so many more variables because pre-conversion, we're competing against the messaging of competitors, the false promises, the snake oil, everything that you're doing when you're trying to win that actual customer. There's so much out of your control. Someone might watch a television show and have their expectations set incorrectly for something. We can't control that. All we can do is play in that loud cacophony of noise and try and get the acquisition. Post-conversion, we can control all the variables. We can control everything. If we know that users have a certain pain point, let's stick a support article up and prevent someone else from doing it, or prevent the user potentially going, oh, the tool doesn't do this. Google it. Oh, the competition tool does this because they've included the keyword and Google's had to factor it. Competition's got a foot in the door. A good example of this is the band Pearl Jam, who I believe it was between 2001 and 2002, took the attitude that trying to compete with modern music and modern downloads and all that on the left-hand side was difficult. So in that year period, they released 72 albums purely to existing customers. All the albums made profit because they knew they had a small section of pre-converted users who they could just go and sell to at much lower cost per acquisition rather than trying to compete with whoever else was around in the early 2000s. I don't know, Spice Girls maybe. So again, it's the concept of moving beyond intent, the forecasting, and the happiness. You need to just make sure that the content gives initial happiness, users will stay on the page, they'll pass on positive signals towards Google. But then post-happiness as well, post-conversion even, is creating the happiness, maintaining it, and effectively shutting the door on competition and stopping them from sneaking in. So my final thing, because I do appreciate I'm short on time, sorry Sophia, is just a real world example of this, and that's actually chess. So in November 2020, like you stated, we've got the the US search volume for chess doubled. It was 100% year on year, 100% month on month. In terms of the past 5 years, it was an anomaly. And the reason why? Because Netflix released a series of Queen's Gambit. Now, if your left side of the funnel is strong, like chess.com, the Sicilian.com, all those will have, because that's been their market for years, but their market's just doubled. That left-hand side of the funnel should be working. Their challenge is the right-hand side of the funnel and trying to maintain that level of user happiness with retention. And the way they do that is by secondary queries, tertiary queries, almost going back to the top of the funnel but changing it to what a pre-converted user will search for and looking for attention in that way. So with that, I'd like to say thank you. I'm hoping that people found value from that, and I want to hand back over to Sophia because I believe I may have run over slightly. Sorry.
Okay, all good then. Thank you so much for the presentation. Honestly, we have lots of questions from from our attendees, but we are just running a little bit out of time. So I will just read out one comment that we have. So the person says, "Thank you for that Google criteria evolution. It's great to understand the way search engine updates evolved and how we can try to keep our website updated." So then I'm sure this information was extremely useful for our listeners right now, and plus there will be a recorded version. So, and you will see the questions in the commentaries. If you have time, you can always put the answer there.
No problem. Thank you for having me, Sophia.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye. And now, guys, there will be no video in between because we are already here to meet Craig. Craig, we give you the floor and you have your time.
Awesome. Good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, wherever you're tuning in from. My name is Craig Smith. I'm going to share my screen right now, and we will go through today's session, which really is all around giving you guys, well, actually, I'll stop there. Do you see my screen okay, Sophia?
Yes, we can see your screen. All good.
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks so much. So thanks again, everyone, for the time today. I'm looking forward to the session with you. As you know, I'm eager to share a lot of user experience and conversion optimization data that we've derived at Trinity to give you guys new ideas, to give you guys new perspectives into how you can improve your page templates to make your website to make you more money. And that's really what this all boils down to, right? That's why everyone's here. We're trying to make our sites be more friendly for users so we have more conversions and ultimately more profits. The goal for my presentation today is that you leave with a plan, and that the frameworks we talk about, as well as the exact design examples we show you, will give you real insight into know exactly what you need to do to grow faster. And I want this to be an interactive session. So if you have questions, please drop them in the chat, and Sophia, interrupt me at any time with any information there or questions that kind of correspond to some of the aspects we'll be discussing. But just real quick about me, why you should listen to me today. I've been in the e-commerce and digital category for 21 years. I started as a strategist at Cigna Corporation, which is one of America's largest insurers, then worked for eBay, again, as a strategist, and then started Trinity back in 2006 as a company that was focused on helping brands generate incremental e-commerce sales through data and sophistication. We've been doing user experience testing since 2009. We're a premier partner with VWO, an amazing testing and research tool. And literally all I do day in and day out is go through websites and data, looking at Google Analytics, looking at the presentation of websites to their core audience. And hopefully that experience will lend itself to giving you guys some good nuggets to take away from. As far as what we're going to go through today, I'll spend a little bit of time on a framework, but really the most meat on this presentation is going to be around their test data. Some high-performing experiments that we've run over the last 6 months, and what was the value and impact that was derived from those experiments. We're going to get down to the nitty-gritty. What was the exact specific KPI and the exact specific incremental gain? Or in some instances, I threw a couple in there that are, you're going to be surprised on. But really, again, goal is to give you some ideas and examples so you can replicate this performance. Because what we found is usability enhancements, especially in e-commerce contexts, tend to replicate performance when you leverage them in an alternative website. So hopefully you get some great ideas. And a quick takeaway, this presentation, don't feel like you have to, take furious notes or screenshots. You can email me at the end and I'd be happy to send it to you. Okay, so when you're starting your UX process, right, when you're looking to make your website more effective, you must obviously plan out your game plan through research. And I know a lot of this has been talked about already. And so I'm going to kind of go quickly through this section and get to the data, but I just want to make sure I incorporate it because it is such an important piece to understand and to make sure that you leverage. The first piece is ensuring that you have data integrity. Going through your web analytics installation and making sure that the tracking, tagging, and all of the relevant information is being captured so you can make the right business decisions. Almost every time I look at a Google Analytics installation in usually a prospect of Trinity, someone we're going to do some work with, there's gaps. There's gaps in goals. There's gaps in filters. There's gaps in cross-channel tracking or cross-domain tracking. And now with the advancement of Google Analytics 4, this is only becoming more complex with more questions. So the first thing you want to do is make sure that you audit your analytics, that you get visibility on all of your page templates and there's no pockets or inconsistencies that'll lead to bad data, because that data is going to be what really drives your understanding where are the squeaky parts of the wheel. And for example, what you're looking at here is modeling out progression data on a certain page template in order to generate the economic benefit for a change. In this case, we're looking at the add to cart percentage. This top graph was for the desktop segment and the bottom is the mobile segment. And we're able to kind of see, okay, here is this right here is the current state. Your current state desktop progression is 14.44%. If we're able to move the needle to 15.8% through testing and optimization, that's going to drive $19,000 more in sales per month. This is one template. It's very important that you look at this type of progression data, what we call micro conversion data, on all of your pages. So this way you can really understand where is the greatest opportunity. Now, from there, you now have an understanding of what's happening. The analytics tells you what's happening, but research is going to tell you why it's happening. Part of the research should be what I would call a heuristic review, where you look at certain elements of your site, your brand presentation, your funnel flow. How do you use trust and security? How is your mobile experience rendering? And you're scoring it in some way, shape, or form so you can prioritize the elements of the pages and templates that are underperforming into a plan. Look at your competition as well. Score yourself against the competition, because if you can identify benchmarks and tactics that they're doing that you're not, it's a great way for you to identify some ideas to bring into your roadmap. I know this has been talked about a lot today, but scroll mapping to see how deep people go into a page depth, very, very important. This way you can isolate, especially if you have an offer that's below the fold and you look at your scroll maps, that offer is probably being missed by half of your users. Try testing it above the fold in a sticky header or maybe in the core real estate. Heat maps as well is, again, I think it was talked about recently, but this is an example with a B2B customer of ours in the e-commerce category. Look how much the click density centers on that top left element within the grid. This type of information helps us in making merchandising decisions and making site design decisions on where we want to put the core call to action or top selling product on a given template. And then lastly, scenario testing and user testing is really, really important. In the old days, we used to have to write out a discussion guide and go recruit users within a store or online. And actually, I do a physical test where we're recording the movements using Camtasia Studio and packaging it all up. Now this is much easier. You can do scenario testing and user testing with a variety of online tools. And the way you want to go through this is based upon some of these pages that you've identified gaps in. You want to create scenarios that associate to these pages. And you can see the example I'm reading right here. It says, use the searcher navigation to find a square gas burning fire table that is 36 inches to 42 inches in width. So you ask the question, the user goes through the process, they give kind of verbal feedback as well. This small investment helps tremendously in deriving where you should focus your time. And then ultimately you want to create a dynamic, or in our case, as a testing roadmap. We use what we call a pie rating that says, okay, these tests or these page improvements, what is the potential of it? What is the importance? And what is the ease of implementation? And a lot of this correlates to how much the page that we're going to affect, or the section of the site we're going to affect, is being utilized in paid channels. Really, that's where you're going to get the most compound effect in your business. And then that creates a prioritization plan. And then here you can kind of see in the plan, the checkout page is the first target. So this process is something you need to go through, the analytical review to understand what's going on, the template performance, the micro-conversion data, the research information to help support your thesis around what's going to change, and then also to gain new insights, and then the prioritization of how your tests are going to be deployed. Now, when you start deploying tests, it's very much a cycled approach of designing, running the test, analyzing the data, and then ultimately implementing on the site. We start every test with a test plan, and you probably should as well. Something that's going to say, what is the expected launch date? What is the population of devices? What is it, a split test? Is it a multivariate test? How long is it going to run? What is going to be changed? And then in parallel with that, the actual creative of what's going to be changed. What nuances are going to be manipulated using a testing tool like Visual Website Optimizer or Optimizely. After that happens, once you get your creative done, you need development, obviously JavaScript and front-end specialists to make these tests light up. Now, with Trinity, we're using VWO as really the delivery mechanism. Their internal editor you can use for basic changes, button colors, maybe some text on a page, etc., slight modules. But when we run experiments, we're doing major overhauls to pages. And because of that, we want to use custom JavaScript and custom CSS. And that's what fires off in the browser to make the page experience map to the previous creative we just talked about. And then don't neglect quality assurance and cross-browser testing. This is really, really important. And cannot be neglected, because you're going to get a lot of your traffic coming in on these older browser types and older or different device types. So we want to make sure you're looking at Opera, you're looking at Explorer, you're looking at Edge, you're looking at Safari, and obviously Chrome and Firefox and all the different variations to make sure it's rendering perfectly. And when it does, the test goes live. What you're looking at here is a Google Data Studio export to kind of show how the control's performing versus the variations. You can do this in your testing platform or whoever you want or like, but really the key is that 95%, the statistical significance interval, which tells you, hey, version B beat version A. At that point, you have a decision to make. You can either hard code it into the cloud, or you can hard code it into your site, or perpetually serve it in the cloud using your testing system. So that just gives you a baseline feel of a conversion optimization methodology to embrace in your business to really execute these types of tests. And now that leads us to the section and probably what you guys are most interested in, which test won. And I'm going to start out here on this category page. So this is showing a customer in the technology space, and you can see they came to us, and they came to us with this header and the category level that had these radio button presentations. We changed the presentation to be more of a drop-down centric presentation with the thesis that it was more modern and that we would be able to kind of get more product above the fold in a desktop view pane, which is their core audience. Interestingly enough, that presentation, version B, outperformed version A by 30% in category to product progression. And again, within this experiment, our goal was to reduce friction in terms of selection. And what we thought is that this initial presentation was somewhat overwhelming. It's creating what we call analysis paralysis, where there's just too many things for the human brain to digest at one time. And because of that, this more of a consolidated view worked better to the tune of 30%. The next test to show and to talk about, I'm going to get a quick drink of water actually, is a mobile presentation. This is a mobile presentation grid on the right, where there's 4 images versus a enlarged single image or grid, single card view. This was for obviously a larger apparel retailer in e-commerce. And, I would have thought that the big one would have won, but ultimately version B performed much better. This version of the multiple pictures, the 2-column presentation, drove a almost 11% increase to conversion rate versus the larger view pane of the product. The next one takes us to the travel category, and a Trinity customer that sells high-end packages in Hawaii. And this was the original version, a tab-based layout with the grid presentation, the ultimate goal of getting users to click on the Book Now buttons that associated to their respective columns. We looked at the progression data. We thought we could get more juice out of that fruit. So we created this alternative presentation using Visual Website Optimizer, very, very different. Now, what are we doing here? We're reducing the analysis. We're making it easier to digest, giving them alternative pathways to view details, and obviously giving them the Book Now, and also giving the opportunity to click into the secondary packages. Version B outperformed the control version with a 19% increase to progression rate. So that means that 19% more people went into the booking engine than the original. A very, very great example of, again, analysis paralysis. We required less scrolling. We split up the packages to make it less overwhelming. And by doing so, we're able to gather that gain. The next is a product detail page scenario of stock data. We're looking at version A with the stock data being included above the Add to Cart button, and version B not having it. Obviously, version A was the better approach. By displaying the stock information on the site when we had quantity under 10 remaining, that drove a 29.69% increase to conversion. Again, this was the one that we created as the variable version. The way you do that is in most e-commerce platforms, you can take the inventory count for a specific SKU and inject it via JS into your testing platform and into your page. If you don't have urgency inventory threshold firing off today that is in any context where you have inventory, one of the best experiments that you can deploy to make your conversion rate increase. The next is a checkout summary page. And what you're looking at here is the last mile, the review order page. This was version A, and we made changes to version A by reinforcing what we call value proposition messaging. In any business, in any entity, in terms of lead gen or retail, you need to distill down the key elements of why someone should buy from you and simplify it in graphical format and make sure that you convey that at key spots of abandonment. In this case, by telling the user when the product was shipping dynamically in an image, giving them specifics about when they'll receive more here, and then the next shipment. For this subscription package, this drove significant improvement, an 8% increase to overall conversion by just incorporating the value proposition messaging in that inflection point, in that place where users have those logistical questions. You know, I always talk about in e-commerce, there's those three things you have to hit: security, shipping, and guarantees. And even outside of e-commerce, if you look at lead generation, maybe you don't have security because you're not dealing with credit cards, but you still have guarantees. You still have your core value prop. You still have your social proof. You need to make sure it's embedded into your experience to gain the trust of both shoppers and visitors to your site. This next one is a pure checkout navigation test that was occurring within the Magento e-commerce platform. And you can see this was the core version, version A, the control version, I should say. A very simplistic test in version B. And what we did by removing that drop down, or excuse me, that top nav, and just that slight change, we thought would make a big difference, but it did not. And it's interesting in this specific context, you know, it was not a winning experiment, but in the past we've run this test before and it has won. So it just kind of proved to us you never quite know truly what the winner is going to be, even though you've done it in the past. You have to test it. The next one is a B2B quote module. And this B2B quote module is geared around lead gen. This was the control version, version A. This was version B. What we look to do is simplify the form, try to make it a little bit more simplistic. And in doing so, got a 28% increase in form submissions. You know, we looked to condense the fields, reordered them, and also add a global information bar where the propositions were promoted. The call to action was also manipulated again in this new form, and that drove a 28% increase. Slight changes, big wins. The next test presentation is in the personalization and customization category. Now, the question here is, does this, we'll call it overlay customization approach, work better than a more subtle approach where the fields would be presented in a module that was essentially in the same viewing pane as the original? This was the control version. This was the new version, version B. Version B outperformed significantly over version A, creating or affirming the hypothesis of not overwhelming the user and making it a little bit more subtle and making it easier. So the new functionality that we created for this personalization process, you know, allowed us to run these A/B tests and find that these layouts would be more effective. It was a 21% increase to conversion. The next is homepage created in a lead gen environment. And you can see here was version A. We used, the existing version was a cartoon type of animational graphic. And our concern was, hey, maybe we would try some lifestyle imagery. Would the lifestyle imagery beat the creative graphic? Ultimately, it did not. By switching out the homepage illustration, we expected to see the increase to performance from the homepage. But what we did not see was that increase. Users responded better to the illustration images, and we use that intelligence to drive further site changes throughout the site. This next one is also an e-commerce example, talking about free shipping and the free shipping value proposition that most brands take with their e-commerce experience. We see it mostly in the header, global banners, but we were very curious that if we incorporated a dynamic module that you can see right here that took into account the value of the cart and showed them a graphic that says, hey, you're just $8 away from free shipping, would that dramatically improve checkouts within our customer? Again, this was a functionality that was not incorporated in the e-commerce system. We were able to replicate this function using JavaScript, custom CSS, as well as the VWO optimization platform. We ran that version versus the existing control version. And ultimately, version B was the winner. Again, I wanted to make sure I put in some ones that it doesn't always work what you think. And this was a great example of, we really thought that this would undoubtedly beat this version. It did not. Maybe it was the bigger subtotal, maybe it was the simplicity, but we did not see that version being statistically significant to be better at the goal of getting more customers. The next is a checkout page, or you can maybe replicate this to any page that has a significant number of fields. The takeaway here is, again, overwhelming to the brain, right? A lot of fields to digest, and the gray contrast with the white background, we felt even added more just exhaustion in absorbing the information. This was the new version we created. We incorporated a more of an Amazon feel to a buy box, made the email address at the top of the form, so that way we could do abandoned cart or abandoned checkout emails from this page on that first field inclusion. And then we also made it more simple, got rid of some things, used the billing, shipping, automatically generating fields with the check. And this, not to our surprise, drove a 12% increase in conversion. We were really excited about this. We felt obviously that the new variation was much more easier to digest, much more easier for users to continue down the conversion path and complete their purchase. And it drove nearly a 12% overall increase to their conversion rate. So I wanted to make sure I left time for questions and love to hear about your businesses and your thoughts around that. But really the final takeaways, things that I want to make sure I reiterate, is first, fix your data. It makes no sense to test on an analytical installation that does not have accurate integrity data. So you can hire someone, you can use tools that maybe exist in the marketplace, but you got to make sure you start there. Get your data in order first and understand how your users are behaving. Prioritizing customer insights, again, back to the earlier theme of analytics tells you what's happening, customer insights tells you why it's happening. Don't neglect this step. Do surveys, check out your heat maps, look at your scroll maps, do online usability testing, present scenarios to panels and have them go through the scenarios so you can kind of get ideas on what your testing roadmap is going to be. The next takeaway, reduce analysis paralysis. Look at your pages. Where are they overwhelming to the human brain? Where are you presenting more than 6 boxes for someone to fill out in a given presentation? That is too much. Try to make it easier. Try to make it more fluid. Help the user by don't making them think. And then lastly, measure in micro conversions. Too often, I talk to brands, I talk to executives who look at conversion rate optimization in a vacuum where only conversion rate is what they care about. Hey, our conversion rate is 3%, it needs to be 4%. That's the wrong way to do it. You need to look at, as we talked about before, a page template level. What is the percentage of people who view the category page to make it to the subcategory page? What is the percentage of people that look to a product page and make it to a cart? And how is that variable across desktop and mobile? That is the intelligence that will open up your opportunity and give you, again, the most economically friendly places for you to drive revenue within your business. Okay, so thank you so much for the time today. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to some interesting questions. Feel free to email me for a copy of this presentation. You can do so at csmith@trinity.one. And also, if you'd like a free diagnostic assessment of your business from myself, we'd happy to spend a half hour on a call, walk through your site, run it through some tools, and you and I will go through your site and really have a preliminary idea of some things that you could potentially execute and growth levers you can pull in the short term. Okay. All right. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing, go back to the broadcast, and Sophia, I'll let you take it from there.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. We have some very nice commentary saying that you have a great presentation. Thank you. So it's a nice sign. And so a couple of questions. What services do you use every day to analyze user behavior, and which ones could you recommend for small businesses or even freelancers?
Yeah, great question. So without question, Hotjar. Okay, so Hotjar is one. Hotjar is going to give you video recordings, which is awesome. It gives you form analytics, which is helping you derive how far someone goes down in a form. And it also gives you basic surveying. So if you want to have a post-purchase survey or an abandonment survey, they might render on a checkout page or a cart page to say, hey, why are you leaving today? If you can, sometimes you can deploy surveys using what's called exit intent technology. When a mouse moves up to the upper left-hand corner of a browser, you know someone's leaving, you can fire off a survey. And sometimes you find out information like, oh, your shipping's too high, or it's going to take too long to get to me, those sorts of things. So Hotjar is one. Really like Crazy Egg, that's another great one. There's a lot of cheap other tools out there. I actually have a webinar that I did in the past, 25 low-cost tools for this type of stuff. Email me and I'll be happy to send you a link to that webinar. It's behind a gated thing, but I'll get you the file.
Okay, cool. That will be awesome to share this information with our listeners. One more question. So do you analyze the first click on the traffic channels?
Analyze the first click, of course. Yeah, I mean, when you look at a first click, you're looking at someone coming in on a landing page, and it's going to be really different between organic traffic versus paid traffic versus direct traffic versus affiliate. I mean, those are the main kind of segments. The organic traffic usually is coming in higher up in the funnel, that research query. We see it in our site, in our business, that 60% of our traffic is coming into our blog and our learning center. They're not coming to us with commercial intent. They're coming to us with learning intent. So our goal there is to make the session geared around learning, geared around opting in for them to get something of value to help their education. So when it comes to a standpoint of clicks, look at your bounce rate on those clicks, look at the time on site on those clicks, look at the pages per session on those clicks, look at the traffic, where is it coming from? You'd be surprised. You might get a lot of traffic. We see it all the time from different languages, different countries, and you can make people feel more at home. If I'm getting 20% of my traffic from the United Kingdom, and I present on all that traffic segment, welcome shoppers or welcome UK visitors, click here to learn how we serve the United Kingdom, that's going to reduce your bounce rate. That's going to make your session so much more valuable, personalized, and effective. That's going to grow your conversion. So first click, where they're coming from, and the engagement, without question, really, really, really important.
Thank you so much for sharing. If you have time for one more question, can
I
we?
have time till 11 o'clock.
Okay, that's cool. So there are a lot of different approaches to analyzing the sales performance on your website. Which one could you give us maybe like some steps on how to analyze and which elements to analyze on your website to understand how your sales performance is going?
Right. So the first distinction obviously is, are you e-commerce or are you lead generation? Are you looking to get an actual credit card, purchase behavior, or are you looking to get just a form fill? That's number one, because that's going to really change what you monitor, what you track. Looking at e-commerce, that's what we do, is that progression rate review on a template basis divided by device type is really, really important. How does my homepage do, desktop versus mobile? How does my category page do, desktop versus mobile? And looking at it, each page has a goal, right? The homepage, you want to get someone to either a merchandise spotlight or your search box or a category page. That's it. What is the percentage of people who take that action? You need to measure that, and then that's going to help you get the insight to say, okay, what is, again, the economic impact when I go from point A to point B on a metric? So in e-commerce, like if I'm looking at the mobile add to cart ratio, right, it's 12%. And I have 100,000 sessions that come per month to the mobile product pages across my entire site. If I move it to 15%, that's going to equal 3,000 more sessions in the funnel. What is that going to mean if everything else holds true? So that's kind of what you need to go through in an e-commerce viewpoint. You got to go through that progression rate review. And we do this for brands and businesses when we're in kind of pre-sales discussion, helping them understand their economic upside. On the lead gen side, with that, you're going to probably get, again, the different traffic types, and you're going to want to create calls to action and conversion points in your site that speak to it. So higher funnel learning, you need to make sure you're accurately tracking folks in those categories. And then if you really want to be progressive in a B2B lead gen environment, if you know someone opts in to, let's say, you're a software provider and you have software for the education category, they opt into an educational white paper or they opt into an educational webinar. At that point, your site presentation should be geared from that point forward all around education for that visitor, because hypothetically, they've shown the propensity and raised their hand and said, hey, I'm in the education market. So when they come back to the homepage again, lead with your white paper about education, 10 ways to lower costs. Lead with the homepage creative. We helped Yale University lower costs by 20%. And incorporate a sequential messaging system in your marketing automation tool, like a HubSpot or SharpSpring like we use, to fire off a category-specific cadence of messages that are going to speak to that segment. So that's really, in both areas, how I would approach it, depending on if you're in lead gen or e-commerce.
Wow, that was such a clear answer to this question. Thank you. And maybe we have, well, let's see, because there are some questions that are waiting for to be answered. So let's say we speak about the UX experiments in general, right? Are there any recommendations from Google that you follow specifically in this sphere?
From Google?
Yeah.
Google is interesting. I mean, sometimes people come to us and they say, hey, does this affect organic search? Right. When someone's concerned about Google, you're mostly concerned about your search ranking, your algorithmic effect from your website. And testing tools, we've never seen it affect organic search. And I think the reason is Google's smart. They have their own tool, Google Optimize. It's a free tool. We don't use it. We don't think it's best in class, but it's there. And if you want to start in testing, it's a great place to start. I mean, it just will get the mindset, the culture of experimentation in your team. That's more important than anything else. It doesn't have the bells and whistles of some of the paid products, the ones that we use. We love VWO. We've been using it for 10 years. But my point is that a testing tool, an experiment, isn't going to affect your Google rankings. What will affect your Google rankings is you re-engineering your page to be better, right? We run let's say we have a site-wide test on your blog pages, and we want to incorporate some nuances to the page to get the hypothesis of increased dwell time and average time on page. And we're going to reduce bounce rate. That's our goals for the test. We incorporate these elements, and guess what? That wins. And 20% of the sessions are now more productive because they've gone to a next page. When we hard code that change into the site and Google starts seeing that increased engagement from the enhancement that was derived from the test, they're going to reward you in the rankings because you're delivering a better experience. Google Analytics is so ubiquitous, it's on every site pretty much on the web almost. When they see that added layers of interactivity, when they see less of a bounce coming back from that original search query, they're going to reward you. So not a direct impact from when you put the snippets in your site and run the tests, but there will be a residual impact after the new change goes live and you've incorporated better experience for your visitors.
Wow, yeah. And experiments are a really cool thing to implement, not only in business, but in your real life, right?
Yeah, sure.
Experimenting and getting better.
Sure, my kids, if I take their phones away, what happens?
Let's see. Have you run those tests?
With my kids, if I did that, the system would crash.
Okay, you won't be able to attend this conference, right? Cool. Great. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your insights, for your knowledge, and for sharing. This was so interesting to listen to.
Awesome. Thanks everyone for having me. It was a great time, and I wish everyone the best. Take care. Happy optimizing.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
Okay, cool, guys. So one more video to watch, and then we're happy to introduce a new speaker.
Increasing sales is a complicated process that involves many components. Undoubtedly, one of the key factors here is the user engagement of your site. The main problem points: increasing the average session duration, increasing the number of articles/page views, increasing the demand for a specific product or service, decreasing customer hesitation. Now I will show you how to do it with Plurdy. 1. To increase the average session duration, create a pop-up that recommends website users to check out related content or informs them about current special offers. To do this, choose Promotion Pop-up, type in Plurdy's admin dashboard. 2. To increase the number of articles/page views, create a banner pop-up with the main information about the article/page and clear call to action. For this, just choose Banner Pop-up type. 3. To increase demand for a specific product or service, create a pop-up with tailored information and display it on the corresponding page. For example, 10 people are viewing/has already bought this product. For this, choose Customer Activity Pop-up. 4. To the lower amounts of customers that hesitate to create a pop-up with a suggestion to proceed order in one click. To do this, choose Order in one-click pop-up type. Thanks to these and other pop-ups, you could keep a potential customer from leaving and help you to engage the customer that want to use your services. Then in Plurdy's admin dashboard, you should configure where, when, and in what part of the screen to display your pop-up. You can set the timer to get the most interested users or choose Exit Intent to catch the bouncing ones. Actually, you can add both at once, and it's just a small part of all functionality. Try Plurdy for free today. Track, analyze, and make your visitors convert into buyers.
Welcome back. And our next speaker is Oleg. Hi, Oleg. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing you well.
Okay. How are you doing today?
Oh, the great, fine.
Good. So we give you the floor, and please share your presentation.
Okay, let me try to do that. As I can see, there is only possibility to share. Is it possible to share only one screen? Let me check.
You might just go from screen to screen, but it's still
Yeah,
possible.
so just give me. Let's try. Okay, can you see me and my screen?
Oh yeah, that will be.
Yeah, does it work
Okay.
right now?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, so cool.
Okay.
Let me start. So just a couple minutes for introducing myself. So my name is Oleg. The second name is last name is Slyusarchuk. So I'm leading the design department in Ukrainian software company called Elex. So it's a world recognized international company with the offices in the European Union, in London, and Berlin. So a lot of capacity offices in Ukraine and also in Estonia. So that's the European part. So also I'm based right now in Chicago. So our United States representative office here, and I would like to talk today not mostly about the user conversion and the stuff how to make your website or your product, the digital stuff, more like a more competitive on the market and so on. So I will but that's okay. That's a usually great topic to speak about. But today I will speak mostly about the design basics. So how to evaluate your product, so what have to do with the designer or even the product manager, so before you will launch your digital product into the market, and how you can predict and preserve your business from the mistake that might be done um, while you're developing or releasing the product. So, and my topic today is the how to validate um, product hypothesis by usability testing. So, um, I will start my speech from the design basics about the usability testings, and so feel free to ask any questions maybe during my, let's say, speech or conversation with you, because I would like to move it run it more like a dialogue than just a presentation. So feel free, just interrupt and ask a questions. So let's start from the basics. What is the usability testing itself? So, and why it slightly different from the traditional testing when you are the usability testing by the quality assurance managers or developers or designers or the manager of the product. The key difference here is because usability testing, or we call it user testing, it's not about the bugs. It's about how how people feel the overall workflow, how the people feel about the product. So how the people want to reach their goals because of the, let's say, design solution or the product solution which you're doing or presenting. So the user here, it's a big differentiation rather than just finding bugs.
Oleg, sorry, just a question. I believe we can't see your presentation. Let's try to fix this, because the information is so useful, and that would be nice to see the presentation.
So you cannot see the presentation?
No, we can't. We just can see the your screen, and on the
Okay.
screen we see you.
Let me try it one more time. So
Sure.
just trying share the screen. Okay, share screen again. So maybe I will and just
If your presentation is
yes. Can you see
it's
it
in the
right now?
okay, yeah, now we can.
Okay.
This
so-
one, yeah? Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm sorry for that, because I was thinking that I have shared the screen. So, and about the advantages and then disadvantages of this methodology. So the good thing is here that you can just get the feedback from the direct target user audience, and make let's say more effort to the project team for fill the audience, so that they're developing for some particular persons rather than just for the product release. So it might have also internal debates after the usability testings, just to figure out what the best way to figure that on, or this advantage inside the that issue inside the product during the development, and issue and potential problems can be highlighted before the product will be launched. The business advantage is also here it increasing the likelihood of usage and repeat usage. So of the product means so more happy users. So because you're not doing just a product for yourself, but you are doing for the audience, and you would like to get the early feedback as soon as possible. So also the one good thing that you also could test not only the product itself, but some prototypes or even the rapid prototypes of the solutions that would you like to develop in future. So one more thing is that that users are better able to reach their goal, which results in the business meeting. In the business meeting, it's their targets. So, but there are a few disadvantages. The first one, that usability testing, it's mostly about quality qualitative results. It's not provide you like a quantitative results, because you have all you the huge possibility is just to have a couple of usability testing to get a qualitative result. So, but it doesn't mean that you can cover a huge audience for that. There are a couple of possibilities. Let's say using some external websites that propose or provide you such possibilities, just to hire as much as possible. Let's say existing let's say user audience, or you will also can hire like possible users or future users from the concrete target audience, but it's slightly and mostly about the qualitative method of the user research. Why do we need usability tests? So the first is about identifying problems in the design of the product or the service. So that's easy and most easiest way to detect those problems or with the usability even before the product will launch, or even before you will write the first line of the code. Even you have just on the design prototype, and you can validate the workflow with the real users in the real world. Uncovering opportunities to improve, because so you can even be you can even be on your own way, and you can see only one way of the workflow, or the one way of the possible solution. But after the usability testing, so user can also mention some other way how to solve this problem, or how to find some different ways for the or more usable ways just to reach their goals. Learning about the target users, so their behavior and preferences. So that's also a good thing, because you will be able to see how the people react to the product, even before you will launch on the market. So three things: uncover problems in design, discover opportunities, and learn more about the users of the product. So, a few words about the types of the usability test. It might be there are three major types that we are figuring out, and also we are following the methodology of a proposed methodology of the Nielsen Norman Group. It's well known California-based company, which is their main business is about um, design design education and design certification, but two well-known professionals like Don Norman and Jacob Nielsen. So the first one is comparative usability testing. It means the compare the usability one, let's say, website or one application with another. So it's totally somehow closer to A/B testing, but it means you're not testing the same things of the one product. Rather, you testing two different solutions, or two different, or even your product and product of your competitor, and you're gonna able to see which way and which workflow will be better for your users or target audience as well. So explorative usability testing, it's highly used in the way how we are working and the experienced designers. It's before a launching new product. I mentioned it's a couple of times. So explorative usability testing will have help you again to meet the needs of the user. So to validate even the just pure or pure design prototypes before you will launch or before you will start any development efforts to build something new. And one more thing at the usability evaluation, it's about the post-launching. It's a post-launching phase. It's about testing, already released services or already released products. So how usually it's descriptive methods, so methodology that help you evaluate so this the product or services directly after release. So you can even invite some experts in the some area on some experts from the usability standpoint, or even better to have those experts from the audience which you are targeting for. So to get the evaluation, so to find the potential issues, to highlight some fixes before the, let's say, final product launch. So it means sometimes this usability evaluation, it's a part of what we call beta testing. Yes, so before something will go into the huge, let's say, public for the huge, let's say, public using. So that might be some focus groups or might be some, let's say, expert group which will help you to evaluate this thing from the perspective of usability. Again, so there are two different types for the let's say, from the perspective or qualitative and quantitative methods. So I have mentioned a little bit before when I in the previous slide. So when I describe the usability testing as the qualitative way of the usability research, but it somehow can be figured out as the quantitative way. So for qualitative methodology, it focuses on the collecting highlights, finding, and about how the people use the product or services. Qualitative usability will be best for developing, discovering the problems of user experience. So it gives a lot of good information from the first hand. So a lot of descriptive things, a lot of insights from the let's say, conversation in person. So the quantitative, it's mostly based on the collecting metrics, um, collecting or proving the metrics that you can put like in front the measuring of the success of the concrete let's say, product. So and like I said, so the qualitative can be even even when you can post, let's say, some or publish some part of the design prototype or the sub part of the product. So you can give the users give the access to this part, and also add some analytic tools into the prototype or the part of real product, just to figuring out so the how long people will stay on the page, so how long it takes to reach the goal, so goal goes through the workflow and so on. So that's also might be very helpful here. So I will not speak mostly I will not speak a lot about the usability metrics, so that's might be a slightly different topic, or even it might be like a separate presentation conversation regarding that, because right now I'm just talking about the basics and why we need this usability research. So about the remote in-person testings, it's like a part of digital transformation or the transformation of all processes in during the COVID time. So we have to move mostly for the remote testings. But even that it wasn't happened before, so it just in usual time. So there were no such possibilities just to travel across the world and have in-person testing. Let's say when you're creating some international product or international service, so that where you have to hire users, let's say from China, from United States, from Europe, from the Middle East. So that's remote usability testing session. It's also highly requested, and it helps you to get the more wider audience that just testing in person. So but right now in time at COVID, so I guess a lot of designers so took the challenge of the remote usability testing, and it also has a lot of advantages in comparison to in person. So that's good stuff right now. Let's a few words about the moderated, moderated and unmoderated usability testing session. So for the moderated, it's like a usual thing. So I will not stop here. So that's when you're inviting someone to like a desk to their desk or or remotely to their screens. So when you can be a facilitator and can propose the script or the tasks, so which the user has complete, and then you will measure and the success of the workflow. And also you can have some kind of mini interview when you can ask user about how you feel about the product, so how it was, so your thoughts and so on. That might be also very helpful and very insightful as well. So but for the unmoderated, so which is mostly about it's some element of the quantitative usability testing, because you have just buy any plans or the testing or the some, let's say, external testing platform, or you can ask some agency just to hire the like a wider audience of the users. So and you can just prepare a task or prepare some let's say scenario regarding the prototype of the real test environment of the product. So and propose user to pass this test, or so to go through this like through the workflows that you would like to test as well. So at this time, so you're just you have to let's say propose scenario or the task, so and the participant will apply to the platform or will be hired by external agencies, so they can go through the task, and you can also record the video and so on. But for moderated sessions, that slightly less questions, because people are hired and they know what to do, and they know why they're coming to this testing platform. But for the moderated usability testing session, it's very necessary. There are very necessary two things. The first is just to explain to the participants of usability testing, so you're not testing them, or how they can be fast enough for completing the workflows, but the platform or the product or the website itself. So that's the one thing. And another thing, so it's better when you're alone with user and inside some room, or just for the for the remote session, because because so I had in my past in my experience some cases when you would like to test something in like enterprise environment and business environment, and there are let's say the people the person who is testing, and the same his boss in the same time with his boss in the room, and people can be like disappointed to be can be disappointed a bit, and can look always to his boss. So am I doing right? Am I doing not? And it can be not so reflectable in the results. So it's so that's why you have to keep to be let's say to keep some procedure or for of the usability testing just in person, just two people, you and the participant, or might be you and someone who will take notes as well, but it should be comfortable for the participants as well. So core elements of the usability testing, it's a facilitator, so who will run this usability testing, so tasks or scenarios, and of course participants. So like I said, facilitator guides the participants through the test process, gives instructions, so asks the follow-up questions. So as I mentioned before, there is good to have some small interview before, so about like a about like a feeling about the product, or just about the nowadays occupation with the participant, and so on. Task of the usability testing is or like the scenario of usability testing. It's a very like a crucial thing here, because you have to predict before, so what kind of workflows you have to test, so what kind of questions, what kind of questions should be answered, so what kind of metrics you have set up before you will plan something or write the tasks, because every task, every workflow, each workflow should be dedicated to some metrics to prove it or decline. So that's another purpose. And of course the participants. So just yesterday I had worked on the proposal to the let's say new product development for one company, and so they are asking me, so who you are usually hiring the users. So I usually divide the users or participant to three groups. The first one, it's like internal users, or the business users inside the organization. So that's the most easiest part. So usually I asked so usually I'm asking for, let's say, administration of the company, just to make some cover letter to ask stakeholders or business users, so for supporting of this usability testing activities, because they're doing their impact of improving the product or creating some new functionality and so on. So the another thing is external users, and definitely usually you have to appreciate them for this, like for the usability testing participation. So they, like a platform or external agency, they definitely ask for some amount of payment for the hours that participant will dedicate for usability testing. But from other sides, so in our practice there was also like a non-material appreciation. So it might be, I don't know, some merch of the concrete, merch souvenirs of the concrete so product or some company. So that's also might be like appreciation, not only from the material point of view. There is some task examples. because to put the right task and the right question during interview is also crucial thing, because you have you have ask as much as possible, but questions should be open. Yes, so that's not possible to just limited your, let's say, interview just with let's say some restrictions and so on. But in the same time, so you have to focus on the things that you have to test, and because you have to reach your results. One more thing, sometimes stakeholders or people say, okay, it's not, so why you're proposing this usability testing or user testing? So we are the product owners, we know completely everything about the product, so we will be testing by ourselves because we know everything about the product. So that's not true. You never be your user. So even because usually when you're testing your product, you have your own opinion. It's definitely depending on your possibilities, budget, and so on. But when you hiring just a uh, usual people, or just external users, so they can discover more, can be more, let's say, objective rather than your subjective feedback for the product. How many users do we need? So it's usually so for the wider audience or for the big products. So customer asking about the let's say probably up to the 100 users, because they're thinking that as much user we can hire for the usability testing. So it's as much let's say hypothesis we can validate, or we can prove some, let's say, usability flows. But there is a minimum, let's say, a minimum quantity of the, or recommended quantity of the participants, or for usability study. It's recommended again by Nielsen Norman Group. It's the 5 persons, because as you can see here, it's about, on this graph on the right side, so it's about how many users can let's say, so how many users can bring the most value. So they said that after, so 5 users will give you the, let's like a they can give the major insights. So another 5, or another quantity of the user will give you the same plus some new. So that means that minimum quantity for the users from usability studies should be 5. If you want more, so please, but it also depending for the cost and the budget of the usability study. So here is one of our, let's say, usability study. So it's like a real client proposal. So we were validating different medical physical devices. So when we are proposing for to have this, let's say, discovery in the 5 stages, for 4 steps. So the first one is ongoing listening. So just to get understanding from the market and from the user needs, so to collect as much as possible data and information. So the next is the validation and testing. So we also start here from the first 5 users. Post-launch, it again ongoing listening for the after the after the launch. So after the launch of the product, so gathering the data for actual users, and so different type of data. So it might be like a post-release interviews, or the some quantitative things. So just to send the surveys about the opinion for the product, and gathering after gathering all those insights. So they're usually we're planning the next iteration, next part of the user research, just for improving, or filling the gaps, or planning the next iteration for the let's say usability improvements to make this, let's say, product or website more enhanced, more usable for the audience. Again, I have said before, so we can test wireframe, prototype, or the real product. And maybe I will switch to how to collect the data. So that's one more thing, because like I mentioned before, so there are a lot of platforms, and here is also a good slide about what kind of platforms might be helpful for what kind of data collecting. So for qualitative, there are like tools such as Lookback. It's a good stuff, because you have that's a really easy installable application when you can at the same time recording the screen. So it means like user behavior inside the application, and at the same time like emotion of the person. So using the laptop front camera, or just front camera of the mobile phone, and you can capturing in the same time, and it gives you the possibility to have like a video from the both sides. Also quantitative data from the right side, it's like application like a maze, so it's extension for the Envision prototyping tool, which gives you a possibility to make some measurements, like especially from the time spending on the page perspective and so on, or the it's like extension for the Envision prototyping tool, and it gives also a possibility to make A/B testing just using only prototype, not the real product. So you can even have a couple of patterns, and you can also see which one will be better for the users, and more let's say visible, more easy for them, and so on. A few words about the artifacts in the session and the our usability sessions. It's again real proposal for the customers. So the planning session, so usability test before the session, including task scenario and the question for the mini interview. It's about 10-15 minutes. So next is the running session. So that's like screenshots from the usability testing running remotely. So using just Microsoft Teams. So where you can share the screen, and you will definitely use some let's say software solution for the capturing, and also analysis of the results. So that's like a specific board when we are trying to figure out and find the best highlights from different, let's say, from different participants, just to figure out what is good, what is bad, and also to group by the sections. So because you definitely have to sort this information afterwards, just to figuring out what is the like a subjective opinion, what is like a repeatable opinion, and might be more objective. So where you can focus in on your, let's say, future enhancement on the prototype, or even for the product, and so on. That's just a wider screen of this procedure. So in the few words for the just last minute, so the few words about the case studies. So the first one, it's about we had developed our internal platform for cryptocurrency. So inside our company, for appreciate some, let's say, employees for their good advantages, good good results in their daily work and so on. And from one side and from another side, that it was built on the blockchain methodology. It will also help us just to explain our future customers what means this cryptocurrency, what means the blockchain technology, and so on. And one Japanese company has asked us to apply the same thing into their environment and just create the prototype of the solution for the let's say for the some Japanese companies for the employee appreciation. So, and we did in the same way. So we translate the application, make the prototype using Japanese. So it's slightly different than just a general application, because it's a Japanese market and everything has to be more adopted here. But the way how we evaluate this was the same. So just a pure prototype in the first hand. So then our representatives and our partners in Japan and Tokyo, so they took this prototype and went through the companies, so the HR departments and so on, just to get the first feeling from the possibilities, get the first feeling from the solving of the, let's say, it's not the problem, but maybe let's say solving the problem of the appreciation inside the company. So much better is that we also hire let's say up to 20 persons that are just the usual employees inside Japanese companies. So when they went through these workflows and the prototype, it give us a lots of results. So will it fit into the market? So will it cover the needs of the users and so on? It was very helpful just for us to understand, will we invest in that project or not? So that also it's a translated result because we had Japanese native speakers on their side on site, but that's also the results of usability testings for the representatives in Japan. So it also gives us a lot and a lot of possibilities for improving and understanding are we going in the right way, or have to improve something slightly, let's say. And maybe my last case study here, it's also from Japan. So that's the company asked us to improve their it's not about the digital product. They ask us to improve the process how to feel or how to understand which of the products are out of stores, so, and how to fill the capacity of the product, so in the most efficient way. That was also like a the first part of this research was just was just the observation. So we were trying to figure out how it goes nowadays in some of the stores. So how these products, so how frequent you're filling the capacity on the products and so on. And then so we had the great chance just to test it physically, so to rebuild some processes inside the store. So we learn how frequent you can fill the product capacity, how the changing the planogramming of the products on the shelves and so on, and trying trying to iterate every next time, so every 2 days, just to figure it out the best fitable way for solving this problem. So that's another way how the usability testing, so which it means the usability in the a physical way, not in digital product, so it can be tested even inside the physical environment. Then also that's a usual, let's say, one more artifact. It's usual way of the usability interview. So just to summarize everything, so starting with the script of mini interview. So then task with the prototype or even the test version of real product. So next is the usability report. So you can just see here some examples, and of course there should be some kind of the usability report, and of course an action plan. So what you have to do or enhance even in the prototype on the real product. So I think that's all from my side. So I'm ready for your questions. If you have one, please feel free to ask.
Okay, cool. Oleg, thank you so much for sharing your presentation. That was really interesting to listen to all of these insights. And I really like Alex. I remember when I was a student, I heard about this company. So it recollected, like some student memories in me. So we have a question about the bounce rate. This is the question that we ask each of our speakers today. Let's say there is a website which is suffering from a high bounce rate. What would be your advice on how to solve this problem?
Again, so I'm not so let's say in the professional way of the, let's say, bounce rates and the things like that, but I'm guessing. So that's as a usual designer what I what I can do. So the first one is the ask. Look through the analytics. So what we can read from the, let's say, analytics standpoint. So it might be from it depending on the tool that we can apply there to this website or even to the product. So just to understand what analytic can set to us. So learn the digit. So that's one thing. Another thing. So it's not maybe not relevant here. So they ask someone from let's say external audience just to give maybe this advice or collect some information from there. In this concrete, I guess, this concrete example. So I guess the major thing will be to learn the analytics and find a decision around that. So I don't have just a red or blue pillow. Because as every researcher or every designer, so we know the first rule: learn first, then decide. So
right, learn, test. It's not that easy to answer. Okay, maybe one more question that we also try to see how different the opinions of each speaker is. So there was this first question when the listener asked about the background color. Does the background color affect the conversion rate of an online store? And there was an exact example. Let's say you change white to black. Do you believe there will be a huge change?
So there are two things. So very tiny. I'm looking through the LinkedIn. So they are in other websites. So different. If you can just review for example, like Google services or the LinkedIn. So they slightly change it in comparison to LinkedIn. So they slightly changing their gray color. It's not so visible, but. And it confuses a bit because you're not associating these like a different shade of the gray with the usual behavior in the on web. So I think it's not reflecting a lot, but I guess it confused a little bit. But let's see what happened with that. So with that experiment. So that's one thing. Another thing. So I will say it's up to the tests. So I will run tests before it will go into production, and I will explore before. So it will the color, if the color of the background we change some user behavior, so and change the digits regarding the metrics, numbers of the metrics. So and one more thing again to predict that, so that also could be run by A/B test. And as far as I remember, so when the iOS and the macOS, so they are trying to figure out, they're trying to start with their dark mode, if you know. So before they run a test for different audience, so to switch, let's say, to give the possibility for the part of the audience just to switch to the dark mode. And they were trying to figure out how many users will use this feature. So, and as you can see, so in the iOS and Mac, so in a lot of applications, so they are switching between the light mode and dark mode. So it means it works. So, and usually, so the good thing is to give the option to the user. So even you would like to change your background color to black, so give this option for the users for up to their decision. So they can even switch if you then can see that the majority of the users so using the black background, so make it just default option. So that's also possible. So in this case, I also will say just to predict. So in tests and the research will help you a lot for that prediction. So yes, and A/B testings as well. So don't. So for the A/B test, will be very like a crucial or very unexpected for the users when they some amount of the audience, so just can see the black background instead of white, and let's say you will have the black background and your colleague near or next to you will have a white, and you will be wondering because of that. So I guess this way, so I will recommend to go through giving this option to the person, to the user, so to switching to another background, so and then learn how if it will increase metrics or again decrease, so how the people will like this option.
Right, thank you so much. So all about testing and running the experiments. Thank you, Oleg, so much for your presentation, for sharing, and for your time. We wish you to have a good day, I believe, right?
Okay, thanks a lot. See ya.
Thank you too. Bye-bye. And dear attendees, today we have Denis. Hi, Denis.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon.
Oh yeah, good afternoon, good morning to you. How are you doing?
It's still 9 o'clock in Vegas.
Oh, wow, cool. So you have the whole day in front of you. Okay, so I'm giving you the floor. Please share your presentation and let's listen to your speech.
Fantastic. I'm going to share my screen so you guys can see everything. And any comments along the way, let me know, because I want to make this interactive. So I built the analytics at Yahoo, which is a search engine from 20 some years ago. And I want to give you a view of what UX and revenue mean for us, because I'll tell you, the most beautiful thing, I think, is making money, right? And when we can make money for the client or drive conversions, then, often you guys know there's a trade-off between looking nice and having a beautiful site that has all these elements versus loading quickly and being able to convert the user. So I'm going to show you a few things from the standpoint of what I'm looking at as a search engine, because I'm a search engine engineer, and then see how does that play out in terms of the usability factors and just in general, right? When you're able to make, whether it's the company you're working at or you have them as a client, right? Because you're an agency or freelancer, when you can show the things that you're doing are making more money, then they're going to pay you more money, which is always a good thing, right? Because we don't work for free. So here is a company, I'll just go, I'll open another one. Seeds of Life. And this is when you order a tree to plant when, let's say, a loved one dies or a pet, dies, and you plant a tree in their name. And we can see, right, it's very simple. You can see based on the colors, and you can see what's maybe, your pet died. So you're coming here and you're seeing pictures of the pets. I know this doesn't work as well in mobile, because you can see in mobile, right, we can choose in Chrome developer tools, right? We can see iPhone 10, right? Not as good. But you come through here and you say, hey, I really would like a certain kind of tree or a certain sympathy situation. So let's see, view products. Maybe I want the script and gift card, right? Or let's see this one, enduring oak tree, right? This, I think, is kind of ugly, but when you test and you come into the analytics, so you guys know inside Google Analytics, right? Inside conversions and e-commerce, you have the performance on what the different products are and how much money you're making. So if we go back a little bit further, let's go. Guys, help me field the questions along the way. I would love to, if you guys have a site you want to audit, I would love to pull it up. I just pulled up this one as a starting point. And it doesn't have to be looking at their Google Analytics or Search Console or Shopify or whatever their conversion is. So you can see a couple $1 million. You can see where let's see where the traffic's coming from. I love looking at the source medium report. That's my favorite place to start with. They bury it. So inside GA, you go to acquisition, all traffic, source medium. By the way, in GA4, which everyone should be upgrading to soon in the next few months, this is going to be condensed all the way down where source medium is already part of acquisition. So I can see that most of my traffic is coming from Google, right, organically. And then we have some email traffic, which isn't categorized properly. And then we have some ads from Google PPC. And the cool thing is that I can use these different tools to see, which I'll show you, to see what is driving more revenue, so that while I might be thinking about what's the best user experience when people get to a page, what's really important is where did they just come from? So what are they expecting? So if they just watched a video on YouTube and it featured a certain tree or a certain situation, then I want to be able to make sure that it's congruent with where they just came from. If they searched on Google for a particular keyword about a birthday or housewarming or someone's wedding, right, to commemorate this, then I want to make sure it's relevant. It preserves what's called the scent of search, right? Because I could build something beautiful all by myself, like just here, but I have to take into a context where they just came from, so it's a seamless experience. Does that make sense? So if I look inside actually, I'll do this. I'll show you a couple ways of doing it. Search Console. Most designers don't look at the data side of things, but I think it's critical. So I'll show you, because you got to tie it back to revenue. We got multiple Search Consoles. So I'm putting it under this particular account. And then I look at, there we go. And if you're like me and you've got a lot of these, then you have to switch between lots of different accounts. And you guys know Google Search Console, which used to be Google Webmaster Tools, would tell you when you have URL issues or your sitemaps is blocking certain key or certain URLs that you want to. It's just silly things. You have errors, right? So I can see here that this is what Google's telling me. This is not an SEO tool. Well, it's the best SEO tool. It's Google's own tool, right? Search Console. Google's telling me what people are searching for. So of course they're searching for Seeds of Life, which is the name. So of course the branded search. People already know what they want. It's not even a search, it's navigation. But memorial tree, memory tree, plant a tree in memory. So we can see, right, 11,000 people in the last month searched for it. 321 came to us. That's not bad. But we could actually look at this. Plant a tree in memory. Okay. This is I think Google's one of the best places to go for usability, because you're seeing what people are doing. So you can see I typed in plant a tree, and it's already suggesting these other things, because these are coming from, these type ahead search results are coming from what other people are doing. So this gives us an idea where we really want to understand the user, right? Plant a tree in memory. Oh, look, somebody is trying to take away our traffic by advertising. Well, actually, no, this is not on our name, but these are people that we're advertising against. And we see, what are other people doing? People also ask, right? Related queries, just like type ahead search results. Let's see, who are these guys? Looks kind of similar, very green. Plant a tree, plant a grove of trees in honor of somebody. Use the discount code. Okay. And this is catering to older people, so you can imagine that it doesn't cater to somebody who's 30. So make sure that you're looking at what they want versus what you would particularly want. So I clicked on that first result. Now I'm going to click on the second result. By the way, if you want to know what's the signal that the search engines are looking for, if that was a bad user experience, I just hurt that previous site because I clicked on them, I clicked back, and then I clicked to the next set of search results. It's called a click back. Not very inventive name, but it shows the search engine that wasn't a good search result. So they're going to get dinged. You can imagine that. So by the way, clicking on someone's ad doesn't hurt them. A lot of people are like, oh, I'm going to click on their ad and cause them to pay more on PPC. No, not really. You're increasing their quality score. And Google's looking at what the revenue is per 1,000 impressions. They're not looking at CPC. Because if it's more clicks at a lower cost per click, then great. You're lowering their cost per click, right? Okay, so we can see memory tree gift, memorial plants. We can go a lot further. Sympathy trees, plant a tree for someone who has died. So I think the key thing with usability is not starting from what I believe is beautiful. And there's all the technical things too on how I make it load fast and general usability. I like to start with what the user cares about. So what is the user doing? Who are they? What are they searching for? What are they trying to do? So if I know that 14,000 people are searching on this is our data, right? This is where we've shown up in search results and where we've gotten clicks. This is not a third-party tool. This is based on this. This is the closest thing we have to Google telling us, well, to knowing what it is that people are coming to us for. And if you've got a lot of traffic from social media, I would do the same thing. I would see what is the top source of traffic? Well, here it's from Google Organic. So I'm going to spend my time with Google Organic. Okay, memory tree, unique baby gifts. Okay, so 3,000 people, there's a fair number of people. I only got 2. So it could be that where I'm sending them is not relevant. I don't have the right products, or I haven't designed the right user experience, because someone coming in on unique baby gifts, different user than someone where their loved one has died, right? Different audience, so we might want to have those landing pages be a little bit different. But this is telling us what people are coming in on, and if they're coming in on memorial tree and sympathy, which is someone's died, memory trees, someone's died or pets died, then I'm going to focus more on what is getting me more revenue, right? So the things that are good, I want more. And things like this, baby gifts, yeah, that might be cool. I might be able to design all kinds of cool looking stuff, but proportionately, I'm not getting as much revenue. So I want to focus my effort proportionately against where I can make the most money, make the most impact. See, look, baby boy gifts, baby girl gifts, that's good, but a lot of traffic here, but we're getting no clicks. If I look inside my Google Analytics and I look at my Search Console here, I'm going to see a slightly different view. Now, this is the Search Console inside Google Analytics, which is an abbreviated view of what I was just showing you. So here I'm looking at the queries. I'm trying to understand the user. What are they thinking? What are they doing? What do they expect, right? I think that the key with UX is I really want to help the user achieve what they want. What is going on here? I think I must have goofed this up. Oh, the numbers are really low. Okay. Let me go back to the source medium report. So I see that most people are coming in on Google organically. I have the paid side. So anything that's working well for me organically, if I know they're coming on a memory tree, plant a tree because you can see, how much how many clicks and how much revenue we're getting on each of these, I'm going to want to buy those same keywords on Google, right? Because if it's good, then organically, then I want more of it on paid. And if I find it's working paid, then I'm going to try to get it organically. And you can see when this loads, this will tell me how much traffic I'm getting, what the clicks are. Let's see. Baby growing tree, bereavement, best memorial tree, funeral plants, gift ideas for loss of dog, right? And see kind of what's going on. So you can see, right, $1,000 in revenue, 12 transactions. Let me get rid of this segment. Now go back to all users. Yeah, here we go. See, we've had some problems here along the way. So when we make changes, we'll see things like this. Sometimes it'll be a tracking change because we lost the URL or lost some of the tracking codes, or we switched systems, or we redid the site, or the site was down, right? There's all kinds of issues like this. When you see this, you want to investigate, why that is. And then you'll have typical seasonality when people buy. People will plant, right, more in the spring and in the fall than they will in the winter. In the winter, they, depending on where they are, it's going to be colder, right? So think about this kind of thing. Now I'm using another tool. This is SEMrush. This is one you pay for, but there's a free version of this too, which I think is pretty cool. And now I'm thinking about, how do I get more out of what's working? So for me to get more of the search traffic, I need to have more juice to my domain. And let's see, do we have any questions or comments so far? Guys, let me know, Plurdy folks, if you see anything. Love to get some questions along the way, see what people are thinking.
Sure, as long as there are questions, we will add them.
Okay. Yeah, and if you want me to go to another site, your site, a competitor's site, why not? Right?
Would be a nice idea. Well, let me talk to our team. But this one looks really cool. I like the trees.
And we can go to any site. I just chose this one because they're okay with us sharing what they're doing, right? Okay. I don't think you'll find many websites that are big enough that are willing to show you the performance. Because you can look at the usability of somebody's website, and I mean, you might think it looks nice, but you don't really know, right? You want to look at the performance. Don't you agree, right? The performance is more important. So we're looking at
sensitive, so not everybody wants to be so open.
Yeah, because now the competitor can see what you're doing. Now someone can maybe, say like, oh, well, they only made $2 million last year. I thought they were bigger than that. Or, oh, I didn't realize that's a lot of money, 2 million. I don't know. Some people think it's a lot of money or it's not a lot of money, right? And they're embarrassed, or maybe they're pretending that they're really successful and they're actually not making much at all. I don't know, right? Or I know a lot of people, because you can see inside our analytics, we have hundreds of sites that we do this for, that they're making a lot of money, maybe like 50 million, $100 million, but they don't want everyone to know they're making this much money, right? They want to make it seem like it's a small business where, it's a farmer and his children are working and they're growing trees, they'd love to preserve that, just like food products where they want to show that this is the jar of strawberry jam. In the back, we have our garden and we're making strawberry jam that you can buy on the website. And my mother had this recipe. And then you realize, oh, they're actually doing $100 million per year. They have a big factory, right? And
that's where the story, the concept is breaking down. Yeah.
So I get it, right? You go to Disneyland and you want to have this whole experience and you want to make people think it's magical and all the people love you. And then you realize behind the scenes when you go on the rides that it's all mechanical. There's people in costumes, right? So I understand. But from us, because we're all professionals, right? We're industry professionals. We're not the end consumer. We are here building the websites. We are here making it load faster. We're driving more revenue. We're in charge of the marketing. I think it's critical, yeah? Because you're not going to show a consumer this, right? Somebody whose loved one has died, you're not going to show them, oh, here's the competitors that are also bidding on these same keywords. And here's the keywords that they have, right? Oh, and here's how big they are versus how much traffic they have. But this is something that I think is really key and important. And I'd love to hear what you guys think, because I spend more time on the data and the analytics and running ads than on usability and like more of the softer things. But I think that, when I see that here's a competitor, the trees remember, right? You can buy a tree, you can buy a memory tree from anybody. And I can see their authority score is lower. I can see what keywords they have. I can see their trend. Here's the keywords they have. Plant a tree in memory. I'm always thinking about competitors and how we do versus these other people. So let's see, a living tribute. I always want to look at what they're doing, because maybe there's something, not that I'm just copying what they're doing, but maybe I get some ideas. Maybe they're doing some things a little bit better, right? And then I can test it. And if it works better, then I'll use their technique. I'm not saying copy their design, right? But there's certain things let's see. So that's a feature snippet you can see. Let's see here. Oh, and by the way, when I'm looking at these, and these are, ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm using the SEO Quake plugin here. So I'm looking at this domain score, which is like the authority score, the trust score, and other information like how much traffic they're getting, because I want to understand, right? I'm trying to get more traffic from these other people, right? If people are searching, I want them to click on my links. So let's say, okay, people come here. So I'm pretending I'm a user. Okay, my loved one has died. I'm looking for a tree to plant in their memory. I see this big forest in the background. Okay. All this stuff, national forest. Okay. Oh, this is one where they plant the tree for you, not they send you the tree and you plant it in your backyard. And then 30 years later, you can tell your son, hey, I planted this when your grandfather, was alive. So let's see. I'm going to use the SEO Quake plugin, SEO bar, and it says this website, Trees Remember, has 132 pages in the Google index. You could do the same thing by doing a site colon search. Bing has more, of course, but Bing is more about quantity versus quality. So it doesn't mean that Google's worse with only 132. And a lot of these 428 are going to be URL parameters or category pages or things that aren't, they are technically URLs, but they don't really count as URLs, okay? So you can see here, right, site colon. So do this on your site and do this on competitor sites just to see what does Google think in terms of the most important pages and how many pages there are. And of the 132, the most important one, usually this is not ranked exactly in the order of which ones have the most juice or the most importance, but it's close. So we can see the homepage. That's not a surprise. And we can see the URL, the title, and the meta description. So this is the meta description, which is for the search engine. You should always have meta descriptions. And this is not bad. They're writing the meta description like an ad. So that's the right way to do it. And they're using their keywords. Let's see, trees, remember, well, if I searched on trees, remember planting trees, then it would bold these searches. FAQ, it's probably not the best one you want to have as your second one. Home, the trees, remember? Oh, this is messed up. They didn't use the proper meta description here. Shop, okay. Yeah, see, they did not do, yeah, these guys have not even done that much SEO. They don't have that much power, it's 13. So this is who I'm competing against. So I'm thinking about, all right, how do I get more? How are they beating me in certain areas so I can get their traffic and whatnot? Well, let's see. These are the words that they're getting the most. These are their top keywords. So I want to try to take these keywords from them. So let's see, percent of their traffic's coming from, well, this is their name, the trees remember. So I could do a blog post on trees to remember loved ones. I can create blog titles that have trees and remember in them to try to get more traffic from this, because this looks like they're getting a good amount of traffic. Actually, this is even better. Plant a tree in memory. Okay, memory tree. Memory tree is a little bit more difficult because it's a shorter term. So I can just go through these guys and see what they're doing, replicate similar kind of content, not copying their content, but try to see see what's going on. And so here we have, pictures as you would imagine in a shopping cart, but people will look at the pictures, and I can look at my Google Analytics to see, if people are doing this. But from a search engine standpoint, I need to have lots of information, and there's just not enough information to really understand what this pet sympathy or enduring oak tree is. I need to have information about, what would you want to know? Okay, they can grow to 100 feet high, but how do you care for them? And how do they look? How does it come out of the package? I guess like this, but what does it look like after a year? And what do people think about it? I would love to see. Okay, we have 5 reviews, but okay, so this is a good review, but there's so much more here. I always like to click yes. I always try to help the clients out. I know it doesn't really help much, but just for me, it feels good to me to do this. And as we start to make these changes, right, adding more content, adding better pictures, looking at the analytics to see, what are people doing, then that's the iterative process of incorporating the user data. So I come in here and look at behavior, and I want to look at my top content. So site content, all pages. And this tells me where I want to spend my energy. So this is not even the home page. By the way, the top page on your website is often not the home page. It's all these other pages. So you had 1 million page views. This one hit 20%. Let's go look. Oh. Here we go. Why can't I cut this URL? This one. This is where people go. This is the #1 page on the website. What can I do to improve this, right? Because we have let's see, how many pages do we have? Site : seedsoflife.com. 537, right? I could spend all this time optimizing all of these pages, but why not proportionally do it where I have the most traffic? Because that's going to make the biggest impact. Okay. So what can I do to make this better? You might have some ideas. I'm sure you guys are more creative than I'm not creative. I'm just a data person, right? I'm just looking at the data to see, okay, this is where people came, each of these pages. This is how many times they see it. So maybe they go to another thing and then they come back. So that's why there's 2 page views per user. The 95,000 people came in and they saw it 210,000 times. So 2 pages per user, stayed for 1 minute, and it's worth $4. $4. Well, if we know the average page is worth $27 based on the average conversion, then this is low. But maybe it's because this is where people are initially shopping, because it shows a whole list of things. So, they end up, let's see, this one's $65. Why is this page worth $65 in purchases? So I can look at this particular page. Why is it popping out and not working properly? This one. Let's see. A bug in Google Analytics. Go here. And we're redoing this. Oh, it's the basket. Okay, well, of course the basket has a higher value because that's when people are checking out. That's ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, some things don't make any sense. You just have to use your common sense to realize, yeah, what people are about to check out, that page is worth a lot more. Doesn't mean anything. Okay. And I can see these other ones, right? So maybe these are particular products. And I see what people are doing. So how do I improve the usability? Just even basically in the shopping cart. What can I do? Pet sympathy. Okay. $13. $2. $2 is this baby one. Remember we said the baby one, people, for some reason, here, let's do this. People look at it, but they don't buy anything. Why is that? So this is where you guys are pros with usability and really understanding the user. What is going on? Baby. You saw we get a lot of people are searching on baby products. So we're showing up in the search results. Mother of pearl rose baby gif girl. Well, it's pink pink and blue. Maybe we need to show mommy with the baby and the tree. Maybe showing the tree alone is not enough, right? Maybe we need to format it a little bit different. Maybe this green tree thing maybe doesn't look baby enough, right? It needs to be like pastel colors and look more like, a site that has parenting kid tips, right? Like flower, like pink, like that kind of thing, flowers, weddings. Maybe we need to change the background here, there's lots of things we can do, but we see this is only worth $2. Wow, this is very low. Why are these ones worth $20, $17? And then how do we know how this page value benchmarks? Well, $2, $20. If we know the average is 27, well, then we want to be above that where we can, right? And if we come over to conversions e-commerce and we look at the top level, see the average order is $106. So it means that, $26 is 4 times. So let's see another way, 8% conversion rate. So that means 1 in 13. So 1 in 13 people purchase for an average order value of 106. So that means that this is worth about $8 a page, $7, $8 a page. And we can see here's what our top products are. Right? You can see when you think about the user experience, think about this, right? So you can look at it step by step in the shopping cart process as people, they look at items, they add them to the cart, they check out. But look at it at the top level and see, okay, 300,000, 89% of these people just left. They didn't add to the cart. But then if we know that 4,600 people of this, 5,000 people of the 3,000, which is 2%, added to the cart, then how many people checked out, right? And how many people left along the way? And you can see the biggest drop, this is true for any shopping cart, is that we just didn't get them to add to cart. So there's lots of ways to try to get people to add to cart. And let's see. Product views, all sessions, returning. Of course, returning should be a much higher percentage. Yeah, okay. Let's look more. I think revenue sexy. You can see what people are doing. I can do go by another segment. So let's see. Let's look at the Google Ads search traffic just to compare, right? And apply. So ads traffic usually converts better if you subtract brand terms. Brand terms always converts the best, so you can never really compare. If you bid on your own name, of course, it's going to convert better. So anyone who's doing ads, right, you need to separate your brand versus non-brand terms. While that's loading, let's go back to Search Console and go to Core Web Vitals. This is good. But we don't have as many URLs as Google said we had. Google said we had 500 some, and here says 142. But that's because I think we have a lot of these other like navigational URLs. And then, where is this? Links, yeah. They hide it at the bottom. They move these things around. So where am I getting my SEO power? Well, there's Seeds of Life, our internal ones. And we're getting links from these other places. So I want to try to get more link power. How do I get more link power? Let's see. They are coming from, now I'm using SEMrush. This tool you have to pay for, but I think it's worth it. Because I want to rank on better keywords. So I can see most of them are .com, United States, which is what we expect. Of course, if you have links that are not primarily from the country that your users are in, then that sends a signal to Google that you are cheating. Okay. And I can come in and see my links. Oh no, this is, did I put it in this one here? No, I did not set this up here. Come over here. Oh no, wait. Okay, 9,300 backlinks. What are my top links? Because whoever's giving me links, Magnolia Company, we own this one. 62, that's pretty good, huh? All coming from ours. Southern Living, ooh, 57, and it's a 301 redirect, so you ideally want to have it go straight to, you don't want to have redirects. It shows the engine you're sloppy. These are all do follow. No, this one's a no follow on Country Living, but that's okay. 20 best Mother's Day flower delivery. Okay, that's good that we're listed in one of those. Who are these other ones? Let's see. Martha Stewart. Oh, I like Martha Stewart. So the page is high, and the domain is high. Or no, sorry, that's external links. So I'm looking at these other guys to see where can I get more. Martha Stewart. Okay, well, Martha Stewart is big, but let's see what's going on Martha Stewart. Good Things Wedding Favors. It's nice. Oh, it's in this list. List all of them, view all of them. So one of these is going to be ours in here. Well, this is what people are looking at. They want something beautiful and colorful. Well, maybe our things are not quite as beautiful and colorful. This is what they're choosing. Let's see. All right, so I spent a lot of time just surfing other people's websites. It's amazing you get paid money to do this. What is this one? Getting to the Roots, Certificate of Giving. What's this? I'm 43 down, or however many down. Okay. Gift certificate. Oh, what is this? Seeds of Life gift certificate. Oh, that's kind of nice. Plant a tree, Seeds of Life. Oh, that's nice. What is this? SCA. So I want to get more juice out of this one. So this page carries a little bit of power. Is this some like general certificate thing? Someone just copied it? What is this? Because I want more links from this. What is this? Millions of creative templates for free. Oh, yikes. I don't know about that. Country Living, no follow. Christmas decorating ideas. Oh, okay, what's this? Southern Living, that's a big magazine. See, it's important. 84. Wow. These Christmas decorating ideas will inspire you to bring the beauty of the season home. Wow, see, this is beautiful. I guess we need to have more pictures that are like this, huh? You saw our pictures are not that good. It's a slideshow. That's how they get you to click more. Okay, got it. What is this? Organic agricultural tree gifts. This is what, if you want to know what I do to optimize, this is literally what I do. I'm sure you guys do something similar too, just to be inspired and see what these other people are doing. Look, Seeds of Life. Oh, look, see? Trees to grow from saplings, but you should choose Seeds of Life. Up there, it's linking to us. Good. Many other outlets like Fast Growing Trees and these other ones also sell these other trees. I'd rather them not mention the other people, but okay, fine. But at least they mentioned us first in this list. And also, the amount of juice here, there's not much. It's only 6 compared to the domain has a 7. So this place really doesn't have much to give us, even though it is a relatively new link here. So what happens with SEO is that this page, well, this domain has a certain amount of power, amount of link juice, right? Which will be this authority score here, right? So the domain has a certain amount of juice. Usually, yes, here's a 43. And every link away from the home page is usually 10 points down. So, 33, 1 link away, 2 links away from the home page, right? 23, which is an order of magnitude 10. So it's not that a 33 is a little bit less than a 43. It's 10 times weaker, right? And a 53 is 10 times stronger than a 43. So a page has a certain amount of power, usually driven by how far away they are from the home page. And then the amount of power on the page, oh, this is a blogger site. Oh, the amount of power on this page, let's say it's a 6, then gets distributed among all these other links here. So you can see there's a lot of links on this page. Well, actually not a lot. There's like 15 or 20 links on this page. So all of these guys are sharing in this juice, the 6. So there's not much juice being passed here, right? So when I'm thinking about SEO, I want to get sites that have the highest overall score on pages that have the most, and which they link to me, do follow, not no follow. No follow tells the search engine, don't give them any juice. Follow is, yes, please, you can share the juice. And I can see, right, the page authority score, which is going to be less than the top level. And this is our own. So this is, we're linking, this is the company that makes the trees, Magnolia Company, which has Seeds of Life. So we sell trees for, we sell wreaths, we sell all kinds of things. So this is Seeds of Life is one company or product underneath Magnolia. So you see this page has 12 external links and 96 internal links. So there's 100 something links that are off of this homepage that is sharing off of the 62, right? And we can look at these other ones too, right? There's a lot of, 100 fresh ideas. So even though there's a 48, which is great, there's 150 links that are sharing this juice. And I'm greedy. I would rather have, if I had one on Martha Stewart, I'd rather have the whole thing be just about me. But to be able to convince them to do that is tougher. Usually the way you get links is like this one's, 50 things to, I think there are 100 things in this one, right? 99. So there's a lot of links. Like this is crazy. Look, Mennonite connections on the World Wide Web. So 668 links, but it's a .edu link. Wow, .edu link's worth a lot more. But it's being shared. It's a directory, 600. Wow, this is so old. Last updated 2004. I bet you some of you people weren't even born yet. Oh, they're broken things here. Sponsored in part by. Banner hosted in exchange for Menolink membership. Okay, that's probably dirty. Yeah, there's 600. Oh, yeah, it's a directory. See, this is probably a spam link anyway. Seeds of Life Community Church. I don't think that's even the right Seeds of Life. Oh, this is so funny. Look, Seeds of Life Community Church. This is a Mennonite directory, but it links to seedsoflife.com. Wow, I wonder if maybe they had this church had the website a long time ago, and then we took it. But whatever it is, we're obviously not the Seeds of Life Community Church. Isn't that funny? You see stuff like that. Anyway, I wanted to give you guys an overview of today's topic, which is a search engine engineer's view of websites. And this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the primarily Search Console to see where the traffic's coming from. I'm looking inside the Google Analytics because I want to see the behavior in conversion. I want to see where it's the traffic, especially the source medium report. I want to see who the users are, right? And mobile versus desktop. And I want to compare against what other people are doing. So I want to look at my competitors and see how many web pages do they have and what are their users doing and what are their keywords. And thus, when we do all these things, this is how we are able to get more users to our site on the keywords that we want and get them to also buy. And when they buy, that's when I believe you have the best UX, right? And CRO is not just assuming everyone wants to buy on the website. It's understanding who they are, which a lot of folks don't do. It's understanding how we are differing in competitors, because when someone's looking for a gift tree, they're not looking just at us. They're looking at 3 or 4 other people, right? That's why the click to impression ratio is so low over here when we look at our top keywords, because people are looking at lots of things. See? Oops, now I'm looking at a different one. This is a home builder. All right. So thank you, Plurdy friends. I'd love to hear, what do you guys think?
Okay, well, Cool. First of all, Dennis, I have to tell you that, of course, you couldn't see my impressions on my face, my facial expressions, or neither by our attendees. But what I can see is that the way you like what you do, it's just so motivating, because you were laughing and I was laughing. You were like, oh, look at this. And I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, look at this. This is so cool. And I actually felt as if, I don't know, I was somewhere at this backstage and you were a detective and you were like, there is a case. There is a case and we have to fix it. And the whole journey was so interesting, kind of like this case study and practicing using all of the skills. Really so cool. Thank you so much.
And you guys notice there's no PowerPoint, because often we'll do this and then people will ask me, hey, can you send me the PowerPoint? There was no, did you know? I think this is the, and by the way, I don't mean to hate on the other presenters, but consider this, that if you really know what you're doing, why don't you just log in and show what you're doing instead of give me this PowerPoint? Because then I don't really know, like, that's not the same thing, right? As like actually doing it, right? Don't, like if you're good at basketball, don't tell me about how good you are at basketball. Go out there and I want to see you play basketball. Show me that you can do this, right?
Unless it's cold outside and winter, but still you can always play inside. Okay, we do have some questions for you. So there was a question from our listeners. How do you minimize this gap between the impressions and the clicks?
Okay, well, first off, if you are on a competitive term and you're not at the top, then you're not going to get much impression share. But the number one thing is the higher you rank in the search result, right? Position one, the more. So if you're in position one, you're typically going to get 20 to 25% of the clicks. That's a lot, right? And if you're position two, it goes to 7.5%, position three, maybe 3 to 4%, and then it just goes down from there, right? So the number one thing is you have to be in a higher position. And to get in a higher position, you need to have higher authority, so more juice. So you can see that in the tools I was using with SEMrush, I'm looking at authority score, but on Ahrefs, it's domain rating, and SEO Mods, it's domain authority, but they're all measures of the same thing. So that means I need my SEO to be stronger. In other words, more people linking to me. Then as I'm moving up in the search results and more people link to me, and then I need a higher click-through rate, so more people engaging on the site. So Google has something called Rank Brain, and what happens is that their robot is testing you out, and if they find that people have a good experience with your website, so this is where your usability, UX, right, and CRO comes in. If you have good usability, they will move you up. So maybe they audition you on the bottom of the first page, position 10. And you have a good experience, right? People are engaging, they're staying on the site, the clickback rate is low, then they might move you up, right, to 8 and 7 and 6. Or if it's bad usability, then they kick you down maybe to position 20, right? So it really is important that a lot of SEO people think it's all the tricks with like what I'm talking about to generate links, but really that's just to get you into position to be able to audition. And then if the usability is good because of the experience and it loads fast and all, it gives people what they want and it motivates them and you get to the psychology and they buy, all these things, they stay on the website, then Google will keep moving you up, right? So SEO is just getting people to the site, and then you need to deliver upon what they want. And then when they share, when they write blog posts about it, other things, this is the signal that the search engine's looking for. Does that make sense? So
yes, I believe
are the most, they're the most hidden secret SEO people. Because if you don't do a good job, it doesn't matter what people like me try to do. Does that make sense? Yeah, it doesn't matter how good my ads are, right?
I really like the way you open up this topic, because from one point you see that there is some superficial idea, and then you dive into and you open so much up.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, our next question is about the difference between Google Search Console and Google Analytics in terms of statistic. That, let's say you compare the statistic about the events. Why sometimes there is such a big difference between these two tools?
Well, you have to think of Google Analytics as a conglomeration of all these other tools from Google. Now, technically, they're all made by Google, but Google is such a big company. They have so many different tools. You kind of have to think of them as separate products made by separate teams. So inside your Google Analytics, you can connect, you can auto link your Google ads. You can tie in your Google Search Console. There's things you can do inside Google Tag Manager. There's third-party things related to conversions that you can tie in. and the different testing tools and whatnot. And when you look at Google Search Console data inside GA, it's an abbreviated view. And plus, Search Console isn't going to give you all the data anyway, because you guys have probably seen there's something called not provided, right? So the keyword not provided is not the same thing as direct none. Not provided is they're not going to tell you what the keyword is because of privacy reasons, right? And this has been a big issue the last 10 years, you guys know, right? Because it's infuriating, because if I do SEO, I want to know what the keywords are that someone came in. And what they'll do is they aggregate them up into these different buckets. So someone types in, plant a tree for a loved one. Well, that might not have been what the person actually searched for. They might have searched for plant a tree for my loved one when it's cold outside, or all the different things that are related to that search. But for privacy reasons, they bucket it up into this other thing, because they know that if they gave us the exact query, then it might, like, people will put in their address. People will put in the exact name of the loved one. People will put in sensitive personal identifying information. So what they do is they try to strip that out, and I think they go too far. So the data that you see inside Search Console is not the complete data. And the same thing inside what's in Google Analytics is filtered even more. And so when you see direct none in your source medium report, that's not the same thing as not provided. Not provided means we don't know what the keyword is, or they won't tell us what the keyword is. Direct none is when someone comes to the site, we don't know where they came from. So direct none means they typed it in, or it's a bookmark. Because there's no referring website that people came in on.
Okay, yeah. Lots of ideas to think about here. Well, our next question would be, well, we see that our attendees, they are a little bit worried how to save or how to prevent your website from being copied, because right now you can copy everything. So how do you not do that?
I like it when people copy. That what we're doing is good. And with what's going on now with tracking and social networks and apps, copying is not as bad as it used to be, because let's say, for example, that I was a competitor to Facebook, right? Or whatever website. And for some reason I was able to get their code, and Mark Zuckerberg gave me all the code, and I could rehost it, and I could create, Denis book or Plurdy book, right? It wouldn't matter, because what makes the site powerful, this is going to perhaps piss off a lot of UX and usability people. What makes the site powerful is the community behind it. Okay. And when I have people that are engaging, when there's a lot of UGC, when there's a community and a founder who is active, and there's a brand and there's a reputation, people can, other people can copy the site, but it's not really the same thing, right? That's like, I could use Tiger Woods, his golf clubs, but he's going to still beat me at golf because he's still better known, right? And I could even have a perfect, let's say in 20 years from now, we can clone people, exact copies, like Black Mirror, that kind of thing. And I clone somebody. But if I clone Tiger Woods, but that Tiger Woods doesn't know how to play golf, but it looks like Tiger Woods, it's not the same thing. And most of the content, because of social media and reviews and all this, is going to be UGC. So even though you can copy the structure, it's not the stories and the videos and the things because what we do with all of our sites, here, let me tell you my number one conversion trick that nobody seems to know for some reason. I am always collecting UGC at scale. So we have a client who's the number one home improvement company in the United States. So they fix garage doors and windows and things like that, a friend of mine. And he sends all his technicians out. It's Tommy Mello of A1 Garage. So he sends all of his people out, the technicians that go fix garage doors and things like that. And at the end of the job, the technician will say, "Ma'am, did you have a good experience?" "Oh, yes, I did. Thank you so much. Great. Well, I'm being reviewed or my performance is being based on how many reviews I can get. Mind if you just tell me?" And he holds up the phone. "Mind if you just tell me, in 15 seconds how I did?" Right? And just look at me and the phone I'm holding to the angle, right? And so they're collecting hundreds of these and putting that on the site. So you can't copy that, right? Because that's actually our UGC. That's our users. You can copy how the site looks. You can copy the buttons and the formatting. You could copy the product descriptions, but You can't copy the user feedback. You can't copy videos from happy customers. In fact, if they did copy the videos from our customers, we want them to do that, because then the customers are mentioning our name. The customers are mentioning our product. So we want you to copy. So if you're confident, if you understand what UX and SEO really is, you want them to copy. Plus, if your site is doing well, then potentially, some people will argue, potentially there's a duplicate content penalty. And if our site is stronger than theirs, then don't you think Google can tell who's doing the copying and who's the real one?
Of course. And plus, I was thinking, so it's easy. Well, you would like to copy someone big, and that's why it's hard to copy, because even if you copy all the details, you won't be able to copy the story behind. And then I thought, what if you copy the small website? But then the question, why would you copy something small when you can actually create something small as well?
It's not copying as much as learning the technique of what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
They're doing it.
Learning is good. You were showing something like, oh, okay, let's see how they did it. So it's really cool to learn from others.
Yeah.
Okay, Dennis, one more question. So by using all of these tools, you want to understand how your website is working, whether it was working good, whether it was working bad, and you try to compare the statistic. So what would be your advice on which period should we wait, or which period should we take while comparing the statistic of our website?
So the amount of time that you use is called the look back period. And by default, when you're using Google Analytics, the look back period is 1 week. And you'll see that in the example I gave that, maybe it was $70,000, $100,000 of sales, and the average sale is $100. So maybe we're getting, 700 sales. So that's enough data to be able to determine what people are doing. But if in your look back period of a week, you have only 5 or 10 transactions, that's not enough data to be able to see what's going on, right? Because you might have, for one particular product, 10 page views and 1 purchase, and another product, 20 page views and no purchase. But it doesn't mean that the first one is doing better than the other one, because it's just random, it's statistical noise. So you increase the look back period. Here's a general rule of thumb, so that you have at least 20 conversions in that period. So maybe you have to go back a month. Maybe you have to go back 3 months as a look back period to get enough data to be able to make a decision. However, if you increase the look back period too far, to like 6 months, now all of a sudden we're in, autumn or we'll go, beyond Christmas, and you have seasonality. So if I look back, we're in February now, I look back 3 months into Christmas. Well, the behavior during Christmas, especially if I'm doing e-commerce, is very different. So if I'm comparing different time periods, where it's a 3-month look back versus a 1 week look back, I'm going to be distorting. You see what I'm saying? So you have a trade-off. It's not like one is better than the other, but you increase the look back period so that you can get more data. But the further you increase the look back period, the more distortion you have because of seasonality. And thus, when you look at the overall website performance, it's tough to really generalize, because you have different products that perform well for different users in different time periods, because you had a campaign, because it's a new product, because it's, certain things you sell that people only buy during the spring when it's warm outside or something like that. So you have to be very careful in any kind of conclusion that you draw based on looking at data in aggregate that is washing out all the highs and the lows, because it's just averaging out, because you go over a longer time period, or you go over a lot of pages, or for example, like bounce rate. I don't like looking at bounce rate for the entire website, because the bounce rate of the home page versus a purchase page versus a contact us versus a category page are all different. So I need to look at it at the right level, right? There's a lot of ways where people deceive themselves when they look at statistics. I would love for it, we could go into a whole nother session on how we not get deceived by statistics. But that's whoever asked that question, that's a very intelligent question. Whoever asked that question on what's the right time period to look back, you probably are a very smart optimizer.
I hope they listen to you right now. It actually recollected me the words of our professors at the university when we would have to run some statistic analysis, and you would look for the data and you would find some sample of, let's say, up to 30 indicators, and the professor would say, that's not enough. And you would say, why not? It's quite enough. Well, no, it's not. And I really like your answer in terms of there is no one answer. So you have to analyze so many things to be able to find the answer you're looking for.
Yeah.
That's
Amen.
it. Exactly. Dennis, thank you so much. Honestly, this was so interactive. I know you can't hear the people's voices and you can't see their expressions, but I bet they were like sharing their emotions and spirits with you as well. So thank you so much for finding your time and being at our conference today.
Thank you, Plurdy friends. It's an honor. And if you have any questions, reach out to me. Hit me up on LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever channel. And
or Instagram. I have already tagged you.
Yeah, I look at you're a big deal on Instagram. Wow. You're like holy moly. I'd like to be an Instagram like you.
Oh, you have quite a lot of followers, so
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Stay healthy and talk to you maybe in the future for our future conferences.
I would love to, guys. Keep in touch.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, so it seems like the conference is over, but I bet that you still have some questions or you still want to learn some information. We from our side, first of all, want to thank you for your patience, for your attention, for being able to find time in these hard times to attend our conference. And we are working on right now to make this video to share this video so that you and your friends and maybe anyone in your community could see it. Plus, we will be happy to share the materials from our speakers if we can get them, and we will share that with you. So thank you so much again, and have a good evening or day, or no matter where you are, just have a good time. Bye-bye.